On the eve of the spring festival, the night in Chang City was so bitterly cold it seemed to seep into the bones. Beside the greenbelt, a delivery bike stood still, its rider resting as he waited for the next order. Chun Yang was curled up on the seat, his morthantometer frame making the bike look like a toy beneath him. A cigarette pinched between his fingers flared and dimmed in the gloom, glowing on and off like a dying ember. Born in 1990, his birthday fell on May 18th, the day Chun Yang was taken into the orphanage. The director, an elderly woman he called Grandma, had said he was only a dozen days old back then. Crowdsourced deliverman plus a mercenary in the underground basketball scene. That was how Chun Yang defined himself. This year the market was miserable. The delivery platforms had just fought a brutal price war, and order volume had been slashed in half. The streetball circles were in an even sorrier state. Those intermediaries who once called him brother had for the most part stopped contacting him. Smoke filled his lungs, and then slipped out again, taking nothing away, leaving behind only a deeper emptiness. Chun Yang's gaze drifted toward the distance, his eyes unfocused as memories surfaced. At 16, his height had shot up to 1.90 meters and his arms had grown to an astonishing length. A coach from the sports school stumbled upon him and felt as if he had struck gold, clapping his shoulder and saying, with a build like yours, it would be a shame not to play basketball. That was how Chun Yang entered the East City Junior Sports School, where the meals were rich with oil and meat, enough to satisfy the voracious appetite of a boy in the midst of growth. For Chun Yang, basketball had nothing to do with dreams at the beginning. He was an orphan growing up amid other people's pity and ridicule. The world had been cold until the day he stepped onto the court. For the first time, someone applauded for him. Chun Yang was no longer the unwanted stray, but the ferocious big man who devoured rebounds. Those shouts sank into his heart like a torch dropped into a field of dry weeds. He trained more brutally than anyone, and with his static gifts and a reckless will that cared nothing for injury, he entered the provincial youth team 2 years later. Back then he thought he was on the verge of grasping his future. Yet the real world does not bow to sheer grit. Amid a sea of prodigies, his rough fundamentals were laid bare. His offensive repertoire was almost non-existent. The techniques his peers had honed since childhood were impossible for a latecomer like him to catch up to. The coach stared at his testing data and sighed. Barefoot height 2.3 centimeters, wingspan 2.9, standing reach 2.75. Heaven's table scraps, what a pity. His dynamic athleticism was mediocre, his explosiveness lacking, and coordination an obvious flaw. He had come to basketball too late. That intangible feel for the ball, once you miss the age window, cannot be restored. If you were just a little better, you could knock on the door of the professional ranks. In the end, the coach could only mold him into a defensive workhorse, a blue-collar enforcer in the paint. In 2008, the Olympic flame was lit in the capital. At 18, during a youth team game, Chun Yang reached his own finish line. Launching himself with everything he had to block an opponent's shot, Chun Yang collided with him in midair. As he landed, a stabbing agony tore through his right knee. His anterior cruciate ligament snapped, his meniscus was ripped. Given the conditions then, he could not afford the best surgery nor endure the long road of rehabilitation. The coach looked at him with deep regret. The team could no longer keep him. With 20,000 yuan in retirement compensation, he walked away from the court he loved. Chun Yang headed south to Fujian province and took a factory job. Sometimes fate has a cruel sense of humor. The owner of the shoe factory was a basketball enthusiast. On the production line, he spotted Chun Yang's height at a glance, and when he heard about the provincial team background, he made a decision on the spot: 5,000 a month. No need to work the line. Just train the factory team in the evenings and play corporate league games every week. 5,000 a month. Back then, even grinding on the production line for over 10 hours a day might not earn that much. Basketball had returned to his life, but now it was no longer about dreams, it was about survival. From factory team representative to hired gun for village tournaments, and finally, to a mercenary in commercial streetball games, he became a basketball soldier of fortune. In those years, he roamed towns all across the South, chasing appearance fees on concrete courts under floodlights and on open squares in front of ancestral halls. But the streetball scene was changing too. More and more retired professionals flooded in, along with foreign players boasting explosive athleticism. For someone like Chun Yang, whose game was one-dimensional and built purely on his body, the gigs grew fewer and farther between. In the end, he donned a delivery uniform. From time to time, an insignificant streetball match would still come his way, allowing him to briefly relive the old dream. There were more than 200,000 yuan in his bank card, saved over many years of frugality. Marriage and children. Chun Yang had never really considered it. His own life was already a tangled mess. Why drag someone else into it? Alone and unencumbered, coming and going without attachments. That was fine by him. As for his birth parents, with no expectations, there would be no more wounds. The cigarette burned down to the filter and singed his fingertips, jolting him into stubbing it out in a hurry. Chun Yang often asked himself, did he regret it? Did he regret choosing the path of basketball? The answer was always the same: no. No regret. He He would forever remember that exquisite swish when the ball kissed the net, remember the first applause he ever heard, remember the first time someone acknowledged him, remember how basketball had let him out of that closed-off little world. That love long since entangled with failure, pain, and regret had been etched into his very bones. Shenyang slid off the seat, flexed his legs to shake off the numb cold, and swung himself back onto the e-bike. There were no more orders. It was time to head back to that 10-square-meter rental room. Suddenly, a massive cargo truck burst through the central barrier, without warning, roaring straight toward where Shenyang was. The shadow of death swept over him in an instant. Shenyang did not even have time to react. The sounds of the world were sucked away, and time itself seemed to freeze. A deafening boom erupted. Shenyang's body became weightless, thrown into the air. The world spun madly before his eyes. 36 years of life flashed past in a torrent. The junior sports school gym, the provincial youth team dormitory, the tearing agony in his knee, the floodlights above the street ball courts. Countless fragments surged forward, finally freezing on an orange-eared basketball. Then everything dissolved into silence and darkness. In the darkness, Shenyang's hands flailed about his palm, brushing against warm, soft skin. He snapped his eyes open. The ceiling above him was unfamiliar, and a crystal chandelier cast a gentle glow overhead. Beneath him was a soft mattress, and on either side lay a blonde girl there, breathing steady and even. Shenyang froze. Wasn't I sent flying by that damn truck? The truck that had burst through the barrier, those blinding headlights, the dizzying sensation of the world spinning as his body was flung into the air. Those memories were as vivid as if they had happened only moments ago. Yet now he lay on a bed at least 2 meters wide, a silk quilt draped over his body. The air was laced with a faint trace of perfume and some other indescribable scent. Shenyang slowly pushed himself upright, a burst of pain throbbing in his head. An unfamiliar tide of memories surged into his mind. The year was 1994 in the United States of America, Connecticut. He was still Shenyang with the same name and the same identity, 17 years old this year. He was no longer the food delivery boy from Chong City, nor the discarded member of the provincial youth team. In this life, Shenyang was the heir to a coal fortune. In the early 1990s, the domestic coal mining industry was in a period of wild, unrestrained growth. Shenyang's father owned several mines in Shaanxi and had amassed wealth by the bucketful. In those years, disputes over coal mines were frequent, and dealings that brushed against the underworld were hardly rare. Fearing that his son would be targeted if he stayed local, Chen's father asked a cousin who had settled in America to send Shenyang to this boarding school after he finished middle school. When the original owner first arrived, he was often bullied. Asian, skinny, and stumbling over his English. At an American high school, these were all excuses for others to pick on him. However, the original owner possessed one advantage: money. Blessed with a decent height, he used his wealth to pave a path into the basketball team, treating teammates to meals, buying the latest sneakers, and sponsoring equipment for the school team. Little by little, he blended into the circle of American kids. Each day, he attended classes, trained with the basketball team, and went to parties with the members of the basketball club. In an American high school, wealth, a good physique, and basketball skills were the makings of a natural playboy. At last night's party, the original owner had drunk quite a lot. Coupled with his first time taking on 2 girls at once, the overstimulation, or perhaps sheer overexcitement, had pushed him too far. After struggling all night, he simply ran out of breath. Thus came Shenyang's transmigration. Shenyang rubbed his temples, his emotions a tangled mess. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. In this life, he had become a wealthy second-generation heir. There was nothing unpleasant about that. With his understanding of how the next 30 years would unfold, achieving immense wealth and status would not be difficult. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed from the depths of his mind. Ding. Host consciousness detected as fully awake. Would you like to activate the system? Shenyang's heart clenched violently. He held his breath, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the quilt. As a veteran web novel reader, he understood all too well what the word system signified. It was a pass to defy the heavens and rewrite fate, the golden sheet that allowed a so-called good for nothing to rise. On countless nights when he had been battered and bruised by reality, it was by clinging to stories of protagonists slaughtering their way through the world with the help of systems that Shenyang had managed to fall asleep. Now the system had truly arrived. The surge of exhilaration left Shenyang's throat parched. Deep within his heart, he roared, activate. Activate immediately. Ding. The heaven rewards diligence system has been successfully activated. The host's greatest obsession in the moments before death has been detected as basketball. Basketball specialization has been automatically bound. System functions are as follows. The host is granted immunity to all sports-related injuries, excluding superficial wounds. The body's recovery capabilities are 5 times that of an ordinary person. Training always yields results. As long as the host trains, he will make progress. The more scientific and reasonable the training methods, the greater the improvement. The host may silently recite, attributes, to open the personal panel and view detailed information. Note born ordinary with no other choice, but to lie flat. If a chance to defy fate stands before you, are you willing to stake everything and burn yourself out? As the system's prompt faded, the light in Chun Yang's eyes grew ever brighter. Almost without thinking, he ran a hand over his right knee. The sound of his ligaments snapping in that final moment of his previous life still seemed to echo in his ears. The doctor's expression as he shook his head and told him never to engage in intense exercise again, and that world-collapsing sensation when he was forced to leave the court, these were etched into his very bones. Now the system was telling him he was immune to injuries. And then there was that chasm of talent he had never been able to cross, no matter how desperately he trained. In his previous life, Chun Yang had been in the provincial youth team, always the first to arrive at the gym and the last to leave. He trained his strength, he honed his shooting, yet his dynamic athleticism simply would not rise. The coach would sigh as he watched Chun Yang's performance, the regret in that gaze cut far deeper than any scolding. Now the system tells him that training is effective and without limits. All the shackles will be broken. Train. Train to the death. Chun Yang shouted crazily in his heart. As long as he doesn't die from training, he will train to the death. As a semi-professional athlete, Chun Yang understands the importance of talent better than anyone. Without talent, training until blood is shed only makes one a hard-working mediocrity. This is a truth Chun Yang verified with his blood and tears in his past life. But now the system tells him that his efforts will no longer be shackled by talent. As long as there is effort, there will be reward, and there is no limit. This means telling Chun Yang that all his past regrets have a chance for redemption. Suppressing the joy within, he took a deep breath and silently chanted attributes. A light curtain visible only to him, like a holographic projection from a sci-fi movie, appeared before his eyes. Chun Yang physical base data: height 191 cm, weight 78 kilograms, wingspan 208 cm, standing reach 260 cm, core physical attributes: strength 47, stamina 66, jump 49, speed 53, coordination 62, basketball technical skills, close range finishing 61, mid-range 56, 3.42, breakthrough 35, passing 49, ball handling 39, rebounding 51, stealing 34, blocking 41, help defense 40, individual defense 37, mind and awareness, mental resilience 90, court awareness 68. Note all attributes have a maximum of 100 and technical and awareness attributes have integrated the host's past life experience. Looking at this panel, Chun Yang's mood was complex. A mental resilience of 90 is probably a reflection of the will he forged through hardships in his two lives. In his past life, he struggled on the street basketball courts, gauging people's moods, accepting jobs at low prices, and being stood up. He endured it all. This resilience the system did not give him, it was earned by Chun Yang himself. His court awareness of 68, thanks to a wealth of competition experience in his past life, may not be high due to the low level of competition, and his physical attributes and most technical abilities are lacking. But so what? Everything now is just the starting point. A starting point with infinite possibilities. Chun Yang stared at the panel for a long time. This is an era that Chun Yang has never truly lived in. In 1994, on the eve of Michael Jordan's retirement and comeback, the OK duo had yet to form. Kobe was still a high school student, and LeBron was only 10 years old. The structure of the NBA was quietly changing, and basketball was about to usher in its most glorious era. Can he really let go of basketball? That love that has become part of his very being? The answer is no. In his past life, even when reduced to delivering takeout, every time he passed by a basketball court and heard the familiar sound of the ball, his steps would involuntarily slow down. Sometimes Chun Yang would stop by the roadside to watch for a while. Watching those figures running, jumping, and shooting on the court, his fingers would instinctively move, and his heart would regain its intense rhythm. When he had time, he would find a street court, even if just to shoot some hoops. Feeling the basketball leave his fingertips, listening to the sound of it swishing through the net would allow Chun Yang to temporarily forget the hardships of life. Once a high school student asked him, "Uncle, do you play basketball too?" Chun Yang smiled and said, "I played when I was young." The high school student didn't believe him. "With your height, you must have played professionally, right?" Chun Yang did not answer. He was at most a semi-professional. He couldn't let go, he simply could not let go. That love had long intertwined with failure, pain, and regret engraved into his bones. Even if later he could only stick basketball stickers on his takeout box, even if he could only watch game replays late at night, basketball was always there like an unquenchable light. Since he cannot let go, then let's fight for it. After all, he won't die from training, so he will train to the death. With sweat and effort, he will fill the regrets of his past life and fulfill the infinite potential bestowed upon him by the system in this life. Chun Yang quietly walked into the bathroom. The person in the mirror looked very unfamiliar. The face of a 16-year-old with features not fully developed, yet already hinted at future handsome angles. Chun Yang reached out to touch his face and then clenched his fist. From today onwards, everything will be different. Reduction. The voice of the system echoed ding. The host has slightly improved ball handling ability, stamina, and core strength through training. So that's how it is this works? This is also training. Qinyang returned to school and knocked on the door of Coach Smith's office. Smith was a Caucasian in his 50s with graying hair and a whistle always hanging around his neck. Seeing Qinyang enter, he looked a bit surprised. "Qin, what's the matter?" Qinyang got straight to the point. "Coach, I want to find a professional training team. A physical trainer, strength coach, and skills trainer. Ideally, they could form a small group to focus on my training." Smith paused for a moment, chuckled, and said, "Are you serious? Do you know how much it costs to hire a professional training team? Money is not an issue." "Well, it's not just about—" Smith leaned back in his chair. "Good trainers have fixed partners and won't take side jobs lightly. Plus, you're only 17, your body hasn't fully developed yet, and overtraining could damage your foundation. I know what I'm doing." Qinyang's determined gaze made Smith drop his joking demeanor. After a few seconds of silence, Smith picked up the phone on his desk. "I have a friend who runs a training center in Hartford. He used to do rehabilitation training for NBA players and later went off on his own. I'll contact him. Whether it works out depends on whether he's willing to take you." "Thank you, Coach. Don't thank me too early." Smith put his glasses back on. "He charges a lot. As long as the results are good, that's fine." Qinyang turned and left the office. Smith watched his retreating figure and fell into contemplation. This kid has some potential. Back in his dorm, Qinyang opened his notebook and began writing a training plan. He remembered Kobe's famous 666 training method. 6 days a week, 6 hours a day for 6 months a year. That was the intensity of Kobe's training during the off-season, already quite extreme. But Qinyang didn't plan to replicate it exactly. He had a system immunity to injuries and a recovery ability 5 times that of an average person, allowing him to train effectively without limits. So why hold back? He wrote on the paper 6 days a week, 10 hours a day, 12 months a year. 3 hours of physical and coordination training. 3 hours of strength, explosiveness, and speed training. 4 hours of basketball skills training. He couldn't quite remember the specific training contents. In his previous life, how could he dare to consider such a level of training plan? The training intensity of the provincial youth team compared to this was like child's play. It could ruin one's body. However, Qinyang didn't need to write too detailed. He just needed to outline a framework for the professional trainers to fill in the details. After finishing, he stared at the paper for a long time. Qinyang knew what it meant. He wasn't worried about classes. His academic performance was decent, and as long as he could self-study enough to pass, that was fine. It meant that except for eating, sleeping, and showering, he would spend almost all his time in the training facility. This was no way for a person to live. What was his greatest regret in his previous life? It wasn't the injuries or retirement, but knowing that his talent was insufficient, yet he didn't even get the chance to fight for it. Practicing was futile. No matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to those geniuses. But now it was different. The system told him that as long as he trained, it would be effective. So what was he waiting for? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qinyang went to the school gym. The trainers hadn't arrived yet, so Qinyang planned to start training on his own. After 20 minutes of warm-up, he jogged on the treadmill, did dynamic stretches, and activated his muscles. Then he began his first set of strength training, squatting 80 kilograms, doing 3 sets of 15 reps each. Qinyang stood in front of the barbell, took a deep breath, and squatted down. By the end, his legs were shaking. His strength was still lacking a bit. In his past life, although his dynamic talent was poor, he had trained his strength and could squat 150 to 160 kilograms without a problem. Now this body was still lacking, but Qinyang didn't stop. 1 set, 2 sets, 3 sets. Sweat dripped down his forehead, falling onto the floor. His breathing became heavier. His lungs felt like they were on fire. After finishing the squats, he took a short rest and could feel his body quickly recovering before moving on to the next exercise, bench press. 50 kilograms, he pushed it 8 times and his arms started trembling. On the 9th rep, the barbell got stuck on his chest. He couldn't push it up. Qinyang gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed the barbell back, slamming it heavily onto the rack. "Damn, I still need a trainer at least for some protection." Qinyang cursed, lying there gasping for breath. A few other people in the gym were watching him. An Asian is training this hard. Qinyang ignored them and got back up to continue. Pull-ups, he couldn't do many. His arm strength was too weak, and after a few, he couldn't go up anymore. He added resistance bands for assistance and barely managed to complete 3 sets. Poor training plank. After 3 hours of strength training, Qinyang could hardly stand. If it were an ordinary person starting off like this, they definitely wouldn't be able to get out of bed the next day. Muscle tears, lactic acid buildup, but without 3 to 5 days of recovery, it wouldn't be possible. Luckily, Qinyang had the system. He sat on the floor for 10 minutes, feeling the soreness in his muscles quickly dissipate. It wasn't completely gone, but at least he could continue training. This was the effect of having 5 times the recovery ability. An ordinary person trains 1 day, rests 3 days. Qinyang could train every day, pushing himself to the limits. After replenishing a large amount of food, Qinyang took a shower and rested for an hour in his dormitory. At 6 in the evening, he went to the basketball court. Technical training was the main event. Dribbling with the right hand, then the left, alternating behind the back through the legs and spinning. Each move for 100 times, doing 10 sets. It was manageable at first, but later his arms were so sore he could barely lift them. The basketball felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Each bounce sent vibrations through his arms to his shoulders. 100 times, 200 times, 300 times. Banking off the backboard under the basket 100 times. Mid-range jump shots 100 times. Three-pointers 100 times. After each shot, he would retrieve the ball and return to continue. In his past life, he rarely shot three-pointers and didn't even understand how to shoot under the basket. What was a three-pointer? He could only rebound and defend, but now it was different. Chen had a clear vision of the future direction of basketball. With this opportunity, why specialize in just one area? Isn't being versatile more appealing? By the end, his arms felt like they weren't even his own. Every time he lifted the ball, his shoulders protested. His shooting percentage was dismal, making only 2 out of 10 shots, sometimes even worse. At 9 in the evening, it was time for physical training, and halfway through his legs felt like they were filled with lead. His lungs burned with pain, and each breath carried a metallic taste. After 30 minutes, Chen leaned against the treadmill, bending over to catch his breath. His clothes were soaked with sweat, a squeeze would yield water. A student nearby was watching him and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, are you okay? Should I call the school nurse?" Chen shook his head and straightened up, saying, "It's fine, I want to continue." "Continue? What else are you practicing?" "Coordination." Coordination training was the most troublesome for him. His coach in his past life had said that Chen movements were always half a beat slow, his turns not fluid enough, and his jumps lacking coordination. This was a hard flaw related to dynamic talent, and practice alone wouldn't improve it. Now the system said that training would be effective, so he pushed himself to practice relentlessly. Rope ladder training, agility ladders, various footwork drills. Each movement was done for 10 sets, each set lasting a minute. At first it was manageable, but soon his mind couldn't keep up and his feet stumbled awkwardly, almost causing him to fall several times. At 11 o'clock at night, Chen finished his training. From 2 in the afternoon to 11 at night, 9 hours in total. He was still an hour short of his planned 10 hours. On his way back to the dormitory, he walked slowly. His legs were weak, trembling with each step, and he couldn't lift his arms. Upon returning, he took a hot shower, adjusting the water temperature to a high setting, causing his skin to redden. Chen stood under the shower head, letting the hot water cascade over him. The soreness in his muscles intensified with the heat. After drying off, he picked up his phone and called his father's number. It was morning back home, and his father should be at the mine. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hello." The voice was deep, carrying a unique roughness. "Old dang, exploding gold coins," Chen said with a smile. There was a 2-second silence on the other end before Chen father responded. "Chen, what have you learned studying abroad? Is this all you learned?" Chen could imagine his father's expression at that moment. In his past life, he was an orphan, and now he had a father who he wanted to tease. "Dad, don't take it personally, I'm just joking." Chen tone became serious. "I'm planning to work on my physical fitness and strengthen my body. I can't train professionally by myself, and it's easy to get injured. I want to spend money to hire a professional to coach me. Didn't you always say that money isn't an issue, and to spend money to have professionals handle professional matters?" There was silence on the other end again. Chen held the phone, listening to the sound of his father's breathing. He could imagine his father pondering and weighing the situation. After a long while, Chen father finally spoke. "I will transfer some money to you. From now on, I will give you a little extra each month. You're so far away, I can't keep an eye on you." After a pause, his voice lowered. "My only hope is that you don't go astray." Chen felt a lump in his throat. Oh, was this what it felt like to have parents? No need for excessive explanations or proofs. You say you want to train, and he believes you. He doesn't understand what you are doing, but he trusts you. In his past life, he was an orphan, and after becoming an adult, no one ever asked him what he wanted to do. There were no close friends, and the sports school coach only cared about his performance. No one cared if he was happy or asked if he was tired. But now there was someone. A man who was thousands of miles away, who didn't understand basketball, didn't understand training, and didn't understand his dreams. Yet he was willing to give money, willing to support him simply because he was his son. "Got it, Dad." Chen voice felt a bit choked. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." "That's good." Chen father paused. "If the money isn't enough, just let me know, don't hold back. If your body gets injured, no amount of money can make up for it." "Understood. Get to bed early, don't stay up late." "Okay." After hanging up, Chen sat on the edge of his bed, not moving for a long time. The next morning, Smith sent someone to find Chen. The messenger was a substitute from the school team, named Marcus, a tall black man, with a complicated look in his eyes as he regarded Chen. He had seen Chen practicing like his life depended on it at the gym yesterday. "Chen, the coach wants you in the office." Chen was stretching and paused to wipe his sweat, asking, "Now?" "Right now." Chen nodded, changed into a clean t-shirt, and followed Marcus to the office building. On the way, Marcus couldn't help but ask, "What time did you practice until yesterday?" "I passed by the training hall at 10 in the evening and the lights were still on." 11 o'clock. Marcus was a bit dumbfounded. "Aren't you tired?" "Not really." Marcus glanced at him, but didn't say anything more. Smith's office was at the corner of the second floor. Qinyang knocked on the door, and a voice inside said, "Come in." He pushed the door open to find Smith sitting behind the desk drinking coffee. Upon seeing Qinyang, he set down his cup and gestured for him to sit. "Qin, my friend, has agreed." Smith got straight to the point. "A three-person team, a physical trainer, a strength coach, and a technical trainer. The salary is $180 an hour. Can you accept that?" Qinyang calculated the numbers in his mind. $180 an hour was certainly not a small sum in 1994. Practicing 10 hours a day would amount to $1,800. If calculated for a month based on 20 days, that would be $36,000. Indeed, it's expensive. Qinyang didn't need a professional team every day. Once a week to correct his movements and adjust his plan would suffice. He could find amateur sparring partners for the rest of the time. So Qinyang replied, "I can accept it. Where is their training center?" Smith seemed taken aback by his straightforward agreement, pausing for a moment. "Are you sure? This isn't cheap." "Sure." Smith nodded and took out a note from his drawer. "It's in the South District of Hartford, about 7 or 8 kilometers away." He erased the address and phone number. "People over there should know the way." Qinyang took the note and tucked it away, saying, "Got it. Thank you, Mr. Smith." "Chun." Smith suddenly called out to him. Qinyang stopped, turning to look at his coach. Smith rubbed his forehead. "Since you've chosen to delve deeply into this path, you must persevere. Training is not something you can do half-heartedly." "I will, Mr. Smith." "That's good. Off you go." After leaving the office, Qinyang stood in the hallway staring at the note in his hand for a few seconds. $180 an hour. Thankfully, his father had transferred him $100,000 yesterday. Although it's costly, money can be earned again. Money isn't an obstacle in this lifetime. Qinyang was more eager to fulfill his dream. Qinyang went downstairs and first stopped by a store off campus. He needed a bicycle as the training center was 7 or 8 kilometers away. Walking would take too much time, and taking a bus was inconvenient. A bicycle was the most suitable option and could also serve as aerobic training. For $200, Qinyang took a test ride around and paid on the spot. After buying the bicycle, he also went to apply for a driver's license. In Connecticut, you can apply for a driver's license at 16. In his previous life, he could drive. Although not an expert, he had a basic foundation. He paid the fee and scheduled a road test for 2 weeks later. Having a car would make getting to the training center safer. The Social Security in America really isn't great. The South District of Hartford is not a safe place either, with gangs, drug dealers, and gun violence frequently making the news. He had to be careful riding his bicycle over. At noon, Qinyang had lunch in the cafeteria and conveniently found teammates Jack and Nate. Jack was a white guard standing at 1.85 m and a key player on the school team. Nate was a black forward 1.98 m, fierce at grabbing rebounds. The two usually had a good relationship with the original owner and had eaten together a few times. "Hey Chun," Jack greeted him upon seeing him. "I heard you practiced late yesterday." News travels fast. It was Marcus who mentioned it. Nate chuckled. "Are you really planning to go pro?" "They'll give it a shot," Qinyang said without elaborating. "I need to talk to you guys about something." "Chun, what's up?" "Starting this afternoon, I need you to spar with me. $10 each for the day, however long we train." Jack and Nate exchanged glances. $10 a day is a pretty good rate. They would earn about the same amount working part-time off campus. Sparring would also help them practice basketball. Easy money. "When do we start?" Jack asked. "Now." "Shin, you're really in a hurry." Nate stood up and patted his backside. "Let's go." With sparring partners, the efficiency indeed increased significantly. With someone to protect him during strength training, Qinyang could squat to failure, while Jack supported the barbell without worrying about being crushed. When he couldn't push the barbell any longer during bench pressing, Nate helped him out. During breaks, someone passed him water and towels. Dribbling practice allowed for added interference. Jack reached out to grab the ball, forcing Qinyang to protect the ball tighter. Nate applied pressure from the side, helping Qinyang get used to controlling the ball under duress. When he shot, the ball either went in or missed, but immediately someone would pass it back. He didn't have to run all over the court chasing the ball. The time for a round of shooting was cut in half. Most importantly, having someone with him made it less likely for him to give up. When training alone, if he got tired or bored, it was easy to slack off. But with 2 people watching, he felt embarrassed to stop. "One more set," Qinyang huffed. Jack passed the ball to him. "All right." Outside the 3-point line, he lifted the ball to shoot. The ball hit the rim and bounced out. "Your form has changed," Jack pointed out the issue. "Your elbow flared out." Qinyang nodded, adjusted his posture, and shot again. This time it went in. "Good shot." Nate retrieved the ball and tossed it back to him. After training until 6 in the evening, Qinyang stopped. For hours of training were more intense than yesterday, but he felt even better physically. With someone to cooperate with, the training flowed more smoothly, without wasting time on trivial matters. Qinyang wiped his sweat, took out $20 from his bag, and handed it to Jack and Nate. For today. Jack took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. Are we training again tomorrow? I need to go to the training center tomorrow. If I'm back early, well trained then. The three of them walked out of the training hall together. Qinyang pushed his bicycle back to the dormitory, his legs still sore, but feeling better than yesterday. The effect of his five-fold recovery ability began to show, and he was recovering rapidly. The next morning as dawn broke, Qinyang pushed his bicycle out of the dormitory. The morning in Connecticut carried a chill, and Qinyang wore a long-sleeved sports shirt layered with a windbreaker with a training bag slung over his back as he mounted his bicycle. As he moved further south, the streets became more dilapidated. In America, cities are sharply divided. Affluent areas are clean and tidy while poorer areas are in ruins. The Southern District of Hartford is a poor area characterized by graffiti on the walls, litter on the roadside, and the occasional loitering individuals. Qinyang gripped the handlebars tightly, his gaze alert. Fortunately, the area near the training center was relatively safe. It was a standalone single-story building painted blue on the outside with a simple sign hanging at the entrance. Qinyang locked his bike at the door and pushed it open. Three men stood in the center of the training ground and turned their heads as he entered. The black man in the middle, spoke. I am Selden, the technical trainer. Hello, Qinyang nodded. These two, Selden gestured to the side, are Mark, the strength coach, and Tom the Mark was a muscular white man with arms thicker than Qinyang's thighs. Tom was of average height, wearing a sports watch and holding a clipboard. We'll start with some tests today, Selden said. We need to understand your basic data to formulate a plan. No. After warming up, the tests began. First was the static attributes: height, weight, wingspan, standing reach, hand size, and shoulder width. Each item was carefully measured. Qinyang took off his shirt and stood in front of the measuring device. Tom recorded. Height 191 cm, weight 78 kilograms, wingspan 208 cm. Tom paused and measured again. Indeed, it's 208 cm. Selden nodded in satisfaction. The wingspan exceeded his height by 17 cm, marking it as top tier. Standing reach is 260 cm. Tom continued to report. Hand size is 23 cm. Shoulder width is 48 cm. Then came the dynamic attributes. Vertical jump, running jump, 30-meter sprint, shuttle run, agility test. Qinyang stood in front of the vertical jump tester, took a deep breath, squatted, and jumped. Vertical jump, 56 cm. Running jump, 64 cm. As the data was reported one by one, Selden's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Finally, it was time for the basketball skills test: dribbling around cones, passing accuracy, stationary shooting, moving shooting, and finishing at the rim, each done in 5 sets to take the average. Dribbling was relatively smooth, but the speed was lacking. Passing was average with no highlights. Selden watched as Qinyang made 20 consecutive three-pointers, hitting 6. A 30% shooting percentage. Selden jotted down the number on the clipboard. Finishing at the rim was slightly better, hitting 7 out of 10, but the movements were not smooth, relying heavily on sheer strength. The testing concluded, and the three men sat in the office while Qinyang sat across from them. Selden pushed the test report across the table and tapped his fingers on the surface. I'll be direct with you. Selden's tone was somewhat brusque. Your static attributes are top-notch. Your height and wingspan compare favorably with the best high school athletes of your age. Qinyang nodded, remaining silent. Selden continued. In terms of vertical jump speed and agility compared to other players your age across America, your dynamic attributes are average. As for your skills. Selden paused, mediocre. I'm not trying to discourage you. Selden looked into Qinyang's eyes. I'm merely stating the facts. Your dribbling, passing, and shooting can only be considered ordinary, far from excellent. Qinyang knew Selden was speaking the truth. The numbers on the panel didn't lie. Selden leaned forward, interlocking his fingers on the table. Let me ask you a question. Is your goal a hobby or a professional path? Qinyang hesitated barely at all. Professional. Selden stared at him for a few seconds and slowly nodded. If you're going professional, my advice is to train your dynamic abilities comprehensively, as that is the foundation. However, in terms of skills, I suggest you choose a few specialties and gradually develop overall abilities. Why? Qinyang asked. Time, Selden replied. In a little over a year, you'll need to choose either to enter college or pursue a professional path. If you practice all skills, then all of them will be somewhat lacking. If you specialize in a certain area, you will have your advantages and be able to secure a place in the team. I've seen too many kids with decent talent who tried to do too much and ended up failing. One day practicing shooting, the next day dribbling, the day after that defense. In the end, they can do everything but excel at none. When it comes to high-level competitions, none of their skills stand out. Qinyang pondered over Selden's words. This theory is indeed correct. Professional trainers are truly different. In his past life, he had similar advice from his coach in the provincial youth team. Back then, his fundamentals were too poor to specialize in any skill. But now things are different. The system training is effective. Yang can master all techniques, it's just a matter of time. However, Selden was right. He needed to prepare for the next stage. NCAA or NBA. The decision would depend on the level of improvement over the next year. After coming to this realization, Yang spoke, Mr. Selden, I choose to focus on defense and shooting. Selden was momentarily taken aback, then his face broke into a reassuring smile. A good choice. The physical dynamics of Asians and Caucasians are not as strong, that's an objective fact. If you excel in defense and have an open shot, you can still earn playing time on the team. Defense and shooting are skills that every team needs. If you excel in these two, even if you're mediocre in other areas, there will be teams that want you. Yang did not argue. To some extent, Selden was correct. In this era, the concept of a 3D player had not. However, defense and shooting are always valuable assets. Who is Yang? He is a prodigy. As long as he is willing to practice and invests a bit more time, he will surpass everyone. Selden's advice was aimed at ordinary people, but he was not ordinary. Yang indeed needed to prepare for the next stage, whether for NCAA or NBA, and time was limited. He could not pursue everything. His uninjured trait allowed Yang to defend like a wolf, making defense and shooting the most prudent choice. Then it settled. Selden stood up. Starting tomorrow, we will formulate a plan in this direction. Professional training once a week, and you can arrange the rest of your time. All right. By the way, Selden walked to the door, glanced back at Yang. I have seen many children with dreams, but fewer than 1% make it. This path is arduous, even tougher than you imagine. I hope you are mentally prepared. Yang also stood up, meeting Selden's gaze. Mr. Selden, I am ready. Selden pushed the door open and left, leaving Yang alone in the office. Yang sat in the chair looking at the test report on the desk. Static, top-notch, dynamic, average, skills, mediocre. He folded the report, slung his bag over his shoulder, and walked out of the training center. He hopped on his bike and rode back to school, as there was more training ahead. Jack and Nate were waiting for him. With professional training once a week, he would practice rigorously during the remaining time. He would train until no one could call him mediocre, until no one could ignore him, until no one could stop him. Upon returning to school, Yang headed straight to the basketball court. Jack and Nate were already there waiting. Upon seeing Yang enter, they both stood up. What are we practicing today? Jack asked. Shooting and defense. Yang set down his bag. Physical training will remain the same, or just keep an eye on me. Nate clapped his hands. All right, shall we start? The strength training continued as usual: squats, bench press, deadlifts, 5 sets of each movement, pushing to failure. Jack was there for protection while Nate ensured the movements were correct. Jack supported the barbell. Just 2 more, you can do it. Yang gritted his teeth, veins popping, pushing the barbell up with all his might before heavily placing it back on the rack. Yang lay on the bench press, gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. Rest for a minute. Nate handed him a bottle of water. Yang took it, gulped down a couple of sips, and said nothing. Such training had begun to feel habitual, though every day's training was exhausting, but the numbers on the system panel were rising. In the past 2 days, training strength had increased by 0.2 and stamina by 0.3. It was a slow rise, but it was improving, and that was enough. Having completed strength training, Yang moved on to shooting practice. Standing beyond the three-point line, basketball in hand, he contemplated his shooting form. In his previous life, he rarely attempted three-pointers. Now he had to rebuild his fundamentals from scratch. Should he adopt a 1-motion or 2-motion shot? After brief reflection, Yang opted for the 2-motion jump shot. For much of NBA history, defensive intensity had been exceptionally high. Relentless physical contact and constant hand disruption made consistency arduous. The three-pointer's historical underutilization stemmed from its inherent instability and susceptibility to interference. The primary flaw of the 1-motion release lay in its low release point, making mid-range shots vulnerable to blocks. Employing 1-motion for threes while using 2-motion for mid-range would fracture muscle memory, compromising proficiency in both. He resolved to standardize on the 2-motion form: higher release point, greater resistance to defensive pressure, more physically demanding, yet ultimately more reliable. Let's begin. Yang spoke. Jack and Nate positioned themselves on either side, ready to retrieve missed shots. Taking a deep breath, Yang bent his knees, raised the ball, leapt, and released. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, only to strike the front rim and bounce away. Short, Jack remarked. Yang nodded silently, retrieved the ball, and shot again. This time it swished cleanly through the net. Good shot. Nate retrieved the ball and tossed it back. 100, 200, 300. His arms burned. Every lift of the ball provoked fierce muscular protest. Yang did not pause, mechanically repeating the same motion: bend, rise, leap, release. The soft swish of netting became his sole solace. 1,000 mid-range shots. 1,000 three-pointers. By the end, his accuracy had plummeted. 40% from mid-range, only 20% from beyond the arc. Yang remained unfazed. Muscle memory was forged not in moments, but in thousands of repetitions. When shooting concluded, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wiping sweat from his brow, he declared, "Next, defense." "How do we train it?" Jack asked. "You attack. I defend," Qinyang replied. "Go all out. No mercy." Jack and Nate exchanged glances. Nate asked, "Are you certain?" "Certain." Jack shrugged. "Fine. Don't say we didn't warn you." Defensive drills proved even more grueling than shooting. Jack, a guard, possessed blinding speed and unpredictable crossovers. Nate, a forward, relied on sheer physicality and favored post-up moves. They alternated attacks while Qinyang defended alone. On their first matchup, Jack shook him loose with 2 swift crossovers. "Too slow," Jack shook his head. "Your footwork can't keep up." Qinyang said nothing. Reposition, reset, prepared anew. On the second possession, Nate demanded the ball deep in the post, caught it, and drove hard inward. Qinyang could not hold his ground, driven backward 2 full steps before Nate finished easily at the rim. "Insufficient strength," Nate observed. "Learn technique, not brute force. Don't just absorb impact or redirect it." Qinyang nodded, committing the lesson to memory. Third attempt, fourth, fifth. Each repetition refined his defensive footwork, lateral slides, controlled shifts, deliberate micro-movements. He fell, rose, was beaten, chased, was displaced, re-established position. Sweat soaked his clothes completely, a single twist yielded streams of water. His breathing grew ragged, labored, like a bellows straining over fire, lungs searing with each inhale. Yet the light in Qinyang's eyes burned ever brighter. On his system interface, individual defense rose by 0.1. At 9 p.m., training ended. Jack and Nate collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. Jack groaned. "Your training method doesn't treat humans as humans. It treats them as machines." Nate fared worse, flat on his back, limbs leaden. "Can we even train tomorrow? My legs feel like borrowed property." Qinyang pulled $20 from his bag and handed it to them. "For today, same time tomorrow. Will you come?" Jack pocketed the bill without hesitation. "We'll be here. This pay is worth it, even if it's just self-training." Qinyang nodded. "Then see you tomorrow." At 6 a.m. The next morning, Qinyang rose precisely on schedule. He cycled to Hartford South District, arriving at the training center before 7. Selton and his team were already present. "Warm up first," Mark instructed. "Then I'll correct your strength." A 20-minute warm-up followed. Treadmill jogging at low intensity, dynamic stretching, full body activation. Then strength training commenced. Mark stood nearby, scrutinizing every nuance of Qinyang's movement. "During squats, avoid knee valgus," Mark noted. "Keep toes pointed forward. Knees must track over toes." Qinyang adjusted his stance and repeated the motion. "During bench presses, retract scapulae, no shrugging. During deadlifts, maintain rigid spinal extension, never round your back." One correction after another revealed flaws he hadn't recognized, some inherited from his host's ingrained habits, others born of his own haphazard prior training. Mark added, "Uncorrected, these errors invite injury, especially under high-intensity regimens, and drastically diminish training efficacy." Qinyang nodded. "Understood." Upon completing the corrections, Mark delivered a detailed training plan, 3 weekly strength sessions, 90 minutes each. Every exercise set count and repetition was meticulously specified. Qinyang accepted the plan without requesting increased intensity, knowing full well he would double every prescribed volume. With his system at hand, recovery capacity amplified 5-fold. He embraced relentless effort, train until exhaustion, then push further. Similarly, conditioning coach Tom assessed heart rate and recovery metrics before issuing a comprehensive fitness plan. 4 weekly aerobic sessions, 2 anaerobic, intensity progressing gradually to prevent overtraining. Qinyang accepted it all without reservation. Finally, turning to Selton. "Begin shooting," Selton instructed. "Let me observe your mechanics." Qinyang stepped beyond the 3-point line and launched his first shot. After 20 attempts, Selton called a halt. "Your shooting habit includes elbow flare." Selton approached, adjusting his arm. "This must be corrected. Before releasing, consciously draw your elbow inward, aligning it directly toward the basket." Qinyang adjusted and tried again. His elbow now aligned correctly, yet his accuracy dropped sharply. "Expected," Selton assured him. "Altering muscle memory demands time. Initial discomfort and declining efficiency are natural. Persist, and precision will return." Qinyang nodded, continuing his repetitions. Then Selton taught defensive footwork and tactical principles. Sliding without vertical oscillation, rapid lateral shuffles, anticipatory rotations during help defense. Each detail articulated with surgical clarity. Qinyang listened intently. By noon, the full morning session, shooting defense biomechanics, had concluded. Stepping outside the training center, Qinyang realized he'd misjudged the process entirely. He'd assumed elite coaching required 10-hour daily sessions, yet this assumption had been naive. Indeed, if such investment were necessary, few could afford it. Renowned trainers commanded premium fees, often hired exclusively by NBA players, a justified market reality. Most trainers earned modestly, not through exclusivity, but volume. Weekly expert guidance complemented by disciplined, independent practice, that was the sustainable norm. Returning to campus by noon, Chunyang ate, rested briefly, then resumed training in the afternoon. Jack and Nate arrived punctually. Guided by Sultan's plan, the trio began their session. Strength work flowed more smoothly. Mark's corrections had refined his biomechanics. Shooting remained challenging, elbow alignment improved form, but accuracy dipped temporarily. Defensive drills demanded repetition. Sultan's footwork principles absorbed through relentless practice. At 8 p.m., training concluded. Jack and Nate were spent, but admiration now flickered unmistakably in their eyes. Jack suddenly asked, "Chun, why do you train so fiercely?" Chunyang paused, silent for a beat. Because regret had haunted his past life, and this time he refused to lose again. Basketball was etched into his bones. Now he held the chance to transcend his former limits. Because I want to win. Chunyang said it plainly, unadorned, unambiguous. Jack and Nate exchanged a glance, then both smiled. All right, Nate rose. Then we continue tomorrow. Time is an elusive thing slipping through our grasp, and a year passes in the blink of an eye. Chunyang stood in front of the mirror, gazing at his reflection. He had grown to 198 cm and weighed 87 kilograms. The muscle definition on his arms was clear, his shoulders broadened, and his chest thickened. Jack and Nate were also improving. After training with Chunyang for a year, both of their skills had increased significantly. Sometimes Chunyang had to give it his all just to defend against them. After one training session, Jack lay exhausted on the ground, saying, "Chun, your defense is really strong now. I can't shake you off when I change direction, and you can still block my shots. Nate was more direct, when I back you down, I can't budge you. How did you train so hard in just a year?" Chunyang smiled and didn't answer. Some things couldn't be said, as should he tell them that he had a system that made his training effective. The high school team started winning games. Last year they were an unranked team in the state, but this year they made it to the top 16 in the regional tournament. Coach Smith stood on the sidelines watching the figure of the Asian player on the court with a complex expression. A year ago this kid knocked on his office door asking for a professional training team. At that time Smith thought it was just another rich kid's whim. Unexpectedly, Chunyang truly persevered. He was the first to arrive at the gym every day and the last to leave. He didn't take breaks on weekends or go home during holidays. The intensity of training was terrifying, but Chunyang withstood it and grew stronger. Unfortunately, the school wasn't known for basketball. The strong basketball schools in Connecticut were elsewhere, and their boarding school had always been mediocre in sports. Without participating in decent leagues, there was no exposure, and naturally no professional scouts paid attention. Chunyang knew this. Therefore, he had been waiting for an opportunity. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In the summer of 1995, Chunyang turned 18. By normal standards, he should have received NCAA invitations this summer, or at least some interest from universities. The reality was that he hadn't received a single invitation. Jack and Nate were aware of this. They came to find him wanting to offer some comfort, but didn't know what to say. "Maybe there are other schools," Jack managed to say after a long pause. Yet Chunyang replied, not saying much more. Chunyang understood that without exposure, without game footage, and without scout reports, no matter how hard he trained or how good his stats were, no one would know. Drafting? Even less likely. High school students who entered the NBA draft were all well-known high school prodigies. What was Chunyang? An obscure Asian bound to go undrafted. "Chun, there's an opportunity." Smith placed a document on the table. "I co-signed a recommendation letter for you with Selden and submitted it to the University of Connecticut." Chunyang was taken aback. The University of Connecticut, the Huskies. A traditional powerhouse in NCAA, performing well in recent years. If he could get in even as a substitute, it would be a stepping stone to the professional world. Selden was once an assistant coach for the Huskies. Smith continued, "He still has connections there, and his words carry weight." Chunyang's heart started racing. This year, several players from the Huskies are confirmed to leave for the draft. Smith opened the document. The team's core player Ray Allen has chosen to stay, but starting small forward Donnie Marshall will enter the draft this year. The team urgently needs fresh blood. They have agreed to give you a chance for a trial. Smith looked at Chunyang. "Tomorrow, go to the Huskies." That night, Chunyang lay in bed, unable to sleep. This might be the most important trial for his basketball dream. Chunyang silently recited his attributes and opened the attribute panel. Chunyang. Physical basic data. Height 198 cm. Weight 87 kilograms. Wingspan 214 cm. Standing reach 269 cm. Physical qualities. Strength 70. Stamina 79. Jump 67. Speed 78. Coordination 79. Basketball skills. Finishing at the rim 83. Mid-range shooting 82. Three-point shooting 77. Passing 54. Driving 37. Ball handling 45. Rebounding 68. Stealing 52. Blocking 66. Help defense 67. On-ball defense 76. Mental and awareness. Mental toughness 90. Court awareness 72. Note all attributes have a maximum limit of 100. At the University of Connecticut Gamble Pavilion, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting golden patches of light on the wooden floor. Qinyang stood at the edge of the court following Sailton in warm-up stretches. Every part of his body was thoroughly warmed up. A year of training had instilled in Qinyang the habit of proper warm-ups, not out of fear of injury, but to activate his athletic performance. Relax a bit, Sailton patted his shoulder. You've practiced for a year, just do what you need to do. Qinyang nodded in response, not feeling tense at all. In both his past and present lives, once he stepped onto the court, his whole being was devoted to basketball. He looked around and saw 5 or 6 others who were also trying out, each warming up in their own way. There were both black and white players, their heights varying from 1.9 meters to 2.03 meters. Qinyang glanced around. He didn't recognize any of them. This was normal. Truly gifted and well-known high school players had long been scouted by top universities and did not need to go through tryouts. Those who came here for tryouts were all marginal players who hadn't made a name for themselves, hoping to seize an opportunity. Sailton whispered, "The one in the red jersey is Marcus Johnson from New York, a second-team All-State player in high school." Qinyang nodded, remaining silent. "The tallest one at 2.03 meters is Devin Smith, a center with rough skills." "Understood, coach." Sailton looked at him, saying, "Don't be nervous. Coach Carlhong has a good eye for talent, and he values attitude more." On the second floor of the venue, a few people stood watching the tryouts below. In the middle was Jim Carlhong, the head coach of the Huskies. In his 50s, with sharp eyes and arms crossed, he scanned the tryout players back and forth. To his left stood an assistant coach, and to his right was a scout. The scout spoke first, saying, "This year's tryout players are of average quality, nothing particularly outstanding." Carlhong remained silent, his gaze fixated on Qinyang. The young Asian player stood at an estimated 1.98 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique and clear muscle definition. His warm-up movements were smooth, without unnecessary flair, each stretch executed perfectly. "What's that Asian kid's name?" Carlhong asked. The assistant coach flipped through the materials, saying, "Qinyang from China. He has no experience in state-level competitions. The recommendation letter is co-signed by Coach Smith and Sailton." "Recommended by Sailton." Carlhong raised an eyebrow. Sailton had once been an assistant coach for the Huskies, and Carlhong trusted his judgment. Let's first look at the physical measurements. The testing began with static attributes: height, weight, wingspan, standing reach, hand length, and shoulder width. Each item was measured carefully. Qinyang stood in front of the measuring device. "Height 1.98 meters, the tester announced. Carlhong's eyes brightened. This height was perfect for a small forward. Weight 87 kilograms. Not bad, he had the ability to take contact and wasn't a skinny stick. Wingspan. The tester paused for a moment and remeasured 214 centimeters. Carlhong stepped closer to personally check the measurement results. A wingspan 16 centimeters longer than his height was top-tier talent among basketball players. The best NBA wingspans were only at this level. Standing reach 269 centimeters. Hand length 24.3 centimeters, a shoulder width 49 centimeters. As the tester reported each measurement, Carlhong's eyes grew brighter. "This static talent is impressive," the scout remarked. "A wingspan of 214 centimeters puts him among the top in this year's draft." Carlhong said nothing, but in his mind, he was already calculating. He knew the Huskies' situation better than anyone. Ray Allen was staying with the team, so offensive firepower was not lacking. The newly recruited Hamilton was exceptionally talented, solidifying the power forward position. At the point guard position was sophomore Richie Moore, who also had considerable talent and eventually made it to the NBA. The only small forward position was vacant. Marshall had entered the draft this year and was picked by the Cavaliers at the 39th position in the second round. Currently, the only one capable of stepping up was senior Glenn Selbo, but Selbo fell short. His defense wasn't aggressive enough, and his shooting was unstable. After reaching the quarterfinals last season, the team needed to advance further this year, and the small forward position was a pressing requirement. Qinyang's static talent was naturally suited for a wing defender. "Let's continue with the dynamic tests," Carlhong said. The dynamic tests included vertical jump, 30-meter sprint, shuttle run, and agility tests. Qinyang stood in front of the vertical jump tester, taking a deep breath. After a year of training, this moment would prove everything. He squatted down and jumped, stretching his arms upwards with all his might. Vertical jump, 70 centimeters. Running jump, 82 centimeters. The scout nodded in satisfaction, saying, "This jumping ability is impressive." Carlhong still said nothing, but his satisfaction was hard to hide in his eyes. The test of speed and agility showed promising results. Although the dynamic talent isn't top tier, it is sufficient. Combined with this static talent, the defense will not suffer. "This young man has definitely trained," the scout remarked. "His movements are coordinated and his power is smooth. He is not the type from the streets." Selden did not lie to him. This kid has indeed put in the effort. Finally, it was time for the shooting test, consisting of 5 spots with 10 shots taken from each, including mid-range and three-point shots. Chen stood at the corner, holding the basketball, taking a deep breath. After countless shooting practices over the year, this moment was to prove something to himself. He bent his knees, lifted the ball, jumped, and shot. The basketball arched gracefully through the air and swished through the net. Swish. The crisp sound echoed in the gym. The second shot went in. The third shot went in. 4 mid-range shots out of 5 groups he achieved an over 80% hit rate. 4 3-point shots out of 5 groups, he had a 70% hit rate. The scene fell a bit silent, and the scout was the first to break the silence. That hit rate is a bit exaggerated. Is it the test ball that's the problem? The assistant coach questioned. Change to a new set of balls and test again, Carl Hong said. The tester switched to a new basketball, and Chen shot again. The hit rate slightly dropped, remaining over 75% for mid-range shots and 65% for three-pointers. This isn't luck, this is hard work, the scout said. Carl Hong stared at Chen on the court, already making a decision in his heart. He can defend, hit open jump shots, and doesn't require ball dominance. This is a relatively rare type of player for the Huskies at the moment. Ray Allen and Hamilton are both ball-dominant players who need others to create space for them and to do the dirty work on the defensive end. Chen perfectly fits this role. After the physical test, he walked to the sidelines and picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. Selden approached and patted his shoulder. How do you feel? Not bad, Chen replied with a smile. You performed well, Selden chuckled. Carl Hong is watching you. He came over during the physical test. Half an hour later, Carl Hong walked up to Chen and extended his hand. Chen I'm head coach Jim. Carl Hong. Chen quickly shook his hand. Hello, sir. I'm very satisfied with your performance, Carl Hong stated directly. Your static talent is excellent and your wingspan is top tier. The shooting practice has paid off. Selden submitted information indicating you have a good understanding of defense. Yes, sir, I mainly train in defense and catch and shoot. The Huskies are lacking in the small forward position this year, Carl Hong continued. Marshall has left and Selbo is in his senior year. We need fresh blood. Carl Hong paused, looking into Chen Yang's eyes. I can offer you a full scholarship. Are you willing to join the Husky? Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat at the mention of a full scholarship. This means tuition, accommodation, and living expenses are all covered. Although he wasn't short on money, this was a symbol of the team's status. Chen happily replied, it would be my honor, sir. Great, Carl Hong smiled. Come to report at the end of August. There will be someone to help you with the enrollment procedures. Don't relax during the holidays, train hard. Understood, sir. Carl Hong patted Chen Yang's shoulder and turned to leave. Selden waited for Carl Hong to walk far away before approaching. How did it go? Chen said, I passed full scholarship. Selden laughed, ha. I knew you could do it. Chen remained silent, watching Carl Hong's departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions. As he exited the Gamper gymnasium, Jack and Nate were waiting for him at the entrance, both looking nervous. How did it go? Jack asked. I passed, Chen replied. Full scholarship. The two were stunned for a moment before jumping up simultaneously. F. Jack cursed, hugging Chen Brother, I knew you could do it. Nate also came over, and the three over the year they witnessed Chen Yang's transformation from that skinny Asian boy to the muscular figure he is now, training 10 hours a day regardless of the weather, falling down and getting back up, chasing after those who surpassed him, and continuing to shoot, even when he missed. They accompanied Chen for a year, knowing what he had put in. Chen returned to the dormitory and dialed his father's phone number. It was the early morning in China now. After a few rings the call was answered. Hello. A sleepy voice answered. Chen said, Dad, it's me. I passed. On the other end there was silence for 2 seconds. What did you pass? The basketball team's trial at Kangda, full scholarship. Chen father's voice came through a bit hoarse. That's great. Let me know if the money isn't enough. Chen father paused. Yang, I am proud of you. Chen felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had never heard anyone say this to him. The summer in Connecticut is scorching hot. For most students, it is a 2-month period of relaxation and enjoyment of youth. For Chen however, it is merely another training cycle. During the 2-month vacation, Chen hardly rested. Whenever he wanted to relieve stress, he would invite the blonde girl from Mygok to practice ball control. He consistently went to the training center in the South District of Hartford every week. Searleton helped him correct his form, Mark adjusted his strength training plan, and Tom monitored his physical data. The training regimen was continuously adjusted according to Chen physical changes, evolving from foundational training to meticulous refinement. During the remaining time, Jack and Nate continued to act as sparring partners. These two guys ultimately did not pursue basketball. After graduating from high school, they enrolled in an ordinary university in Connecticut, choosing business and computer science majors. In the 2 months before the start of school, they remained available at any time. Jack lay on the ground, tongue out, saying, Chun, you are simply a freak. Practicing like this during vacation, are you trying to kill us? Chen handed him a towel and smiled, less talk, let's do another set. NCAA is not like high school leagues. The pace is faster, the confrontations are fiercer, and the tactics are more complex. If one does not enhance their abilities significantly, even with a system, they might end up sitting on the bench for a year. At the end of August, Chen Yang with his backpack officially stepped onto the campus of the University of Connecticut. He registered completed dormitory procedures, and the coaching staff specifically arranged for Chen Yang to share a dorm with Richard Hamilton. Both were newcomers to the school team and played as forwards, which allowed them to look out for each other and develop chemistry. Upon opening the dorm door, Hamilton was already there, sitting on the side of the bed, organizing his clothes. When he saw Chen Yang enter, he stood up and extended his hand. "Hey, I am Richard Hamilton. You can call me Richard." Chen Yang shook his hand, saying, "Chen Yang. You can call me Chen or Yang." Hamilton was tall and slender with gentle eyes and a moderate speaking pace. He was the type of person who didn't say much, but was easy to get along with. Later, people called him the masked man because he wore a mask while playing in the NBA after an injury, but at this moment, he was just a young boy fresh out of school. "I heard your defense is quite good," Hamilton said with a smile. The coach mentioned it during a meeting. "It's not bad, just something I practiced," Chen Yang humbly replied. "Practiced?" Hamilton raised an eyebrow, implying that it required a lot of hard work. "Then get to bed early tonight. We have training at 8 tomorrow. Coach Carl Hung hates tardiness." The two briefly chatted before packing their things and going to bed early. The next morning at 7, before the alarm rang, Chen Yang woke up due to his biological clock. He got up quietly to wash up and changed into his training attire. Hamilton woke up around the same time. They exchanged a glance without speaking, and together they left the dorm. By 7:30, they arrived at the gym. The large Gamble pavilion was empty, and Chen Yang and Hamilton found a corner to start warming up. They stretched, jogged, dribbled, and shot until 7:50, when the other teammates began to arrive one after another. Ray Allen also showed up, wearing brand new training gear, his expression nonchalant, as if indifferent to everything around him. This was a future Hall of Fame member, exuding a natural air of coolness. At 8 o'clock sharp, Coach Jim Carl Hung appeared at the sidelines. The whistle blew. "Gather." The 13 players quickly lined up. Carl Hung crossed his arms, his piercing gaze sweeping over everyone. "Welcome to the new season. Past achievements have been reset. No matter how well you played last year or how glorious you were in high school, everything starts anew here. Let's get to know each other, starting with the veterans." Ray Allen stepped forward first, surveying the group, his tone calm. "I trust you all should know me. You can call me Allen. Oh, I play shooting guard." Simple and direct, carrying the confidence of a team leader. Following that, the other veterans introduced themselves one by one. After each introduction, Carl Hung would add a few detailed remarks. When it was the newcomer's turn, Hamilton stepped up. "Richard Hamilton, power forward. You can call me Richard." During this period, Hamilton played as a power forward and was unafraid of physical confrontations, which was quite a contrast to the masked man during the Pistons' glory days. Carl Hung nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. This was a talent he personally recruited and one of the core players for the team's future. Next was Chen Yang, stepping forward and standing tall. "Chen Yang from China, playing small forward. You can call me Chen or Yang." The room fell silent for a moment, though an Asian face was not common in NCAA, especially in a traditional powerhouse like UConn. Many veterans showed a hint of curiosity, while others watched with scrutiny. Carl Hung stared at him for 2 seconds, examining Chen Yang's muscular build, and nodded. "Chen's talent is excellent, and his defensive attitude is commendable. I hope he can make an impact on the court." "Yes, coach." Thus, the 13-man roster of the Husky team for this season is basically confirmed. Point guards: Richie Moore, sophomore; Drew Kelly Jr. J. Harrison, freshman; shooting guards: Ray Allen Jr., Brian Lawler Sr., Rasamel Jones, sophomore; small forwards: Glenn Selbo Sr., Chen Yang; freshman power forwards: Richard Hamilton; freshman Kirk King Jr., Mike Williams; sophomore centers: Travis Knight Sr., Jack Voskuhl Jr. The lineup looks promising, featuring experienced veterans as well as exceptionally talented rookies. However, the small forward position appears somewhat thin, as Selbo is graduating and has an average skill level, while Chen Yang, as a newcomer, has yet to prove himself. The first day's training mainly consisted of physical assessments. Carl Hung wanted to see if these guys had become complacent over the summer. Chen Yang's data remained impressive, easily passing the fitness tests. Carl Hung noted it down in his mind. After the physical assessments, the assistant coach handed out a thick tactical manual to a few newcomers. The assistant coach said, "Take this home and study it well. If you don't grasp the tactics, you won't get any playing time." Dismissed. Most players cheered and left. Chen Yang and Hamilton stayed behind, and to Chen Yang's surprise, Ray Allen remained as well. The three of them looked. "Aren't you guys leaving?" Ray Allen spoke first. Hamilton scratched his head. "I want to practice a bit more. Reviewing the tactical manual at home is the same, but I feel uncomfortable not practicing." "Me too," Chen Yang replied. Ray Allen smiled slightly. "Then let's practice together." With no one to spar with, the three picked up balls and practiced shooting. Chen Yang thought that after over a year of relentless practice, his shooting had become quite formidable. 3-point shooting at 77, mid-range at 82. These are definitely top levels among NCAA newcomers. However, after training alongside Ray Allen and Hamilton, Chen Yang finally understood what a true top shooter looked like. Ray Allen's shooting was textbook perfect. Catching the ball, bending his knees, and releasing in one fluid motion, there were no unnecessary movements. No matter the distance or interference, his shooting form remained unchanged. Hamilton was no slouch either. His mid-range shooting was particularly stable, excelling at using screens for sudden jump shots with excellent rhythm. Chen felt he was still a bit behind compared to them. It wasn't about shooting percentage, but rather the composure they displayed. Ray Allen's and Hamilton's shooting seemed instinctive, not requiring thought or adjustment. They could just shoot. Chen still needed a bit of subconscious calibration, although it was quick in the eyes of experts that slight delay made a difference. No wonder they became historic shooters in the NBA. The training time is still too short. I need to catch up, Chen thought to himself. However, Ray Allen and Hamilton were quite satisfied with Chen shooting ability. Chen, your release point is high and your ability to resist interference is good. Ray Allen remarked during a break, and your shooting range is far, which is very helpful for us. At this time, Ray Allen, especially in the early NBA phase, relied more on driving than shooting. With explosive physical attributes, he enjoyed attacking the basket and needed a stable shooter nearby to create space. Chen happened to fit this need perfectly. There is a mutual appreciation among shooters. The three of them picked up balls while sharing shooting tips. That corner three-pointer you just took, you released your wrist a bit too early. Ray Allen pointed out a small flaw of Chen. Try releasing at the peak of your jump. Chen tried it once, and indeed it felt smoother. Thanks, Allen. The three of them practiced until 9 o'clock in the evening before reluctantly leaving. On the way back to the dormitory, Hamilton couldn't help but say, Chen, I thought I was the training fanatic, but it turns out you are even crazier than me. I started playing basketball relatively late, so I need to work hard to catch up, Chen replied with a smile. In the following 3 months, Chen led an incredibly fulfilling life. Every day after school at 3 o'clock, he rushed to the gym, practicing until 10 at night. Tactical drills, competitive training, physical conditioning, shooting practice. Moreover, Chen began to increase his training in ball control and breakthroughs. His shooting had stabilized, earning him a place in the team, and it was time to begin comprehensive training. Even Hamilton was in awe of him. The main focus of the team's training was tactical synergy. Every year, newcomers had to undergo this process. Positioning screens, rotational defense, fast break placements. Every detail needed to be fine-tuned repeatedly. Chen performance impressed the coaching staff. With a strong execution of tactics, the coach would state something once, and Chen would diligently remember it and quickly implement it in training. More importantly, Chen defensive attitude was commendable. During intra-squad matches, he clung to opponents like a tenacious adhesive. Whether against core players like Ray Allen or veterans like Selbo, he showed no mercy. Chen ran tirelessly, giving his all in every defensive play. Relying on his resilience, he defended as if he had nothing to lose. Sometimes to save a ball, he would dive far and then get up to continue defending. Coach Carl Hong stood on the sidelines watching the figures sprinting on the court, filled with satisfaction. This is the spirit the Huskies need. Carl Hong said to the assistant coach, no matter the talent, this kind of attitude ensures he can stand firm in the team. Sometimes Carl Hong would let Chen replace Selbo on the court. Selbo was a senior, his skills already established, but he couldn't keep up with the high-intensity competition. Chen was young, agile, capable of defense, and could also hit open shots. After several training matches, Chen had basically secured a starting or major rotation position. This was an incredible achievement for a freshman. Typically, newcomers spend their first year on the bench, getting familiar with the rhythm and doing the dirty work. Chen was different. He showcased his readiness right from the start. Of course, Hamilton was an exception, a genius specifically recruited by the team. His talent ensured he would be one of the core players. Chen however, carved out his own path through hard work and a 3D skill set. On an evening in November after training, Carl Hong called Chen into his office. Chen, sit down. Chen sat, filled with some anticipation. Carl Hong got straight to the point. I've been watching your performance over the past 3 months. Your progress has been rapid. You can now shoulder key defensive responsibilities, and your shooting is stable. Thank you, coach. Carl Hong shifted his tone. The NCAA games are different from training. The pace is faster and the competition is fiercer. You need to be mentally prepared. I understand, coach. Carl Hong looked at him. Starting next week, we'll play 2 warm-up games. They'll have you start as small forward with Selbo coming off the bench. Even though I had my suspicions, hearing it directly made me a bit happy. A freshman starting. No problem, coach. He'll give it my all. Carl Hong patted him on the shoulder. Don't let me down. Stepping out of the office, Chen took a deep breath. This moment was one Chen had waited for far too long. From the moment he crossed over to the 10 hours of training each day and now to this recognition. Each step was hard-fought yet solid. His basketball dream was finally beginning in earnest. Back in the dormitory, Hamilton was reviewing the tactical manual. What did the coach want with you? Hamilton asked. Chen did not hide it. Next week's warm-up game, he wants me to start. Hamilton was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Congratulations, starting partner. Let's work hard together. On November 4, 1995, at the University of Connecticut in Gamble Pavilion, Chen arrived at the gym 2 hours early. The locker room was empty, just him. After changing into his jersey and organizing his gear, Chen told himself, I must perform well. These 2 warm-up games were his declaration of intent. If he did not perform well, Coach Carl Hong might reconsider the starting lineup. While Glenn Selbo was not highly skilled, he was a senior with rich experience and the trust of his teammates. If he could secure the starting position and deliver an eye-catching performance, then as a traditional powerhouse boasting Ray Allen, UConn would have immense exposure. Countless NBA scouts would gather here. Under the spotlight, every one of Chen Yang's steps would be magnified. That was the flattest road to the NBA. Chen Yang began his warm-up stretches followed by mid-range and three-point shooting. Each motion was performed with utmost precision, as if this were not a warm-up game, but the finals. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang picked up the basketball and walked toward the court. In the vast gymnasium, the sound of the ball bouncing on the floor was particularly crisp. Bang, bang, bang. Half an hour later, his teammates began to arrive. Ray Allen still wore a stern expression, and after a simple warm-up, he started shooting alone. Hamilton greeted Chen Yang with a smile, and they passed the ball back and forth to find their rhythm. Are you nervous? Hamilton asked. Chen Yang replied, honestly, a bit. After all, it's my first game. Relax. Hamilton patted his shoulder. The opponents are just from a third-tier league. As long as we play according to our tactics, winning won't be a problem. The gym began to buzz with excitement as rock music played on the PA system, and students flocked to the entrance in groups. Today marked the first warm-up game of the UConn Huskies' new season, with the opponent being Connecticut College. Even though it was a warm-up game and the opponents were merely a third-tier team, it did nothing to diminish the fans' enthusiasm. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the game officially began. Despite being just a warm-up match, the attendance at the Gamble Sports Arena was still astonishing. The referees stood at the center circle, tossing the ball into the air. Travis Knight leaped high, easily directing the ball to point guard Rich Moore. The Huskies launched their first offense. Rich Moore dribbled past the half-court, assessing the situation before passing the ball to Ray Allen, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the right. Dan Shepard, the core of Connecticut College and also a shooting guard, might be a star in the lower leagues, but in front of Ray Allen, he appeared too immature. Ray Allen received the ball, and Shepard immediately closed in, lowering his center of gravity. Suddenly, Ray Allen made a move, driving right with the ball, swiftly executing a simple change of direction. Shepard's center of gravity was instantly thrown off, and Ray Allen seized the opportunity to slip past him, driving straight into the paint. An opposing player of similar height to Ray Allen rushed over to attempt a block. Ray Allen lingered slightly in the air, flicking his wrist gently, and the basketball kissed the backboard before swishing through the net. Good shot. The crowd erupted in cheers. Now it was Connecticut College's turn to attack. Shepard held the ball, determined to make a comeback, calling for a screen to drive through using the pick. Ray Allen's defense was tight, squeezing through the screen and sticking close to Shepard, using his hands to constantly interfere. Shepard was forced into a corner with very little space to shoot. With a forced jump shot, the basketball hit the front rim and bounced out. Chen Yang had already positioned himself perfectly, extending his long arms to secure the rebound and quickly passing the ball to the advancing Rich. The Huskies initiated their second attack, starting to execute their tactics. This warm-up match was not just about dominating, but familiarizing themselves with the strategies in real gameplay. Chen Yang and Hamilton both sprinted from the baseline, running up the sides. The two crossed paths, with Hamilton deliberately slowing down to set a solid screen for Chen Yang. Hamilton was more well-known, and the opponent's defensive focus was clearly on him. Two defenders instinctively lunged toward Hamilton. Chen Yang took advantage of the screen, shaking off his defender to run into an open spot at a 30-degree angle on the left. Rich Moore's pass arrived rapidly. Chen Yang caught the ball, slightly bending his knees, tightening his core, and leaping to release the shot. The motion was smooth and fluid, without any hesitation. The basketball arced high in the air. Swish! The net rippled. Beautiful. Coach Carl Hahn couldn't help but stand up, pumping his fist. This was exactly what he wanted Chen Yang to do, and the style he hoped the team would embody. Active off-ball movement without demanding the ball, utilizing screens to find open shots and hitting them reliably. Such a 3D player was precisely the piece this team, boasting both Ray Allen and Hamilton as scorers, needed. This three-pointer also ensured that the Connecticut fans remembered this tall player with yellow skin. Who is that number 7? Seems like a freshman. The ensuing match turned into a one-sided affair. The Huskies' strength far surpassed their opponents, with Ray Allen dominating from the perimeter, Hamilton flying from mid-range, while Chen Yang clung to the opposing core player, Shepard, making it difficult for him to receive the ball. Shepard received the ball through a screen, but Chen Yang immediately closed in, using his long arms to obstruct his view and physically exhausting him. Shepard's several attempts to drive were thwarted by Chen Yang's sliding defense. How is this guy like a sticky plaster? Shepard complained after a failed offensive play. At halftime, the score was 6-0-3-1 with the Huskies leading by 29 points. In the second half, Carl Hong substituted in the second unit primarily to assess the condition and chemistry of the bench players. Chen Yang played the full 20 minutes in the first half, scoring 11 points, grabbing 4 rebounds, and making 2 steals. The stats weren't particularly eye-catching or explosive, but his impact went far beyond what the stats showed. He executed tactical movements, capitalized on most of the open opportunities, and applied immense pressure on his opposing defender. Carl Hong sat on the sidelines watching the scoreboard, nodding in satisfaction. "This year's newcomers are truly impressive," he remarked to his assistant coach. A week later, the second warm-up match. The opponent was the Anyang All-Star team, a squad composed of amateur top players. Although the opponents were a bit stronger than Connecticut College, they were still no match for the fully powered Huskies. The match once again turned into a one-sided spectacle. Chen Yang and Hamilton's movements grew increasingly in sync. Hamilton excelled at off-ball running, and Chen Yang followed his lead as they coordinated with each other. They often executed crossover movements on the court, wreaking havoc on the opponent's defense. During one offensive play, Hamilton cut and using a screen, attracting a double team, and he smoothly passed the ball to Chen Yang, who was open on the perimeter. Chen Yang caught the ball and shot a three-pointer without hesitation. Swish! Coach Carl Hong was beaming on the sideline. The two newcomers formed a perfect complement. In this game, Chen Yang played 25 minutes, scoring 15 points, grabbing 5 rebounds, and contributing 2 assists with 1 block and 1 steal on the defensive end. After the game, Carl Hong gathered the entire team. Everyone performed well in these 2 warm-up matches. Carl Hong's gaze swept over each player, finally resting on Chen Yang and Hamilton. Especially our 2 newcomers, Richard and Chen, integrated into the team and executed the tactics well, which is commendable. He shifted his tone, becoming serious. Warm-up matches are just that. The real tests lie ahead. The opponents in the Big East Conference won't be as weak as today. Every match will be a tough battle. I hope you maintain this state and even improve further. Understood, sir, the players replied in unison. After dismissing the team, Chen Yang and Hamilton walked back to the locker room together. "How do you feel?" Hamilton asked, a smile on his face. "Not bad." Chen Yang wiped the sweat from his brow. "I just feel I can do better. There were a few shots I could have been more decisive with." "You're already impressive." Hamilton patted his back. "If I had a teammate like you in high school, we would have swept everything." "Haha, Richard, I want to practice more. How about you?" "You are truly a madman. Final practice with you for a bit." "Oh, I would be alone in my dorm anyway." Training can be monotonous unless you have a wild passion for the sport. Delivering takeout is tiring, and screwing in screws is tiring as well, but when you love this sport and can clearly see yourself reaching the pinnacle of it through relentless effort, then will it still be tiring? From the moment he received the full scholarship from Kongda, Chen Yang began to invest the money his father gave him into the U.S. stock market. While basketball was his dream, it did not hinder him from making money. Money was the foundation for his future. Through his E-Trade stock trading account, Chen Yang only purchased shares of Apple and Microsoft. He couldn't recall. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Yang's mouth. Apple is currently plummeting like a dog, and with jobs yet to return, it's teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Buying in now is like hitting the historical low point. Once the iPod and iPhone are released, that will yield returns in hundreds or thousands of times. Having been with the team for over 3 months, Chen Yang had completely integrated into the life of the Huskies, and his relationship with his teammates had undergone a qualitative change. Especially with Ray Allen and Richard Hamilton. These 3 young men seemed destined to come together. They had no bad habits, did not smoke, did not drink excessively, and were not addicted to nightclubs. Their common language was solely basketball. Of course, Chen Yang would occasionally attend parties organized by the older members of the team. Parties in America always featured alcohol, music, and hormones. With his 2-meter height, increasingly muscular physique, and handsome face, Chen Yang often became the most popular focus at parties. Blonde girls loved his well-built body and attractive looks, and importantly, his clothing was of high quality, clearly indicating he was not short on cash. "Hey, Chen, want to have a drink?" Bold girls frequently approached him with drinks in hand, their eyes sparkling with unabashed temptation. When it was time to break through the tight defense, Chen Yang would not hesitate. Of course, he was clear about his boundaries. He had to ensure that the necessary measures were in place. Chen Yang did not want to become the next Magic Johnson or Dwight Howard. Chen Yang came to realize his dreams, not to create scandals. Some things were merely spices in his training, a release valve under high-pressure training. After the excitement, Chen Yang never lingered. The next morning, while the blonde girl was still in a deep sleep, Chen Yang was already at the training facility. As the regular season approached, Chen Yang's demands on himself not only did not relax, but became even. Although Chen Yang had already excelled in three-point and mid-range shooting and could effectively lock down opponents on defense, he was still too weak in ball handling, offense, and playmaking. If he wanted to go further to become a core player in the NBA and chase a championship, merely relying on 3D skills was far from sufficient. Thus, Chen Yang added a significant amount of ball handling and driving training to his original training plan. He increased his ball handling practice by half an hour each day. Then there was the driving training. He set up dozens of cones on the court to simulate defensive players. What Chen Yang needed to do was sprint at full speed, continuously change direction to weave through all obstacles, and finally complete a layup or a quick jump shot. He practiced repeatedly until his legs felt like they were filled with lead and his lungs felt like they were on fire. One more time. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and shouted at himself. The values on the system panel were slowly rising bit by bit. From the summer break until now, Chen Yang's stamina had finally broken through the 80 mark. This meant he could maintain focus and explosiveness for a longer time under high-intensity competition. 3-point shooting 80. Mid-range 85. These were currently his highest two technical attributes, and they had improved. A mid-range score of 85 was already at the level of a top weapon in the NCAA. A 3-point score of 80 was also enough to make any opponent think twice about leaving him open. Although his ball handling, driving, and passing scores were still relatively low, they were increasing at a faster rate due to their smaller base. Every piece of feedback from the system motivated him to continue practicing. In the training facility, Ray Allen and Hamilton watched Chen Yang, their eyes filled with disbelief. Originally, they thought they were the kings of hard work. Ray Allen was known for his discipline, practicing, shooting relentlessly every day, rain or shine. Hamilton was also known as a training fanatic. To improve his stamina, he could run his dog until it vomited. They thought that in the NCAA no one worked harder than they did until Chen Yang appeared. Is this guy a machine? Hamilton couldn't help but ask Ray Allen. Ray Allen frowned, his tone complex. Chen started at 5 in the morning, only taking 2 breaks in between, each lasting no more than 3 minutes. He didn't stop during the other times. That's just too insane. Hamilton shook his head. We at least rest 2 days. Chen seems to only rest on Sundays. And even then he doesn't just lie around, he does core strength training in his dorm. The two exchanged glances, both shocked by what they saw in each other's eyes. Originally, they were the kings of hard work in their respective circles, not expecting to face a king of kings. No wonder his progress is so fast. Ray Allen sighed. He can definitely make it to the NBA. Should we? Hamilton pointed to the court. Go practice a bit more. Ray Allen smiled, picked up a basketball. Let's go. They certainly couldn't let a newcomer outshine them. Thus, 2 more figures joined the training facility. The 3 fought side by side, pushing each other. This atmosphere elevated the training quality of the Huskies to a new height. Chen, can your body really handle this kind of training? One day after training, Ray Allen couldn't help but ask. Chen Yang, who was stretching, flashed a brilliant smile. It's fine, or I recover quickly. I'm too far behind, or I need to catch up. Catch up? Ray Allen asked, puzzled. Yes. Chen Yang nodded. I want to become stronger, strong enough that no one can ignore me. Strong enough to make the world see my name. Ray Allen fell silent. All right. Ray Allen patted Chen Yang's shoulder. Since you're working so hard, we can't lag behind. Starting next week, we'll reduce our rest days to 1. As time passed, the atmosphere of the team improved more and more. Coach Calhoun observed it all, pleased in his heart. A team needs more than just talent, it needs cohesion and the spirit to do whatever it takes for a common goal. Ray Allen's leadership qualities, Hamilton's diligence, and Chen Yang's determination combined to give the Huskies a chilling aura. This year's Huskies are different, the assistant coach remarked, with this spirit and resilience. Who can defeat us? Indeed. Calhoun nodded, his gaze fixed on Chen Yang on the court. Especially that Chinese kid's growth speed has exceeded my expectations. I initially thought he was just a 3D player, but now it seems his potential goes far beyond that. His ball handling is also improving. Keep it up. Calhoun stood up. The regular season is about to start. We need to let all of America know that the Connecticut Huskies. On November 22, 1995, the regular season began in Alaska for the Huskies. The previous games were invitation matches, and every team that made it here was formidable. The first regular season opponent for the Connecticut Huskies was the Texas Christian University Horned Frogs. This was no weak team. The Horned Frogs hailed from the Southwest Conference. Though not considered top seeds nationally, their playing style was aggressive with strong physical confrontation, particularly from their front line known for its fierce approach. In the locker room, Coach Carl Hong stood before the tactical board, tapping it with a marker. Listen up, guys. This is the first official game of the season. No matter how hard you practiced, no matter how strong you think you are, once you're on the court, everything is decided by your performance. He drew a few lines on the board, circling 2 positions. On offense, I don't need to say much. You've practiced the tactics for so long, you all know how to execute them. Allen, you will be the primary attacker. Richard and Chen, be more active on the run and disrupt the opponent's defense. The rest of you provide cover and don't hesitate when it's time to shoot. After a pause, Carl Hong's marker pointed firmly at positions 3 and 4. On defense, this is the key. The Horned Frogs' strengths lie in their small forward and power forward. Their number 3, James Penny, excels in back-to-the-basket plays and drives. Number 4, Damian, is a physically gifted tough guy known for his rebounding and second-chance points. Carl Hong turned to Chen Yang and Hamilton. Chen, Richard, These 2 points are your responsibility. I want you to clamp down on these positions and make them uncomfortable. If you can neutralize these 2 points, their offensive system will collapse, and we will win the game. Chen stood tall. Understood, sir. Hamilton nodded vigorously. No problem. The rest of you be ready, minimize mistakes, and secure every rebound. Understood, sir. Everyone replied in unison, the sound echoing in the cramped locker room, filled with a sense of determination. For Chen, the significance of this game went far beyond the outcome. This was his first official appearance in front of the public and scouts. In 1995, it was not yet the era of smartphones and high-definition recordings. There was no YouTube, no Twitter, and not even a well-developed television broadcast network. Often assessing a player relied on scouts' live observations and handwritten reports. If he performed poorly today, those scouts sitting courtside with notebooks might only write comments like mediocre or lacking highlights. Once labeled like that, it would be tough to turn things around. Conversely, delivering an impressive performance, even in one game, could change the trajectory of his destiny. During the warm-up, Chen was particularly focused. He repeatedly practiced his shooting motion on the court, receiving the ball, bending his knees, raising the ball to shoot. Every aspect was aimed for perfection, as if he were activating all his muscle memory. Swish. The basketball went cleanly through the net. Swish. Another 5 in a row. Allen glanced at him during warm-ups and slightly nodded. This guy's shooting touch was scorching hot. At 7 in the evening, the game officially began. The audience in the gym wasn't particularly large, roughly occupying 60 to 70% of the seats. Most were neutral fans with a few dedicated followers who traveled with the team. The most striking figures were several unfamiliar faces sitting courtside. Dressed in casual clothes, holding notebooks, their eyes scrutinized every player on the court, those NBA scouts. Next year was a draft year, and the 1996 class was hailed as a golden generation. With talents like Iverson, Camby, Marbury, Allen, and Kobe entering the league, the scouts were out early to track these players, ensuring their draft positions didn't slip. The main target for the scouts was undoubtedly Allen, the sophomore guard who had already shown lottery pick potential. As soon as he declared for the draft, he would be a top 10 or even top 5 favorite. No one expected the first player to catch their attention would be the unfamiliar yellow-skinned face, wearing number 7. As the jump ball commenced, Travis used his height advantage to easily tip the ball to point guard Rich Moore. The Huskies initiated the attack first. Rich dribbled past half-court, assessed the situation, and quickly passed the ball to Allen at the top of the arc. It's common practice to let the core player test the opponent's defensive formation at the start. Allen received the ball facing the defense of Horned Frogs guard Jacobs. He didn't rush to make a move, but instead took a probing step to the left. Jacobs' weight shifted slightly, and in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Allen accelerated, slipping past his defender. The gap between NCAA players is much larger than that between NBA players, especially for teams from non-top leagues. Their defensive footwork and awareness simply couldn't keep up with Allen's speed. Allen sliced through like a sharp knife, heading straight for the free throw line. 2 big men from the Horned Frogs rushed in to trap him, trying to close off his shooting space. If he were a reckless player, he might force a shot or make a mistake at this moment. But Allen was not. In midair, he hovered, scanning the baseline. There a figure was quietly slipping to the corner 3-point line using Hamilton's screen. That was Chen. With a flick of his wrist, Allen sent the basketball soaring as if it had eyes, flying over the heads of 2 defenders toward the baseline. After setting the screen, Hamilton didn't stop, but cut toward the basket, drawing the last defensive attention. The basketball found its way to Chen hands. The moment Chen received the ball, his feet were already adjusted to the proper stance. Without a hint of hesitation, the muscle memory accumulated over countless nights exploded at this instant. Bending his knees, core tightened, elbows tucked in, he jumped and shot. The motion was fluid, the release swift. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed. A 3-pointer. This was Chen first point in an NCAA official game, and also the first basket of the season for the Huskies. Good shot. The teammates on the bench jumped up. Courtside, the scouts immediately started whispering to each other. Rudy, look at that number 7 yellow-skin player. A scout named Hans said in a lowered voice, I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. That catch and shoot just now was fluidity at an elite level. Rudy pushed up his glasses, his gaze fixed intently on Chen. Indeed impressive. Quick release, correct form, and full of confidence. This catch and shoot ability is rare in college leagues. Hans frowned, but the physical gifts of yellow-skin players are generally not very good. Let's keep watching. Yes, continue observing. Rudy nodded, quickly jotting down a few lines in his notebook. Number 7 Chen SF. Soft 3-point touch, active off-ball movement. Physical confrontation ability remains to be observed. The attack of the Horned Frog team. The small forward James Penny stood in the low post, his eyes filled with disdain and urgency. James was a 2-meter-tall, muscular black man, his muscles bulging like granite. In the college league, his sheer physical strength allowed him to dominate the small forward position. In front of him stood the soft target, Chunyang. James was eager to engage Chunyang in a battle for position. While positioning himself, he spat out trash talk. Hey kid. The coach wants me to exploit this point. Oh, it looks like an easy score. After saying this, James turned his back to the basket, using his broad back to firmly pin Chunyang, ready to leverage his strength to push into the paint. In his eyes, this Asian player, although tall, lacked any real physicality. With just a little pressure, the opponent would lose his position. Point guard Burks was observing the situation from the top of the arc. He hesitated. After all, passing the ball to James, who had not completely secured his position, was quite risky. But seeing Penny's robust physique, Burks no longer hesitated. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball spun and flew straight to the low post. Just as the basketball left Burks' fingertips, an unexpected change occurred. Chunyang, who seemed to be pushed behind, did not retreat, as Penny had expected. Instead, he rooted himself to the ground, his core strength exploding instantaneously, firmly withstanding James' force. Then Chunyang exerted force through his waist, his shoulder crashing forward. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Penny felt as if he had collided with a speeding truck, his center of gravity instantly thrown off balance, stumbled. The originally perfect positioning created a huge gap in an instant. Now was the moment. Chunyang's long arm reached for the ball, making contact with the basketball mid-flight. Slap. The basketball changed its trajectory, bouncing high. Steal. Ray Allen's figure shot out. Ray Allen had anticipated Chunyang's defensive intent. The moment the ball was deflected, he was already in motion. The basketball was still in the air while he was halfway down the court. With the ball in hand, he charged down the court, facing an unguarded hoop. Ray Allen leaped high, his body stretching in the air like a taut bow, forcefully slamming down on the rim. Boom. A thunderous, powerful dunk. The rim groaned in agony as the net swayed violently. The entire arena erupted in cheers. On the sideline, scout Rudy slammed his notebook, shut his eyes wide with disbelief. Rudy exclaimed, "Hans, we underestimated this. This Asian guy's physical attributes are insane. James is at least 5 kilograms heavier than him, yet he was pushed aside. Is this power at the college level?" "Not just power," Hans replied, now fully attentive, his eyes fixed on Chunyang on the court. "Look at his wingspan. James' wingspan is shorter. Such coverage is monstrous on the defensive end. Plus, I checked his information, he's only a freshman." "Freshman?" Rudy gasped. "This guy's potential is simply immeasurable. We must keep a close watch on him." Hans quickly wrote down several bold words in his notebook: Chunyang, SF, top-level physicality, exceptional wingspan, potential defensive powerhouse. Meanwhile, the other scouts around them also stopped chatting, diligently taking notes and exchanging shocked glances. "I thought we were just here to watch Ray Allen, and I didn't expect to find a gem. That freshman Hamilton is also impressive. Number 7 is a delightful surprise." The Horned Frog team organized their attack once more. The coach shouted from the sidelines, signaling to continue targeting James. He believed they had just been careless. As long as James played smarter and utilized his body, he could score. "Damn, this kid is a bit tricky." James cursed inwardly, but refused to back down. This time James wised up. Instead of demanding the ball in the low post, he circled out, running to the three-point line to receive the pass. Receiving the ball, James faced Chunyang with a sinister smile, continuing his trash talk. "Hey kid, you were just, but don't think that just because you have some strength you can stop me. I'll turn you into a sieve and make you cry for your mommy." Chunyang looked at him expressionlessly. Having mixed in the streetball scene for so many years in his past life, what kind of tough characters hadn't he seen? What trash talk hadn't he heard? Such a level of provocation was nothing more than a tickle to him. "Is your skill? Don't talk like a little girl," Chunyang replied flatly. This statement instantly ignited James' fury. "Fuck." James stopped speaking, lowering his center of gravity and dribbling with his right hand, forcefully breaking through to the right. James' speed was not slow, and combined with his robust physique, he charged like a tank. As he broke through, his left arm shot up, elbow bent, executing a clear illegal move as he forcefully pushed toward Chunyang's chest. This was a common move in this era, using the elbow to create space. Chunyang didn't dodge. The injury immunity granted by the system was his greatest confidence. Chunyang sidestepped, blocking the path, while slightly bending his right arm, an elbow mercilessly pushing back against Penny's ribs. Bang! 2 dull thuds almost echoed simultaneously. Both parties took solid elbow strikes. James grimaced, feeling as if his ribs were broken. Chunyang merely frowned, his body remaining unmoved. It was quite painful, but at least he was not worried about injury. The referee stood nearby with the whistle in his mouth, yet showed no intention of blowing it. In this era, the physicality between the NBA and NCAA was immense. This level of contact was regarded as a casual greeting by referees and was not considered a foul. Damn. James was shocked. This kid was quite ruthless. Is his body made of iron? After taking his own elbow, he didn't seem to suffer any consequences. James, pushed back by the impact, stumbled slightly. Relying on his physical advantages, he stubbornly executed a change of direction, attempting to forcibly penetrate the paint from the other side. Chunyang followed him closely like a shadow. No matter how Penny shifted, Chun Yang's sliding steps always positioned him between Penny and the basket. The other 4 players from the Husky team observed this scene, tacitly refraining from providing help. "Let Chun handle it himself," Ray Allen shouted. Everyone wanted to see a good show. They had all experienced Chun Yang's defensive abilities during training and had learned a lot. James was pushed to the limit with Chun Yang shadowing him, leaving him few opportunities. "I refuse to believe it," James roared, taking a step forward with the ball, preparing to force a layup. He believed in his jumping ability and strength. Even if there was interference, he could still score. James leaped high, arms outstretched, ready to force a layup. At that moment, Chun Yang moved too. Chun Yang's impressive leap, combined with his terrifying wingspan, allowed him to react first. Chun Yang jumped right after Penny, his body stretching in the air, his long arms resembling a giant racket directly overshadowing the basketball. "Get back!" Chun Yang shouted inwardly, his palm slamming down on the basketball. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as the basketball was forcefully slapped against the backboard, rebounding far away. A clean and decisive chase-down block. "Wow!" The audience erupted in exclamations. Hamilton reacted swiftly, snatching the rebound and passing it to the already sprinting Richie Moore. Fast break. After landing, Chun Yang noticed his teammates rushing down the court and chose not to pursue. Instead, he fixed his gaze on James, shaking his head with a look of disdain. Richie received the ball and charged forward at full speed. Ray Allen and Hamilton soared like 2 wings, forming a 3-pronged fast break. The players of the Frog team were still in a daze and hadn't even begun to defend. Richie passed the ball to Ray Allen on the right side, who adjusted slightly before making an easy layup. After landing, James looked at his hands, dazed. Was he blocked? Blocked by a freshman, a yellow-skinned player. That sense of despair was more uncomfortable than the physical confrontation he had just endured. The Frog team completely gave up on James as an option. After 2 consecutive failed offensives, one being a steal and another a block, James' mentality had already crumbled. Giving him the ball again would only lead to more mistakes. Instead, they turned to the power forward Damian. Damian was a typical power player with rough skills and a physique much larger than Hamilton's, resembling a black bear. After receiving the ball, Damian made no feints and simply barreled down to the basket, overpowering Hamilton. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 steps, Damian forcefully leaped for a layup. Hamilton tried his best to interfere, but the disparity in strength was too great, and he could only watch as the basketball smashed against the rim. The layup hit the iron. Using his weight advantage, Damian shoved Hamilton aside, grabbed the offensive rebound, and scored on the putback. The Frog team finally got on the board, but it was merely a consolation basket. The rest of the game turned into a performance by the Huskies. On defense, Chun Yang completely locked down James, allowing him to score a pitiful 4 points with 4 turnovers. On offense, Chun Yang's open mid-range shots were like guided missiles. As soon as the ball reached his hands, it was almost guaranteed to score. Ray Allen was also in the zone, proving to be unstoppable. Hamilton's mid-range shooting was equally difficult for the opponents to defend against. Even the senior center Travis Knight showcased the skills of a future NBA rotation player. With his height and agile footwork, he dominated the paint, excelling at rim protection, while also being capable of hitting mid-range shots. After about 16 minutes in the first half, the score had already reached 4-9. The Huskies led by a full 20 points. Coach Carl Hong glanced at the scoreboard, nodded in satisfaction, and immediately called for a timeout. Substitutions. Carl Hong waved his hand, bringing the bench to find the rhythm of the game. Starters, take a breather. Well done, team. Carl Hong patted everyone on the shoulder, especially you. Chin, your defense was outstanding. Maintain this intensity, but remember to protect yourself. Understood, coach. Chun Yang took a towel and wiped the sweat from his brow. When the bench players took the court, although their strength had diminished, they still held a significant advantage over the mentally crumbled Frog team. The other Huskies players also wanted to showcase themselves in front of the coach, playing exceptionally hard. Their passing was smooth and their defense was aggressive, leaving no chance for the starters to return to the game. Finally, the game came to an end. The score settled at 1-0-5-7-2. The Huskies won by a staggering 33 points, decisively defeating the Frog team. Chun Yang didn't play much, but he still managed to score 12 points, grab 3 rebounds, block 2 shots, and steal 1 ball. After the game, the scouts gathered again, and this time the discussion became even more animated. Ray Allen is in better form than last season. His skills have improved tremendously, and he is definitely a lottery pick, Rudy stated first. That's right. But today's biggest discovery is definitely those 2 freshmen. Hans flipped through his notes. Hamilton's talent is undeniable, with top-notch running and shooting touch. That Chun Yang has an incredibly vast defensive range, exceptional physicality, and a stable shooting hand. Such a perfect team player is rare these days. If he can maintain this growth rate, even participating in this year's draft, he has a high probability of making it into the first round, possibly even the lottery. I think so too. Another scout agreed. Travis in the paint also has the level of a blue-collar bench player. This Huskies team has great potential this year. How should we write the report? Just speak the truth. Rudy closed his notebook, a smile forming on his lips. Tell the general manager that Connecticut has produced a monster. Not just Ray Allen, but also a Chinese Great Wall named Qinyang. Everyone burst into laughter. In the locker room, Qinyang was joking with Ray Allen and Hamilton. In that block was so cool. Hamilton mimicked Chun Yang's action. Jameis' expression was like he had eaten a fly. That was just James being careless, Qinyang chuckled. After the match, the Husky team returned to the hotel. Although this was a hotel and not a professional basketball training facility, the gym was adequately equipped. For Qinyang, the environment has never been an excuse. As long as there was a place to train, it was his training ground. Most of his teammates chose to rest or gather to chat, celebrating their first victory. Only Qinyang changed into a fresh set of training clothes after showering and walked alone into the gym. The 2-day rest period was relaxation for others, but for Qinyang, it was merely a change of location to continue training rigorously. Qinyang immersed himself in the gym, training his stamina, strength, and agility. Ball handling training was his weak point. Although his stats were improving, he was still far from being a top ball handler. After finishing his training, Qinyang placed several water bottles as obstacles on the gym floor and began high-intensity dribbling shuttle runs. With a right-hand change of direction, left hand through the legs, and then a behind-the-back dribble into a spin. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the basketball hitting the ground echoed in the gym, monotonous yet persistent. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, and Qinyang's gaze was terrifyingly focused. Ray Allen entered the gym for extra practice, and upon seeing this scene, he silently shook his head, filled with admiration. This guy is truly a madman. He then also began to practice diligently. In the second match of the Invitational, the Connecticut Huskies faced a true test, the Iowa Hawkeyes. This was not a team to be taken lightly. The Hawkeyes were a traditional powerhouse in the Big 12 Conference, consistently making it to the NCAA tournament, and were the 6th seed in the West. Their style of play was tough with high tactical quality, especially in outside shooting and frontline impact, ranking among the top in the Big 12. More importantly, the starting small forward for the Hawkeyes was Russell Mira. He was selected by the Suns in the second round of the upcoming 1996 NBA draft. Although Russell Mira's NBA career was as fleeting as a shooting star, and he was soon eliminated, being selected by the Suns during an era of fierce competition proved that his skills were undoubtedly NBA caliber. Standing at 2.01 meters tall with an excellent wingspan and well-rounded skills, he could both penetrate and shoot, as well as facilitate plays. This was the first true NBA-level opponent Qinyang had encountered. Before the game, Qinyang started his warm-up early. He stretched his muscles repeatedly to activate his athletic performance, and then moved to the three-point line for spot shooting. Swish, swish. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net gradually calmed his restless heart. In the locker room, head coach Jim Calhoun stood before the tactical board. "All right, guys, put away your smiles." Calhoun's voice was deep and serious. "Winning against the Toads in the last game doesn't mean we are invincible. Today's opponent is Iowa, the 6th seed in the West, a team capable of going far in March Madness." Calhoun's gaze swept over everyone. "In this game, we face a formidable opponent. We cannot afford any slack on defense and must be more decisive on offense." Calhoun drew several offensive routes on the tactical board. "On offense, Allen will lead. Whenever there's an opportunity, strike decisively. Richard, your task is to utilize screens to create space and look for open shots. If Lay gets double-teamed and the ball is passed out, don't hesitate. Shoot it." "Understood." Ray Allen nodded. Calhoun's gaze then focused sharply on Qinyang. "Your task is the heaviest in this game. The core of Iowa is Russell Mira, number 10. Calhoun circled a name on the tactical board. "Russell is well-rounded and has strong penetration. I need you to lock him down. If you can hold Mira to under 15 points or reduce his shooting percentage, we will have already won half the battle." Qinyang replied loudly, "No problem, coach." "Travis." Calhoun then looked at center Knight. "You need to provide help defense in the paint. If Chun gets beaten, you must rotate immediately." "Understood, sir," Travis replied solemnly. "All right, everyone, remember this is a tough battle. Show the spirit of the Huskies. Let's go, Huskies." Everyone formed a circle, hands stacked together. Today, the audience in the gym was larger, and Qinyang quickly spotted the figure of number 10 among the players opposite him, Russell Mira. Standing at an estimated height of 2.01 meters, he was about the same height as Qinyang, with extremely smooth muscle lines, looking incredibly explosive. Qinyang thought to himself, "Let me see how the strength of an NBA-level player truly is." During the jump ball, the senior center Travis Knight showcased his experience. Facing the interior of the Eagle Eye team, he effortlessly passed the ball to point guard Richie Moore with his excellent jumping speed and anticipation. Fast break. After receiving the ball, Richie wasted no time. Noticing that the Eagle Eye team's defense had not yet settled, he accelerated, suddenly darting past the unsteady point guard Andre like a flash of lightning. Richie drove into the paint, leaping high to make a one-handed layup. 2-0. The Husky team took the lead. When it was the Eagle Eye team's turn to attack, point guard Andre steadily dribbled past half-court, surveyed the situation, and then passed the ball to Russell Mira, who was beyond the three-point line. Once the ball reached Russell, the entire Eagle Eye team began to operate, creating space for him to go on. Shenyang did not rashly rush in to steal the ball. The opportunity was not good. Acting impulsively would only lead to a loss of position, leaving a massive gap for the opponent. Shenyang lowered his center of gravity, stood with his feet apart, arms spread wide like a coiled cheetah, closely watching every move of Russell. After receiving the ball, Russell did not rush to attack. He took a probing step, faking to the left, observing Shenyang's reaction. Shenyang adjusted his steps, subtly maintaining his center of gravity between his feet, not fooled by the feint. Interesting. Russell raised an eyebrow. Seeing the probe was ineffective, he could only sidestep and prepare to use his speed to break through. Just as the basketball left his hand, Shenyang moved. He accurately gauged Mira's dribbling rhythm and decisively closed in his long arm, shooting out like a venomous snake, striking for the basketball. Smack! His fingertips touched the basketball. Unfortunately, Russell's control was extremely strong, and Shenyang's attempt to poke the ball away did not dislodge it. Russell flipped his wrist and regained control of the basketball, but the interference had already taken effect. Russell was forced to stop just outside the three-point line, disrupting his originally comfortable offensive rhythm. Under Shenyang's relentless pressure, Russell felt a sense of suffocation. That long arm was everywhere, interfering with his dribbling. Helpless, Russell could only pass the ball to Andre, who was coming to support. The moment he passed the ball, Russell did not stop, but immediately initiated a cut, ready to execute a classic two-known play with Andre. However, Russell underestimated Shenyang's focus. Shenyang did not relax at all, just because the ball was not in Russell's hands. His eyes remained locked on Mira's figure, following closely like a shadow. Andre passed the ball back to the cutting Russell, and Shenyang was already blocking him again. How can he be so fast? Russell was taken aback. The opportunity for an open shot vanished. Gritting his teeth, Russell decided to use his physical advantage for a back-to-the-basket play. He turned around, backing into Shenyang, exerting force to try to create space. Boom! A dull thud. Russell felt as if he had crashed into a wall, unable to create any space. This yellow-skinned guy's core strength is so strong. I can't budge him. Last game, even the stronger James Penny couldn't move Shenyang, let alone Russell, who was a size smaller and relied mainly on skill. Shenyang's lower body was as steady as Mount Tai, his hands constantly interfering with Russell's dribbling, making it difficult for him to exert full force. Fortunately, I have skills. Russell took a deep breath and changed his strategy. Suddenly, he turned to the right, his movements swift and smooth, preparing to use his footwork to shake off Shenyang. Shenyang's reaction was astonishingly quick. Almost as soon as Russell turned, he stepped sideways to block the path. Seeing he couldn't break through, Russell decisively gathered the ball and rose up from the spot. This was a pull-up jump shot after turning. The transition was incredibly smooth, with a high release point, quick speed, and great suddenness. Against an average defender, this move was almost unstoppable, capable of creating half a body's worth of shooting space. However, Russell was facing Shenyang, who had long arms, impressive jumping ability, and top-notch defense. Shenyang did not lose his balance and closely followed Russell's jump. In the air, his terrifying long arm loomed over Russell's basketball like a dark cloud. Seeing that big hand, Russell was struck with fear. I'm going to get blocked. Russell instinctively quickened his shooting speed, forcefully pushing down with his wrist to get the ball off. This hurried effort completely ruined his shooting form. The basketball slipped from his hands, flying erratically towards the hoop. Whoosh! The basketball flew over the hoop and directly out of bounds. An air ball. The crowd erupted in astonishment, followed by a thunderous cheer. Well done, Shun. Hamilton rushed over and patted Shenyang's back hard. Ray Allen also gave a thumbs up. That defense was suffocating. After landing, Shenyang expressionlessly glanced at the somewhat dazed Russell and said lightly, "You almost touched." Mira's face turned pale, clenching his fist, speechless. This was just the beginning, and he had already been schooled by this yellow-skinned guy. Hashiki's offense unfolded as Liqui Mower dribbled past half-court, his gaze scanning Yinjian's defensive formation. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, and the ball sailed toward Lei Allen at a 45-degree angle on the right. After making the pass, Liqui did not stop. He immediately began his cut. It was an iron rule from Coach Kerhan's playbook: never stand and wait for the ball, never grant the defender a moment's respite. Lei Allen received the pass, only to find Kamaikir of Inyen glued to him. Kamaikir was a wily veteran, his center of gravity low, hands constantly flicking to disrupt Lei Allen's sightline. "Come on, show me what you've got," Lei Allen sneered inwardly. He first faked a step to the left. Kamaikir instinctively slid left with him. In that instant, Lei Allen shifted his weight explosively to the right and drove the ball low for a breakthrough, then in a blur changed direction left for a second time. The consecutive feints sent Kamaikir's feet into chaos, his balance thrown all over the place. Now, Allen unleashed his full burst of acceleration like a sports car, streaking past Kamakir's side and cutting fiercely into the free-throw lane. Ingyen had clearly prepared for Allen's penetration. The moment he broke through, big forward Jesse Sates slid over to help, arms spread wide like a wall blocking his path. At the same time, the beaten Kamakir scrambled back in a desperate chase, forming a pincer. Trapped front and rear, his retreat was sealed. An ordinary player would either force an ill-advised layup and get rejected or panic and cough up the ball. But Allen was no ordinary player. A step shy of Sates, Allen abruptly gathered the ball. His movements were fluid and unbroken, his feet planted firmly, his core tightened as he rose for the shot. Facing Sates' looming hand and Kamakir's pursuit midair, Allen's expression remained calm as still water. His superb athleticism afforded him an unusually high release point. The ball described a soft, resolute arc, clearing Sates' fingertips and heading straight for the rim. Swish, the crisp whisper of net. A mid-range swish. On the sideline, Coach Kerhong nodded with satisfaction. That was the essence of the play. Allen's attack was not merely to score, but to draw defensive focus and rend the opposing defense. As long as Allen could monopolize the defender's attention, opportunities for his teammates would open. Now it was Yinjian's turn to mount an offense. After his earlier isolation failed, Mila had clearly steadied himself. He was no longer the hot-headed kid who insisted on banging heads blindly. As the team's core, his basketball intellect was sharp. If he could not gain advantage by going head-to-head with that Asian player, then he would change his approach. Kaha. Luasu called from the top of the arc, holding the ball. Yinjian's center Ken Kaha understood at once and popped up to the high post to set a solid screen for Luasu. It was one of the most basic yet effective plays in the book. Hashiki's defensive scheme had been drilled repeatedly in practice. Against a guard like Luasu, who possessed a dependable shot, slipping past the screen would lead to an immediate three-pointer. If the switch came too slowly, he would drive straight to the rim. Therefore, the only remedy was an instant defensive switch. The moment Kaha set the screen, Shenyang and Telewise Nate reacted almost simultaneously. After setting the screen, Kaha rolled quickly toward the basket, diving for the interior receiving position. Shenyang did not hesitate. He shadowed Kaha, using his long arms to disrupt passing lanes. Meanwhile, Telewise Nate quickly switched onto Luasu. The result was a mismatch. Telewise stood 7 feet tall and moved with surprising speed for a big man, yet facing a nimble wing like Luasu, he still felt a touch lumbering. Luasu sized up Telewise with a faint smile at his lips. "He'll outplay you, that's enough." He chose not to shoot. Instead, he began to dribble, shifting his weight, attacking Telewise's defensive feet. A left fake, a right burst, then another left. Telewise's straight-line speed was not poor. Indeed, among big men, he ranked near the top. But lateral quickness is a different matter. Interior players are naturally a half-step slower than wings. After several direction changes, Telewise's balance faltered. Luasu seized the moment, accelerated a step, and slipped past Telewise's side. Not good. Telewise felt his heart tighten. Luasu had cleared his defender and was barreling toward the rim. Shenyang, watching Kaha in the low post, saw Luasu break in and had no choice but to abandon Kaha and sprint to help. It was in the end half a beat too slow. Luasu had already launched himself, his body stretching in the air, readying the layup. Though Chunyang's large hand met his face, Luasu's exceptional core strength allowed him to linger in the air and forcibly adjust his release angle. The layup fell, giving Ingyen the game's first points. Telewise slapped his hand in frustration, self-reproach written across his face. "My fault, I didn't stop him. Ooh, I let him come through too easily." Shenyang walked over, patted Telewise's shoulder, and offered a wry reassurance. "Don't worry about it. Luasu's speed is nothing to scoff at. It's hard to stop him completely." That last play, no one would have defended it perfectly. Shenyang paused, his gaze sharpening. "But next time we face that situation, let's not switch. Telewise, you stay protecting the paint and guard the rim. He'll try to go around the screen and pick up the switch. If Luasu pulls up to shoot, my wingspan should be able to bother him." Telewise blinked for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, Chun. He'll follow your lead." The Husky team launched another attack. The ball was once again in the hands of Ray Allen. There was no doubt that Carmichael could not defend against this future all-star. With a simple change of direction and acceleration, Ray Allen surged into the paint once more. This time, Jesse Shatters was well prepared, effectively blocking Ray Allen's path to the basket. Ray Allen paused for a moment, surveying the court. He could force a shot, but that would not be the most rational choice. In his peripheral vision, a familiar figure had already slipped into an open space. Hamilton, the partner who always moved like a ghost without the ball. With a flick of his wrist, Ray Allen executed a discreet bounce pass, sending the basketball past the defender and into Hamilton's hands. This was the rhythm Hamilton loved most. He caught the ball, bent his knees, and leaped to shoot. The motion was seamless, as fluid as breathing. However, just as the basketball left his fingertips, Hamilton felt a jolt of anxiety. "Oh no, His fingers felt a bit stiff, and he had released the ball just a tad too early. Rebound. Hamilton shouted, already preparing to chase after it. The basketball traced a somewhat flat trajectory in the air, heading straight towards the front of the rim. Such is the nature of the court, filled with uncertainty. Even if you are a sharpshooter, you cannot hit every shot. The key lies in whether someone is there to seize the slim chance when a shot misses. At the moment Hamilton took his shot, Chen Yang was already in motion. Although he knew Hamilton had an extremely high shooting percentage and usually didn't need to fight for rebounds. But instinct told him that every possession was crucial, and he had to fight for what was his. Chen Yang had initially been ready to run aimlessly, but unexpectedly a gift fell from the sky. Hamilton's shot hit the front of the rim and bounced high. The direction of the rebound was perfectly aligned with Chen Yang's position. "It's mine." Chen Yang's eyes sparkled as he powered off his legs and leapt high into the air. He extended his body, and those terrifying long arms reached their highest point. Chen Yang did not choose to simply grab the ball, because there were players from the Eagle Eye team rushing to contest. Instead, he made a smarter choice. At the peak of his jump, he flicked the basketball like a volleyball set, directing it to the open Hamilton on the perimeter. "Richard!" Chen Yang shouted. Hamilton, who had originally been ready to charge in for a rebound, suddenly saw the ball flying back to him. At that moment, a warm current surged within him. "Good brother. This is the charm of team basketball. If you miss, I'll help you grab it. If I get it, I'll pass it back for..." Hamilton hesitated, not at all adjusting after receiving the ball and shooting again. This time he did not miss. Swish. The ball went straight through the net. After landing, Hamilton turned and rushed to Chen Yang, extending his hand for a high five. "Thanks, brother." Hamilton smiled. "Great shot." "No problem," Chen Yang replied. The Eagle Eye team was on the offense again, and Russell Mira held the ball, his eyes filled with an unyielding intensity. He found Coke and signaled for a pick. "Let's do it again." Russell thought, "If I can't take down that Asian guy, taking down that big fool is still easy." Coke stepped up to set the screen. This time Chen Yang did not choose to switch defense. He anticipated Russell's route in advance, staying close to Coke as he quickly maneuvered around. This was the strategy he had discussed with Travis earlier, to navigate around the screen without switching. Russell, experienced and astute, noticed the gap as Chen Yang slipped around the screen. "Now's my chance." Russell did not drive in, but instead made a sudden stop and jumped for a three-pointer. It was an extremely decisive decision. Chen Yang had just rounded the screen and was half a step away from Russell. But he did not give up, pushing off hard and jumped. His body fully extended in the air, that long arm stretched towards Russell's shooting point. It disrupted Russell's line of sight. However, Russell's shot was too decisive. The basketball spinning soared over Chen Yang's fingertips, traced, swish. A three-pointer. After landing, Russell pumped his fist at Chen Yang, as if to say, "You can't." Chen Yang walked toward the front court helplessly, but he knew very well that it was impossible to restrict the opponent from scoring entirely. The fact that such a difficult shot went in only meant that the opponent was feeling it, or was just lucky. But such shots cannot always go in. As long as he can continue to apply pressure and lower Russell's shooting percentage, the defensive task will be accomplished. Sure enough, in the subsequent game, just as Chen Yang predicted, under his relentless defense, Russell's shots became increasingly difficult. Each time he caught the ball, he faced Chen Yang's tight pressure. Every shot he took had to evade those sky-blocking long arms. Russell's shooting percentage began to visibly decline. The mid-range jumpers he was once good at repeatedly clanged off the rim. Attempts to drive and were also forcibly repelled by Chen Yang's powerful core strength. By halftime, Russell had only scored 9 points with a low shooting percentage. If it weren't for the Eagle Eye team's point guard Andre, who was on fire today, hitting 3 consecutive high-difficulty three-pointers, the game might have already lost its suspense by halftime. On the Husky team's side, the Trident was firing on all cylinders. Ray Allen used his individual skills to draw a lot of defensive attention, delivering numerous exquisite assists. Hamilton's off-ball movement kept the opponents on their toes, and his mid-range shooting was as steady as a rock. Chen Yang became the biggest surprise. Not only did he lock down the opponent's core on defense, but he also opened up on offense completely. When Ray Allen and Hamilton were heavily guarded, the ball often found its way into Chen Yang's hands. Open three-pointer. Shoot. Corner ambush. Shoot. Fast break. Shoot again. In the first half, Chen Yang scored an astonishing 19 points, hitting 5 out of 11 three-pointers, with a shooting percentage close to 50, becoming the highest scorer for his team in the first half. Additionally, he contributed 3 rebounds and 2 blocks. The whistle blew. At halftime, the Huskies led by 9 points with a score of 5-1-4-2. As they left the court, Ray Allen patted Chen Yang on the back. "Buddy, your performance today is insane. Russell is about to cry from your defense." Hamilton also said with a smile, "Yeah, and your three-pointers are just too accurate." Chen Yang chuckled. "That's thanks to you guys drawing the defensive attention." At the halftime interval, coach Ji Mu Ka Erhong swept his gaze across every player before lingering on the 9-point lead, blinking from the scoreboard, a faint furrow creasing his brow. "Listen up, men. Ka Er-hong said, his voice low and commanding. We defended well in the first half, especially Yuchun. You made their anchor look ineffectual. But our rebounding was inadequate. We allowed them too many offensive boards and gifted them far too many second-chance opportunities. On offense in the second half, the Ingyan team will surely adjust. They cannot keep having Luo Su go toe-a-toe with Chun at that spot. That would be courting disaster. They will also intensify their defense on Chun. Ka Er-hong turned to Lei Allen and Hamir-dun. That is when space will open up. Once they concentrate on Chun, gaps will appear. Lei Li-chade, in the second half, you two must be decisive. Whenever an opportunity arises, attack the rim. No hesitation, no mercy. We will pulverize their confidence with relentless offense. Understood. Lei Allen and Hamir-dun answered in unison. All right, rest a bit and hydrate. Ka Er-hong finished crisply, set down the clipboard, and offered no further words. He knew these young men possessed keen basketball intelligence. The plan was clear and did not require elaboration. The players took their seats, and Chunyang listened to the banter between Lei Allen and Hamir-dun beside him. Lei Allen leaned back against his chair. One more invitational, and that's it. Finally back to campus. Alaska's weather really leaves much to be desired. Hamir-dun nodded in agreement. Yes, school feels more comfortable. Chunyang twisted open his water bottle and took a sip. Mainly training here is inconvenient. The hotel gym lacks proper equipment, and there is no dedicated court. Back at school, we can return to a regular training regimen. The last few days' load has been insufficient and my body feels a touch rusty. At that remark, Lei Allen and Hamir-dun, who had been grumbling moments before, turned their heads in unison and stared at Chunyang with wide eyes. They exchanged a look and burst out together. Chun, you are a freak. Lei Allen half laughed and pointed at Chunyang. Buddy, we just played an intense half-court session and ran for more than 20 minutes. And you worry about training volume now. Are you a machine? Hamir-dun chimed in. Exactly. I'm exhausted and just want to sleep. You want extra practice. For heaven's sake, what is your body made of? Chunyang shrugged. I'm used to it. If I don't finish the planned quota for a day, I feel unsettled. The two men shook their heads helplessly. Their looks toward Chunyang were laced with admiration and a touch of awe. On a court awash with prodigious talent, many toiled hard. Those like Chunyang, who treated effort as naturally as breathing, were exceedingly rare. The second half commenced. As Ka Er-hong had anticipated, the Ingyan team altered their offensive approach. When possession went to point guard in Delhi, he did not instantaneously search for Luo Su Mila as he usually would. From the sideline, the Ingyan coach watched plainly. Luo Su up against that Asian defender was mired as if in quicksand. Every shot became a laborious struggle. If they could not gnaw through that hard bone, they would pick a softer target. And Delhi, who had been red hot in the first half, became the new initiator of their offense. Lequi Mower possessed the height advantage, but was a fraction slower. And Delhi, slippery as an eel, used a screen to explode past Leaky's flank. Not good. Tay Louise Nate rose to rotate and contest. Yet in Delhi was a bona fide NCAA-level point guard, his tactical acumen exemplary. Rather than forcing a layup, and Delhi drew Tay Louise Nate's attention, and with a flick of the wrist delivered a precise bounce pass to the cutting center Ken Kaha. Kaha received the ball uncontested, rose effortlessly, and thundered a two-handed dunk. The rim bellowed. Chunyang watched it all with crystal clarity, inwardly conceding that the Ingyan team was indeed formidable and not easily broken. In the original timeline, these two teams had even pushed their rivalry into overtime, with the Ha-Shichi team narrowly prevailing in the extra period. Though an early lead had been established, the opponent's resilience and capacity to adapt remained a force to be. The Huskies launched an offense. Indeed, just as Carl Hong had predicted, the Eagles began to execute a man-to-man strategy, particularly focusing on Chunyang. As Chunyang crossed half-court, Russell clung to him like a piece of sticky tape, constantly interfering and giving him no opportunity to receive the ball. Want to lock me down? Chunyang had a suspicion. He didn't forcefully demand the ball. Realizing that his ability to attack with the ball was insufficient, he began to run toward the corner three-point line. This run directly took Russell away, creating a vast offensive space for his teammates. This was exactly the scenario coach Carl Hong hoped to see. As a tactical pivot, Chunyang used his shooting ability to create opportunities for Ray Allen to go unknown. Hamilton also sensed the opponent's intentions and cleverly ran toward the weak side, taking his defender with him. In an instant, only Ray Allen and his defender Carmichael remained on the strong side for the Huskies. Unknown. Ray Allen received the ball, standing at the arc top, scanning the defensive positions and his teammates. He began to dribble, alternating the rhythm between fast and slow. Carmichael was fully concentrated, fixated on the trajectory of the basketball. Suddenly, Ray Allen made his move. There were no fancy fakes, only pure explosive acceleration. Before Carmichael could react, Ray Allen had left him behind. Carmichael frantically reached out to grab him, attempting to use a small maneuver to stop the attack, but Ray Allen's speed was too fast, his hand could only grasp at air. Successful breakthrough. Seeing this, coach wanted to come over to help defend. At that moment, Travis made a smart run to the other side. Coach's footsteps halted, unsure whether to follow Travis or help defend Ray Allen. This brief pause was already enough for Ray Allen. He charged into the paint, faced with an open basket, leaped high, and slammed the ball into the hoop with one hand. Boom. Another powerful dunk. After landing, Ray Allen coldly glanced at the chasing Carmichael and turned to return on defense. This is the power of a superstar in existence that is incomprehensible when creating space through tactics. The Eagles organized their offense again. This time it was still Andre holding the ball as the main attacker. Richie Moore had learned his lesson, no longer sticking closely to Andre, but maintaining a step's distance. This is a defensive strategy, focusing on stopping the drive while allowing the shot. The step's distance gave Richie enough reaction time and buffer space. If Andre chose to drive, Richie could swiftly move to block using that step's distance. If Andre opted to shoot, Richie with his height advantage could easily contest the shot. Andre tried several crossovers, but found he couldn't shake Richie off. With that step space, Richie's defensive footwork became exceptionally steady, not losing position at all. Damn it, Andre cursed inwardly. Seeing no hope for a drive, he had to retreat to beyond the three-point line. He glanced at Richie's position and noticed that his opponent had no intention of closing in. In that case, I'll shoot while you're close. Andre took a deep breath and shot directly. Richie's reaction was swift. As Andre jumped, he lunged at him. His long arms stretched out, directly challenging Andre's face. This defense was exceptionally well placed, nearly sealing off the shooting sight. Feeling the pressure rushing at him, Andre's release noticeably quickened and his wrist movement became somewhat distorted. The basketball, spinning intensely, flew toward the hoop. Seeing this, Chin Yong and the others quickly positioned themselves against their assignments, preparing to grab the defensive rebound. To them, such a heavily contested shot was likely to miss. However, the basketball flew over the hoop and hit the front of the rim hard. Ding! The ball bounced high again, hitting the back of the rim. Just when everyone thought the ball would bounce out, it actually rolled and teetering into the hoop. Swish! It went in. This was a complete lucky shot. After landing, Richie shook his head helplessly, arms spread as if to say, "How can this happen?" Andre, on the other hand, excitedly waved his fists and shouted as if he had just made a game winner. Coach Carl Hong on the sidelines remained expressionless, showing no reaction. He knew very well that such lucky shots wouldn't change the course of the game. The players had already positioned their defense, relying on such lucky shots wouldn't win the game. Indeed, the subsequent flow of the game fully confirmed Carl Hong's judgment. The Huskies' advantage began to emerge. That overwhelming gap in talent couldn't be filled by just a few lucky shots. Ray Allen had completely entered scoring mode. His drives were as sharp as a knife, and his shooting was precise, tearing the Eagles' defense to shreds. Whenever they couldn't help but double-team Ray Allen, the ball would invariably find its way to an open teammate. Chin Yong stood at the corner like a hunter waiting for prey. Once the ball came his way, he would jump and shoot. With Hamilton was also making plays on the weak side, his mid-range jumpers as precise as a scalpel, repeatedly penetrating the opponent's defense. Even Travis and Richie, both future NBA players, displayed impressive performances. This starting lineup of the Huskies was simply a future NBA All-Star reserve team. Aside from Chun Young, the other four would all enter the NBA in the future. Among them, Ray Allen and Hamilton would become Hall of Famers and All-Star caliber superstars. With Chun Yang's current performance and strength, entering the NBA was merely a matter of time, and he might even go further than others. With 5 minutes left in the game, the score stood at 8-7-7-1, with the Huskies leading by 16 points. The outcome was decided, and Coach Carl Hong stood up, signaling for substitutions. Chen Richard, come take a break. After a high-five, Chin Yong and Hamilton stepped off the court. Several scouts in the stands were furiously jotting down notes. Ray Allen is undoubtedly locked into the lottery pick. Hamilton is also a first-rounder, but it's uncertain if he will enter the draft this year. Rudy remarked. As for Chun Yong, his performance has exceeded everyone's expectations. He is a defensive wall and a sharpshooter on the offensive end. Such players are treasures. I believe he is fully qualified to enter the first round. Regardless of the draft position, this kid's potential is limitless. Hans agreed. 2 minutes later, Ray Allen, Travis, and Richie were also substituted out. The starters left the court, and the bench players came in to secure the game. With no hope of victory, the Eagles had completely lost their ability to resist. The Huskies' bench continued to maintain high-intensity defense and fluid offense. Finally, the final whistle blew, and the score was fixed at 1-0-3-8. The Connecticut Huskies defeated the Iowa Hawkeyes by a 15-point margin. In this game, the Huskies showcased the strength of a top team. Chin Yong played for 35 minutes, scoring 24 points, second only to Ray Allen's 26 points, becoming the team's second leading scorer. Additionally, he contributed 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal, filling the stats sheet. More importantly, he completely locked down the opponent's core Russell Mira, allowing the opponent to score only 15 points throughout the game, with a shooting percentage barely above 30%. Hamilton also scored 16 points and made several crucial shots at key moments to stabilize the team's morale. Ray Allen, sitting on the bench, said to Chunyong, "Dude, great job. Without your defense and those three-pointers, we wouldn't have won so easily." Hamilton chimed in, "Yetchin, you were simply outstanding today, both offensively and defensively. That Russell was completely befuddled by your defense." Chunyong smiled and patted both of their shoulders, saying, "It's everyone's effort. Allen, your drives were too sharp to defend against. Richard, your positioning was also elusive. The three of them were quite modest, and the team atmosphere was excellent." The next day marks the final battle for the Connecticut Huskies against the Alaskan team. Battling back-to-back physical stamina becomes a huge test and the best touchstone for assessing the team's depth. The opponent is the Indiana Pacers, an old powerhouse with a long history and a tenacious style. In the scouts' notebooks, today's game focuses not only on Ray Allen, but also on a new name, Bryant Evans. Evans is the core small forward of the Pacers, a typical left-hand player. He possesses delicate skills, stable shooting, and high basketball IQ. In the upcoming 1996 NBA draft, he is projected to be selected 27th overall by the... Although his NBA career is not illustrious, and he is merely a brief presence, being drafted in the first round during such a star-studded year proves that his talent has undoubtedly reached NBA level. Scouts on the sidelines are whispering to each other, their pens moving swiftly. Ray Allen is already a definite lottery pick, even a favorite for the top 5. A scout in a gray coat whispers, "But for teams like us, without early draft picks, focusing on him is not very meaningful. Rather, the two freshmen from the Huskies are more worth watching." "You mean the one named Hamilton and that Chinese forward?" "Exactly," another scout adjusts his glasses. "It takes long-term observation to truly assess a player's quality. Ray Allen's talent needs no further explanation, but these two newcomers have one with elite off-ball movement and the other with terrifying defensive coverage and shooting ability. If they can maintain their growth for 2 more years, the Huskies might become the biggest winners in next year's draft." The scout in the gray coat added, "If Chunyong can hold Evans today, his draft position will rise even further." In the locker room, the atmosphere is a bit more relaxed than yesterday as Coach Carl Hong begins his briefing. "Today is the last game, and it's another back-to-back. I know everyone is tired, but we must give it our all." Coach Carl Hong draws the core offensive route of the Pacers on the tactical board, finally stopping the pen at one named number 30, Bryant Evans. "Chun, your task is very clear." Carl Hong turns to Chunyong. "Stick to Evans tightly. This guy is a left-hand player with solid skills who likes to drift to the left baseline for shots using screens. You need to anticipate his routes in advance and don't let him receive the ball comfortably." Chunyong nods. "Understood, coach." Chunyong is not too worried about Evans. In his past life, he had looked up countless NBA players and had almost no impression of the name Bryant Evans. What does this imply? It suggests that this so-called NBA-level player may not have even made it to the NBA or got eliminated soon after entering. Since he is just a passerby, what is there to be afraid of? "No matter who you are, I must lock you down," Chunyong silently said to himself. The game is about to begin. Both teams' starting players are gradually stepping onto the court. Chunyong stands near the center circle, scanning the opposite side until he quickly locks onto the white forward wearing number 30. He appears to be around 2 meters tall, similar to Chunyong. With a well-proportioned physique, his muscle tone is not exaggerated, and he seems to have average explosiveness, unlike those who rely on explosive athletic ability. Indeed, he is a shooting type, Chunyong privately assesses. For such players, as long as they do not lose their positioning, there should be no issues. As the jump ball begins, Travis Knight showcases his dominance inside, easily tipping the ball to Richie. The Huskies initiate their offense first. The Pacers clearly did not prepare a detailed defensive scheme against the Huskies, or rather their defensive strategy seems pale and powerless in the face of absolute talent. Richie passes the ball to Ray Allen. Ray Allen receives the ball and, facing the defender, simply changes direction and accelerates, easily shaking off the opponent. He drives near the free throw line, gathers the ball, jumps high, and takes a sudden jump shot. The basketball arcs beautifully through the air and swishes through the net. Now it's the Pacers' turn to attack. As expected, Evans does not force a shot, but starts moving off the ball constantly, using his teammates' screens to try to find open space for a shot. "Trying to play off ball with me?" Chunyong scoffs inwardly. Who has he been practicing with every day for the past few months? It's Richard Hamilton, that future masked monster known for his tireless running, who can constantly weave through defenses throughout a game. Chunyong has long been trained by Hamilton and is intimately familiar with all kinds of screens, cuts, and routes. In contrast, Evans' movement appears too immature and slow with inferior athleticism. Too slow, Chunyong evaluates in his mind. As Evans, using a screen, attempts to slip to the left baseline, Chunyong seems to anticipate it, stepping in to cut off the route. With a long reach, he directly obstructs Evans' line of sight for receiving the ball. The point guard hesitates and does not dare to pass. Evans has to circle back again to look for another opportunity. Finally, he receives the ball, but the moment he catches it, Chen is already on him. A left-hand player, Chen lowers his center of gravity and tightly grips Evans' waist. Evans instinctively dribbles to his left side, wanting to use his left-hand advantage to break through or shoot. Chen footwork is fast, always positioning himself in front of Evans, giving him no space to shoot. Evans becomes anxious and forces a jump shot. Under the interference of Chen towering arms, his shooting motion is completely distorted. Bang! The basketball hits the rim and bounces away. Rebound. Chen shouts and Travis secures the position to grab the rebound. In the following several possessions, Evans falls into a nightmare. No matter how he runs or uses screens, Chen always sticks to him like a shadow. Once he receives the ball, he faces suffocating defensive pressure. What's wrong with this guy? Evans gasps, filled with frustration. Why are his footwork and reach so fast? Why does he have such a long wingspan? Clearly he is an Asian, yet he has such good athleticism and strong defensive awareness. He doesn't know that the one standing in front of him is a player shaped by hellish training and constantly tormented by Hamilton, a defensive monster off the ball. Once Chen completely shuts down Evans, the Pacers' offensive system collapses instantly. The Huskies play with ease. Ray Allen scores freely from the perimeter. Hamilton is flying in mid-range and Travis is dominating inside. Even Chen himself cannot help but showcase a bit of his own ball-handling offense. During a defensive play, Chen seizes the opportunity, suddenly swiping the basketball from Evans' hands. Stealing the ball successfully, Chen chooses not to pass, but to take it himself, charging forward like a tank. Though lacking flashy dribbling moves, he uses his strong physique and incredible speed to bulldoze through the returning defenders and drives into the paint. Chen jumps high, grabs the ball with one hand, and slams it into the basket. Boom! A powerful, thunderous dunk. The crowd erupts. Did you see that? That Asian kid has great athleticism. His ball handling is not bad either. After landing, Chen celebrates by raising his fist, thinking to himself occasionally, I need to show some versatility, otherwise people might really think I'm just a spot shooter. At halftime, the Huskies have already led by 15 points. After the break, the Pacers attempt to rally, but Evans is still tightly locked down by Chen. Other players, seeing the core struggling, become demoralized, frequently making mistakes. With 8 minutes left in the second half, the score has already reached 7-0-4-5. The outcome is already determined. Coach Carl Hong stands up, calling for a timeout and substitutions. Chen, Ray Allen, Hamilton, and others sequentially exit the court. Ray Allen pats him on the shoulder. Well done, Sean. It seems Evans has been driven to tears by your defense. Chen smiles and takes a towel to wipe the sweat. Sitting on the bench watching the substitute players continue to expand the lead, Chen feels particularly relaxed. The trip to Alaska has come to a successful end. The 3-game winning streak not only trained the team, but also boosted everyone's confidence. As the final whistle blows, the score settles at 8-6-5-2. The Huskies achieve a resounding victory over the Indiana Pacers. Statistical data shows that Chen played for 28 minutes, contributing 17 points, 4 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block. He is the second highest scorer on the team, just behind Ray Allen's 22 points. Interestingly, Chen shooting attempts and accuracy are actually quite similar to Hamilton's. Hamilton scored 15 points, while Chen's higher score is attributed to his greater number of three-point attempts. Chen received numerous open three-point opportunities, and he did not waste them, shooting 3 out of 6 from beyond the arc with impressive efficiency. Rudy said to Hans, Evans was completely locked down today, shooting 3 for 15. This Chinese kid can effectively defend a forward of NBA caliber. His defensive ability is definitely at the NBA starter level. Hans replied seriously. I think we need to reevaluate Chen's draft position. Back at the hotel, Coach Carl Hong announced that everyone should rest now as they will return to school tomorrow morning. The Alaska Invitational has concluded and the regular season of the America East Conference is about to officially begin. After the Alaskan journey ended, the Husky team returning to Connecticut welcomed a brief 5-day holiday. For most players, it was a rare moment of relaxation. For Chen, these 5 days were training time. At 6 in the morning, before the first ray of dawn had pierced through the clouds, Chen had already appeared in the Gamper Sports Center. Today's training plan had undergone some adjustments. The intensity of basic physical training was once again upgraded. The weight for squats was pushed to the limit, the number of shuttle runs was increased by 3 sets, and core strength training was also intensified. The system's immunity to injuries and 5-fold recovery ability provided Chen with the confidence to challenge high-intensity training. The technical training remained unchanged for three-point shooting, which was his foundation. He practiced shooting 1,000 three-pointers every day without fail. He also added extra ball handling and penetration training. This part of training had already been underway for some time, with more focus on ball handling yielding greater progress compared to penetration. Changes occurred in mid-range offense. In previous training, Qinyang focused more on catching and shooting from open positions, which was the basic skill for a 3D player. Now Qinyang was no longer satisfied. Only being able to shoot from open positions will never make me a superstar, he told himself. I need to create shooting space and be able to score under high-pressure defense. His goal was to emulate Michael Jordan and the soon-to-emerge Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jump shot. It was the pinnacle of basketball aesthetics, synonymous with beauty, though of course Qinyang felt that the old rogue's moves were even more beautiful. Perhaps the difference lay in the grace of the hang time. What Qinyang dreaded most was becoming like LeBron James, whose move was jokingly referred to by fans as the crab fadeaway. His body was stiff, his center of gravity leaning back, insufficiently resembling someone dodging defense, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. It has to be elegant, fluid, and lethal. As the problem arose, feeling one way was one thing, but executing the action was another. Practicing fervently on the court, he felt that his moves looked quite cool, but were they really cool? Were they coordinated? Was the force point correct? No one told him. In this era, there were no high-definition cameras for instant replays, no smartphones for slow-motion analysis, and not even professional video analysis software. I need to think of a way. Qinyang paused, wiping his sweat and pondering. He recalled the newly launched Sony consumer DV at the electronics store, which used tapes for recording. Although the picture quality did not compare to professional equipment, it was already a revolutionary product for its time. After lunch, Qinyang headed straight to an electronics store in Hartford, where he saw the silver-gray Sony camera priced at $4,000. In 1995, that was an absolute fortune, equivalent to more than half a year's salary for an average American. Buy. Qinyang hesitated not at all. The money given by his father was meant for investing in stocks, but the rest was to improve himself. If he could use this $4,000 to achieve a leap in his skills, it would be the best deal he could make. The training mode thereafter became different. Qinyang set up the camera, pressed the record button, and then ran to the court to start practicing the moves. He backed down into the post, faked a shoulder shake, and then executed the fadeaway. After completing a set, he had to run back to the camera, stop recording, take out the tape, and insert it into the nearby portable player, pressing the playback button. The screen was small, the picture quality grainy, and the sound noisy. But Qinyang watched intently. Not right, the turn was too slow. When receiving the ball, the elbows flared out. The jump timing was late, resulting in insufficient lean back. After watching it once, Qinyang rewound the tape, recorded again, and ran back to practice. Running back and forth repeatedly, watching and adjusting. It was quite inconvenient, extremely time-consuming, and inefficient. But there was no choice. This was the technology level of 1995. While wiping his sweat, Qinyang couldn't help but sigh. Just think, 20 years from now, any smartphone can shoot 4K HD videos and even do instant slow motion. Players back then truly were born in a fortunate era. However, this clumsy method also had its benefits. It forced Qinyang to mentally rehearse the moves countless times, deepening his muscle memory. On the evening of the third day, Ray Allen and Hamilton pushed the door open and walked in. They had originally planned to practice shooting together today, but upon entering they were stunned by the scene before them. Qinyang was on the other side of the court, undergoing a series of unknown training against thin air. Receiving the ball with his back to the basket, he feigned with his left shoulder, pivoted on his right foot to gather the ball, and then leaped back. The movements were fluid and seamless. He was clearly learning Michael Jordan's fadeaway jump shot. Although it wasn't perfect yet, it had already taken on a certain form. This guy. Hamilton's eyes widened. Has he not taken a break since I got home? How does he seem even? Ray Allen remained silent, simply watching quietly. Known for his self-discipline, he considered his own training to be rigorous, but in comparison to Qinyang, he felt he still fell short. Time passed second by second during the training. By 9 in the evening, the sky outside had completely darkened, with cold winds howling against the windows. Ray Allen and Hamilton finished their practice and tidied up, preparing to wait for Qinyang to head back to the dorm together. "Chen, let's go, it's getting late," Hamilton called out. However, Qinyang didn't move. He wiped the sweat off his face, walked in front of the camera, and pressed the recording button. "I still need to practice a bit more," Qinyang said without turning his head. The balance after that pivot was still a bit off. Ray Allen and Hamilton exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness and admiration in each other's eyes. "What a freak of nature," Hamilton muttered quietly. "I'm about to collapse from exhaustion, and he can still go on." The two casually sat down and watched Qinyang continue his efforts. Qinyang continued practicing his fadeaway jump shot, backing and feigning twice, then suddenly pivoting to the right, followed by a dramatic fadeaway jumper. The basketball traced an arc in the air, but unfortunately struck the back rim and bounced out. Qinyang furrowed his brow, pausing his movements as if deep in thought. Ray Allen stood up and walked over. "Chun." Qinyang turned his head. "Allen, what's up?" "Your overall movement framework is fine, it has great potential." Ray Allen pointed to the spot from earlier, speaking earnestly. "But there's one detail you might want to try and improve." "What detail, eh?" Qinyang's eyes lit up. After you gather the ball, you turned immediately, Ray Allen gestured. This can make your center of gravity unstable, and the defender can easily close in on you. You should take a small step while gathering the ball, adjust your foot positioning, and then turn around. Ray Allen paused briefly before continuing to explain. That little step will help you control your balance better, and the pause can deceive the defender's center of gravity. This way, after your pivot, you'll create more space, and the degree of your fadeaway will be more pronounced. Chen was taken aback. Closing his eyes, images of classic shots by Jordan and Kobe replayed in his mind. Yes, those beautifully memorable moments shared a commonality. Backing and sensing the defender's position, taking a small step while gathering the ball, and then springing up like a spring. That tiny step was the key connection between power and finesse. So that's how it is. Chen, taking a deep breath, Chen followed Ray Allen's advice and executed the move again. Backing and feeling the resistance while gathering the ball, taking a small step, turning and leaping back. This time the movement was noticeably smoother. His sense of balance improved, and the time he spent in the air seemed to elongate. The basketball was released, spinning in the air. Swish! The ball went through the net cleanly. Beautiful! Hamilton shouted from a distance. Chen landed and turned to Ray Allen. Allen, was that it? Ray Allen nodded, a hint of approval in his smile. The movement is fine, very standard. However, the degree of your fadeaway still isn't sufficient. Although that last shot went in, if faced with a taller defender, it could still be interfered with. Chen smiled slightly, patting his core. Got it. My core strength isn't strong enough to support a greater angle of fadeaway. Forcing too much fadeaway will distort the movement and decrease the shooting percentage. Core strength can be developed through training, Ray Allen encouraged. You're only a freshman, there's plenty of time. Hamilton came over and patted his chest. Exactly. Come on, I'll be the defender, and increase the intensity. After saying that, Hamilton spread his arms wide, simulating real defensive pressure. Let's see, Chun. Can your fadeaway escape my block? Chen smiled, his eyes sharpening. Let's do it. The two dove back into training. Hamilton's defense was no joke. Using agile footwork and long arms, he constantly disrupted Chen pivot routes. Chen responded to Hamilton's defensive positioning, adapting on the fly, choosing whether to pivot left or right, adjusting his shooting angle and timing. Once, twice, 10 times, 50 times. Sweat soaked through their clothes, breathing grew heavy, yet the movements became increasingly fluid and deceptive. Ray Allen sat on a nearby bench holding a water bottle, quietly watching this scene. Observing the Asian youth tirelessly practicing his fadeaway jump shot, Ray Allen's thoughts drifted far. Last season, the Huskies reached the top 8, a glorious moment. After the season ended, the starting small forward Donnie Marshall announced he would enter the draft and was selected in the second round, leaving the team. Many believed the Huskies were finished, having lost a crucial scoring point and defensive anchor, significantly diminishing the team's strength. Even coach Carl Hong had privately expressed concerns, fearing this year's performance would be lackluster. I thought there was no hope this year. Ray Allen murmured softly. His gaze fell on Chen and Hamilton. One was a black genius with top-notch off-ball movement and mid-range skills, while the other was an Asian beast with terrifying defensive talent and increasingly refined offensive techniques. These two freshman rookies shone like two rising stars, illuminating the previously dim sky. Their hard work, their talent, and their synergy made Ray Allen see hope again. Perhaps this year is not just about participation. Ray Allen's eyes sparkled. With them around, we might be able to go further. They will be the best helpers, the best teammates. On the court, Chen completed another beautiful fadeaway, the basketball swishing through the net. Ray Allen gave Chen and Hamilton a thumbs up. The night grew deep, and in the Gamble Pavilion of the University of Connecticut, the sound of basketball hitting the ground echoed a sound of dreams. In the following 2 days, the Gamble Pavilion became the private territory of Chen and Hamilton. As the holiday was about to end, their training intensity showed no signs of waning. Instead, it escalated. Chen needed real combat to refine his newly learned techniques, while Hamilton required high-intensity defensive pressure to enhance his off-ball movement. The two clicked perfectly, becoming each other's finest sharpening stones. When Chen practiced ball control and driving, Hamilton transformed into the most tenacious defender. Using his footwork and long arms, he constantly swiped at the ball, disrupted vision, and applied physical pressure, simulating the defensive scenarios of a real match. Again, that change of direction was too slow. In an official game, the ball would have been stolen already. Hamilton said, panting heavily. Chen gritted his teeth, wiped the sweat trickling into his eyes, and lowered his center of gravity to accelerate past. As Hamilton set up a row of dummies to practice running off screens for jump shots, Chen took on the role of the defender. His terrifying wingspan and impressive lateral speed made every movement for Hamilton extraordinarily. If Hamilton couldn't shake off Chen, he wouldn't give up easily. Instead, he would directly transition to ball handling attacks, breaking for layups or stopping for jump shots. As for Chen Yang's prized turnaround fadeaway jumper, Hamilton was relentless. Every time Qin Yang made a spinning move, Hamilton's blocks followed closely, forcing Qin Yang to extend his backward lean further and raise his release point higher. Of course, the devilish training camp couldn't lack the presence of Ray Allen. He showed up punctually every afternoon at the gym. Ray Allen spoke little, quietly practicing his shooting on the side. When Hamilton practiced off-ball movement, he would handle the passing, occasionally offering tips during their breaks. Ray Allen's presence served as a benchmark, constantly reminding the other two that talent determines the ceiling, but effort determines the floor. They still had a distance to cover to reach the caliber of a star like Allen. The three of them sweated freely in the gym, the squeaking of sneakers against the floor and the crisp sound of basketballs swishing through nets intertwined into a symphony of youth. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the Big East Conference regular season opener. The Huskies' schedule started off quite friendly with 3 consecutive home games. Their first opponent was Northeastern University, a perennial bottom feeder in the Big East Conference. The atmosphere in the locker room before the game was relaxed. Head coach Jim Calhoun did not lay out tactics. He just sternly reminded them, while tapping the tactical board, "Don't let me down in the gutter." No matter how weak the opponent, focus must be maintained. Anyone who dares to daydream on the court will be immediately replaced. Everyone responded in unison. Indeed, Northeastern University's roster was pitifully weak. Apart from small forward Ronnie Hale, who could average 16 points, none of the other 4 starting players had an average score above 5. This configuration of one player leading while 4 others trailed was simply lambs to the slaughter in the competitive Big East. To make matters worse, their only strong point, Ronnie Hale, happened to be matched up against the Huskies' defensive stalwart, Qin Yang. As the game began, the suspense ended within the first few minutes. When Hale received the ball to prepare for a unknown, he found a massive obstacle in front of him. Qin Yang's exaggerated wingspan completely overshadowed his vision. Whether he moved left or right, there was always a hand interfering with his dribble rhythm. In just 3 possessions, Hale made 2 turnovers, once having the ball stolen by Qin Yang during a fast break, and another time a forced shot was swatted away. Without their linchpin, Northeastern University's offense instantly crumbled. In contrast, the Huskies played fluidly. Ray Allen's drives faced no obstructions. Hamilton weaved through mid-range, and Qin Yang fired from beyond the arc. Only 10 minutes and the score reached 2-0. The crowd erupted in joyful cheers. It was a once. During one offensive play, Ray Allen advanced with the ball. Seeing Qin Yang positioned in the mid-range area, he had a flash of inspiration and opted not to attack himself, instead tossing the ball to Qin Yang. "Try your new skills," Ray Allen shouted, filled with encouragement. Qin Yang received the ball, backing into the defending Hale. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. Qin Yang felt Hale's relatively slender body behind him, instilling him with confidence. With his back to the basket, sensing his center of gravity, he made a small step adjustment, turned, and jumped for a though the move still felt somewhat awkward against Hale, who had a clear height and physical disadvantage. This technique, Hale leaped desperately to block, but his fingertips were still far from Qin Yang's release point. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air. Swish! The ball went through cleanly. A beautiful turnaround fadeaway jumper. Qin Yang landed, fist raised, letting out a roar. This was the first time he successfully executed this new technique in an official game. Unfortunately, there were no NBA scouts present at the Gamble Pavilion tonight. They couldn't be bothered to waste time on opponents of this caliber. Had they witnessed Qin Yang execute a Jordan-style fadeaway jumper so effortlessly against a defender, someone would surely have written glowing praises in their reports about his offensive versatility and comprehensive skills. However, Qin Yang didn't care. This shot validated that his efforts were not in vain, confirming that his arsenal had gained another powerful weapon. The game continued, and the outcome had already lost its suspense. With the first half not yet over, Coach Calhoun waved for the starting lineup to take a break. The final score was 8-6-3-9, with the Huskies brutally defeating Northeastern University. The NCAA's game schedule operates on a rhythm entirely distinct from professional leagues, rarely featuring back-to-back contests or games every other day. Instead, matches are typically spaced several days apart. Countless high school prodigies who once commanded the court with effortless dominance swiftly fade into obscurity upon entering college, not for lack of talent, but simply due to complacency. Stripped of the nurturing, almost paternal oversight of high school coaches, the newfound freedom of university life becomes fertile ground for decline. Training grows lax, dietary discipline unravels, and ultimately diligent second-tier players overtake them through relentless daily grind. No such inertia exists within the University of Connecticut Huskies. Qin Yang functions like an inexhaustible perpetual engine. His ferocious work ethic serves as a silent, unrelenting spur. Inspired by Qin Yang's near self-flagellating dedication, Ray Allen and Richard Hamilton train with even greater intensity than they did at this stage in their original timelines. Ray Allen, already a legendary workout fanatic, has elevated his standards into an entirely new dimension, Meanwhile, Hamilton no longer settles for mere off-ball movement drills, now voluntarily adding rigorous finishing practice under defensive pressure. This culture of uncompromising excellence permeates the entire roster. Even players buried deep on the bench quietly remain after practice to sink dozens more shots. An atmosphere of relentless aspiration envelopes the Huskies. Shenyang's training regimen remains as exacting as ever. It begins at dawn with foundational physical conditioning, proceeds to morning sessions focused on ball handling and penetration mastery, continues with an unwavering afternoon routine of 1,000 three-point shots, and culminates in evening drills targeting the flawless picture-perfect fadeaway jumper. Not a single day has passed without it. Recently, Shenyang sought guidance from Ray Allen on a new skill, the triple threat offensive framework. Elite penetrators are often masters of the triple threat. When you hold the ball against a defender, you must credibly threaten 3 actions simultaneously: shooting, passing, or driving to the basket. Ray Allen explained between breaths, wiping sweat from his brow during a brief pause in practice. Watch closely. He picked up the ball and demonstrated a textbook jab step. If the defender doesn't retreat, I explode past him with a straight line drive. If he closes out hard, I gather my balance and rise for a shot. If he hesitates, I release the shot. If he lunges, I glide past him effortlessly. The essence lies in using these feints to deceive his center of gravity, exploiting that split-second vulnerability. Shenyang observed intently. In terms familiar to his former life, this was not merely technique. It was an offensive architecture. The triple threat was less about motion than psychological warfare. Yet all of this rests upon raw physical capacity, especially explosive first-step quickness. Without sufficient speed, even the most elegant jab steps become hollow theatrics. Understood. Shenyang nodded, took the ball, and began imitating the motion, mentally constructing the framework: jab, step, wait, transfer, eye deception, foot fakes. Each repetition demanded perfection. Days later, the Huskies' second Big East regular season contest arrived as scheduled, against the Boston College Eagles. Pre-game, the team exuded relaxed confidence. In collective memory, Boston College was a perennial mid-table Big East squad, neither ascending nor collapsing, devoid of star power, incapable of generating real disruption. "We'll probably get plenty of minutes for our bench tonight," someone joked in the locker room. Only the Huskies' 3 stars had already arrived at the arena well ahead of time. They stretched, warmed up, activated every muscle fiber. No trace of slackness. Head coach Jim Calhoun entered the locker room, his expression unusually grave. "Wipe those smiles off your faces." Calhoun's voice resonated sharply across the room. "According to our latest intel, this Eagle squad is not the same team we faced last year." He strode to the whiteboard and struck it twice with deliberate force. They played with remarkable grit last season, and this year their roster has upgraded significantly. 2 exceptionally gifted freshmen have joined the squad, while 2 sophomores, refined over a full year, have undergone transformative leaps in ability. I expect full focus, no embarrassing home losses on my watch. His gaze then settled firmly on Shenyang. Your assignment carries exceptional weight. Their small forward Danya Abrams, a seasoned junior, may have reached his ceiling in terms of upside, yet his current level impact ranks among the very best in the Big East. Physically imposing, technically polished, he's a tenacious, unyielding matchup. Your charge is to lock him down completely. Do not let him score freely. Shenyang rose to his feet and nodded. "Yes, coach. Consider it done." The match was about to begin, and the Gamble Pavilion was packed to capacity with the cheers of the home fans echoing loudly. During the jump ball, the Husky center Travis showcased his dominance in the paint. He leapt high, passing the ball to his teammate Richie Moore. After receiving the ball, Richie noticed that the opposing defense was not fully set, and with a spark of inspiration intended to launch a quick attack for a layup. Just as he reached the three-point line, a shadow suddenly emerged, blocking his path. It was Scunny Penn. This freshman, wearing jersey number 2, was one of the strong reinforcements mentioned by Carl. Though not tall, he had a stable lower body, sharp eyes, and exuded a calmness that was uncommon for a rookie. A future NBA player. Seeing that he couldn't drive, and Richie wisely passed the ball to Ray Allen at the top of the arc. The moment Ray received the pass, the defending shooting guard from the Hawks, Woodward, quickly closed in on him. This sophomore player seemed like a completely different person compared to last year. He was noticeably more muscular, had increased physical intensity, and his defensive footwork had become solid. Ray Allen could feel the pressure emanating from Woodward's chest. "This is interesting." The fighting spirit in Ray's eyes was ignited. In the NCAA, Ray Allen's skills and abilities were undoubtedly among the top tier of perimeter players. Positioned sideways to the basket, he used his strong body to create space, then suddenly lunged forward with a probing step. Woodward, wary and instinctively shifting his weight back to prevent Ray Allen from driving, found himself caught off guard as Ray quickly initiated a shooting motion. Ray Allen's movement was incredibly realistic, his wrist already poised to exert force. Woodward, startled, had to leap forward to interfere, but he also retained some balance, not jumping. "Now, A glint flashed in Ray Allen's eyes. His hand, originally prepared to shoot, suddenly pulled back as the basketball struck the ground and directed towards the right, breaking through. At this moment, Ray Allen's explosive power was fully displayed. His first step was as quick as lightning, instantly leaving Woodward behind. Woodward desperately turned around trying to catch up, but the speed difference rendered his efforts futile. In just 2 steps, Ray Allen had reached the vicinity of the free throw line. He came to a sudden stop and jumped. Ray Allen's body held steady in midair, his legs slightly bent, core tight, soaring high above. Facing the interior defender coming to help, Ray showed no signs of panic, gently flicking his wrist. The basketball traced a perfect parabola passing through the hoop. Swish! A smooth mid-range shot. Great shot! The home crowd erupted into thunderous applause, cheering for their star player's stunning solo performance. Boston College's offense surged like a tide. The Huskies' defensive formation instinctively tilted towards the strong side, and Shenyang's gaze was locked onto the junior forward named Danya Abram. He was the captain of the Hawks, and their core player, someone who needed special attention. However, an unexpected Danya did not demand the ball for a unknown. Instead, he acted as a decoy, drawing Shenyang to the weak side corner. Not good. A warning bell rang in Shenyang's mind. The Hawks' offensive strategy had completely changed. The Hawks point guard Skinny Penn made a hand signal at the top of the arc, and center Mitch quickly moved up, setting a screen near the three-point line. Penn's speed was astonishing, like a bolt of black lightning. Seizing the brief moment created by Mitch's screen, he lowered his center of gravity and accelerated straight into the paint. Though the Huskies' starting point guard Richie chased desperately, he was still left behind in the face of absolute speed. Help defense! Quick help defense! Richie shouted as Hamilton rapidly collapsed from the side, establishing a second line of defense in the paint. Penn clearly anticipated this. As he burst into the paint, he did not choose to lay it up, but instead flicked his wrist, gently delivering an exquisitely soft floater. The basketball followed a high arc, soaring over Hamilton's outstretched arm and swished through the net. Damn! After landing, Hamilton felt a bit frustrated as he had almost grazed the basketball. The Hawks were indeed not to be underestimated. This pick-and-roll breakthrough tactic was simple, yet effective, especially with a point guard like Penn who possessed elite finishing ability, making him a nightmare for defenders. The Huskies did not panic after this single loss. Since they couldn't stop them, they would retaliate with offense. The Connecticut Huskies boasted a powerful trio of sharpshooters. In terms of scoring explosiveness, they would not be outdone by any team. In a swift transition between offense and defense, Richie steadily controlled the ball past the half-court. He did not rush to initiate the attack, instead signaling his teammates to start their plays, holding the ball at the top of the arc while waiting for the tactical movements to complete. The offensive machine of the Huskies began to operate. Shenyang and Hamilton simultaneously launched from both ends of the baseline, executing a cross movement that momentarily disrupted the Eagles' defense. Meanwhile, Ray Allen took advantage of center Travis' off-ball screen, slicing through from the weak side like a shark. This dazzling series of movements left the Eagles' defenders in disarray, leading to a critical communication breakdown. In the blink of an eye, Hamilton broke free from his defender and appeared in the open space on the left side of the free throw line. Richie's pass swiftly found its way into Hamilton's hands. Receiving the ball, he adjusted and leaped to shoot. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, a perfect execution. At this moment, the Eagles' defender Burleson scrambled over, but it was all too late. All he could do was helplessly turn his head to watch the basketball soar towards the hoop. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed as the ball swished through. Hamilton's open mid-range shot was practically a gift, his shooting percentage terrifyingly stable. As long as he found an open look, it essentially guaranteed 2 points. The score exchanged leads as the game reached a stalemate. After several possessions, the Eagles resorted to the same pick-and-roll tactic again. Payne, leveraging the screen, broke through Richie's defense as if entering uncharted territory. This time he broke towards Shenyang's side, forcing Shenyang to leave his defensive assignment and move to assist against Payne. Just as Shenyang shifted his feet, Danya Abrams, who had been lurking on the weak side, made her move. Seizing the opportunity, she cut straight to the basket. Payne, with his eyes scanning the court, opted not to finish himself, but lofted the ball high towards the hoop. This was a high lob pass, a perfect setup. Danya leaped high as the Huskies' interior players were drawn outside by Payne's penetration, leaving the basket completely unguarded. Confronted with an unguarded basket, Danya held the ball with both hands and slammed it down with force. Boom! The hoop emitted a painful groan. Shenyang stood frozen, his expression grim. This was his lapse, as the team's perimeter defensive anchor, his previous help, had protected the paint, but left his assigned scorer wide open. This feeling of neglect was distressing for Shenyang. On the sidelines, Coach Jim Calhoun furrowed his brow. Seizing the opportunity during a stoppage, he shouted loudly to the court, signaling a tactical gesture. Single coverage. No help defense. Coach Calhoun was exceptionally shrewd. While the Eagles' tactic was practical, its core relied on Payne's individual ability. If the Huskies kept insisting on defense, it would only grant Danya and other players numerous easy scoring opportunities. Watching the unfolding situation, Coach Calhoun pondered his strategy. Skinny Payne is an excellent penetrator. As long as we sever his connection with his teammates and force him to play alone, his firepower won't be enough to determine the game. Let him attack alone. Meanwhile, allow Payne's three-point shot. After 10 minutes of the first half, the score stood at 2-2-19, with the Huskies holding a slim three-point lead. Eagles point guard Payne was on fire, having already scored 12 points, accounting for most of the team's scoring. Coach Calhoun decisively called for a stoppage. The atmosphere on the bench was somewhat tense. Holding a tactical board, Calhoun rapidly outlined, "Listen, our defensive strategy is changing. Richie, Travis, you two, do not switch defenses. When faced with a screen, Richie should go around it from beneath. It's better to allow Payne to shoot threes than to let him easily penetrate the paint." Calhoun turned to Chin Yong and said, "On offense, Chin, you need to be more assertive. Take more three-point shots. We have the rebounding advantage, and even if you miss, I trust your teammates will grab the offensive boards." The effect of this timeout was immediate. Back on the court, the Huskies' defensive strategy had changed. Payne again attempted to penetrate using Mickey's screen, but this time Richie did not choose to squeeze through the screen to chase him. Instead, he circled around Mickey, firmly guarding the penetration path, while conceding a step of space beyond the three-point line. Payne paused momentarily. The scene before him left him in a dilemma. The path to penetrate was blocked. Richie was blocking him inside, while a vast expanse of space in front seemed to invite him to shoot. Should I shoot? Payne hesitated in his heart. Payne's three-point shot was not a standard weapon, lacking stability. With the execution of the play hindered, he had no other choice. Payne took a deep breath and launched a shot from beyond the arc. Luck was not on his side today. The basketball hit the front of the rim and bounced out. Rebound. Hamilton secured position and confidently collected the defensive rebound. Fast break. Without hesitation, the moment Hamilton grabbed the rebound, he launched a long pass to initiate a fast break. The entire Huskies team surged forward like a tide, charging fiercely into the opponent's half. Hamilton passed the ball to Ray Allen, who was running in front. Woodward, matching up, desperately sprinted back, blocking Ray Allen's path to the basket. Ray Allen penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of two defenders. He chose not to force a finish. Instead, while in midair, he flicked his wrist and delivered a brilliant no-look pass. The basketball sailed through the defenders, flying toward the right side beyond the three-point line. There, Chin Yong had already positioned himself. Having sprinted along the sideline at full speed, he had just reached the right side, 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. Receiving the ball, he bent his knees and leaped. Chun Yang's movements showed no signs of pause, his body extending gracefully in the air. The assisting defender only arrived, then helplessly watching the basketball soar over his head. Swish! The trailing three-pointer went straight through. The Gamper Sports Center erupted, the cheers of the home fans nearly lifting the roof off. This shot not only widened the score gap, but also boosted the morale of the Huskies. After landing, Chin Yong celebrated with a fist pump, his eyes radiating confidence. Calhoun nodded in satisfaction on the sidelines. This was the effect he desired, using defense to force the opponent to take shots they were not adept at, while using speed and three-pointers to dismantle the opponent's defense. The subsequent match completely validated Coach Carl Hong's judgment. The Husky team solidified their defensive strategy, no longer blindly assisting, and tightly locked down Payne's driving lanes, allowing him only a limited shooting space beyond the three-point line, making the Eagles' offense increasingly sluggish. Facing the open shot, Payne was resolute. Time and again, he rose outside the three-point line, preparing to punish the Huskies for their defensive strategy. However, it seemed as if the rim had been covered at that moment. Even with a clear shot, his shooting percentage remained dismally low, with the basketball repeatedly clanging off the rim. "That's right. Let him shoot," Coach Carl Hong shouted from the sidelines, waving his arms to signal his players to tighten their defense. On the offensive end, the Huskies fully embraced their own style of play. Chun Yong unleashed his firepower from beyond the arc, greatly distracting the Eagles' defensive focus. Whenever Chin Yong received the ball outside the three-point line, the Eagles' defenders had to closely press him, fearing his three-point shot. This left a vast space for Ray Allen. In a relaxed environment, Gentleman Ray played like a fish in water. Utilizing off-ball movement to find openings, he could also take the ball and execute textbook mid-range jump shots to repeatedly tear through the opponent's defense. In the last 3 minutes of the first half, the Huskies led by 8 points with a score of 4-6-3-8. Coach Carl Hong decisively substituted the starters to let them rest. After all, with no way to decisively defeat the opponent in the first half, there was no need to overexert the core players' stamina before the halftime break. The disparity in strength among the bench players became evident at that moment. Although the Huskies' bench was decent, they still struggled against the two eager freshmen from the Eagles. Without their anchor, the Huskies' defensive rotations were a step slow, and their offense seemed somewhat rigid. The Eagles, sensing blood in the water, launched a furious counterattack, closing the gap by 4 points. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the score was 4-6-4-2. The Huskies entered the locker room with only a 4-point lead. In the locker room during halftime, coach Carl Hong wore a serious expression, tapping on the tactics board as he said, "Listen, the score hasn't widened, which means the Eagles won't give up the game. In the second half, they'll be even more ferocious. We need to take this seriously. I don't think that we can relax just because we have the upper hand. Let's continue to play our style and destroy them with our offense." Meanwhile, in the visitors' locker room, Boston College's head coach Jim O'Brien made a bold decision. This coach, known for his risk-taking, had a glint of a gambler in his eyes. Todd, you'll come in during the second half to set screens for Skinny. Looking at the fellow freshman forward Todd Burleson, O'Brien paused, not like Mickey who rolls down. You need to pop out, pull to the three-point line. Whoever of you two has the opportunity, shoot decisively. This was an extremely risky tactic, making two freshmen the core initiators of the offense, which was practically heretical in the hierarchy-driven world of college basketball. O'Brien didn't care. He valued the boldness of these two newcomers along with their top-notch skills. Understood, coach. Burleson nodded vigorously, his eyes burning with the flame of proving himself. The second half began with the Huskies in possession. Ray Allen brought the ball up, faking a realistic drive at the top of the arc, instantly drawing the attention of the Eagles defenders. Chunyang and Hamilton initiated their off-ball movement strategy. Chunyang used Hamilton's screen in the low post to slip through the defenders, quickly racing toward the right side beyond the three-point line. Ray Allen kept his eyes wide open without a moment's pause, delivering a quick bounce pass to Chunyang. Chunyang received the ball, bending his knees slightly as he aimed for the basket. At that moment, his defender Danya was desperately trying to catch up the distance between them, less than a meter. Seeing Chunyang about to shoot, Danya leapt high, stretching his arms to prepare for a block. However, this was merely a convincing fake shot. At the very instant Danya was airborne, a smile crept across Chunyang's lips. You really can jump. Chunyang lowered the ball, then pushed off the ground with his right foot like a race car, taking off, accelerating directly toward the basket. With Danya out of position and the attention of the other Eagles defenders drawn to Ray Allen, Chunyang found himself with no one in front of him. He took large strides into the paint, then gathered the ball, taking 3 giant steps straight to the basket. Only then did the Eagles center Mickey react, rushing over from the other side to help defend, but it was all too late. Chunyang had already soared into the air, stretching his long body, right hand gripping the ball high above his head like a mighty weapon. He struck down hard toward the hoop. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated throughout the venue. Mickey's attempt to block was utterly futile, helplessly watching as Chunyang dunked over him. The tremendous impact even caused the entire rim to shake violently. A powerful, forceful dunk. This was a slam dunk filled with the aesthetics of violence. The Gamper Sports Arena erupted in an instant, with the cheers of the home fans reverberating throughout the hall. After landing, Chunyang let out a roar, releasing the passion within him. This dunk was perfectly captured by a local media sports reporter from Connecticut, snapping the moment of Chunyang violently dunking over Mickey. The incredible sense of power and explosiveness displayed by this Asian player created a strong visual. This photo became the cover of the sports section of the newspaper the next day, as many media outlets reprinted it due to its visual effect and the buzz surrounding the Asian player. Of course, that's a story for another time. The match continued with the Eagles launching an offensive play. The Huskies instinctively focused their attention on countering Payne's breakthrough. Believing that the Eagles would employ their previous tactics, Payne held the ball while Mickey set a screen and moved in. However, the Eagles' change took everyone by surprise. The freshman named Burleson unexpectedly positioned himself beyond the three-point line, standing beside Payne. Mickey, responsible for setting the screen in the first half, lingered at the edge of the paint like a bystander. Rich was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively resorted to his usual tactic, preparing to circle around Burleson to allow him an open three-point shot while tightly guarding the lane. However, this time the Eagles' adjustment was unexpected for everyone. After the screen, Burleson did not cut towards the basket, but quickly moved outward, directly positioning himself beyond the left three-point line. At the same time, Payne handed the ball to Burleson while effectively blocking Rich. Rich, who was originally defending Payne, found himself completely obstructed by Payne's body and could not react in time to defend Burleson. Hamilton was positioned to the right of the two and sensed the danger, attempting to help defend, but Burleson had already moved to the left three-point line. With two players in between, Hamilton would not have been able to reach him even if he sprouted wings. Burleson stood firm beyond the three-point line, preparing to jump. His movements were fluid and confident, devoid of hesitation. The basketball flew from his fingertips, tracing a perfect parabola as it headed straight for the hoop. Swish! The net rippled as the three-pointer landed accurately. This was the Eagles' new strategy. If Payne couldn't shoot well from three, then let the one who could take the shot. Since you let him take the three, then pass the ball to the one who can make it. O'Brien's gamble paid off at this moment. This deadly three-pointer intensified the atmosphere on the court once again. With the Huskies gaining possession, Shenyang and Hamilton executed a quick cross movement on the weak side according to their strategy. The Eagles' defense had clearly heightened its alertness with two defenders closely shadowing them, like shadows, leaving no room for passes or penetrating cuts. "They're sticking too close," Shenyang thought to himself, and then exchanged glances with Hamilton. The two decisively abandoned their entanglement and quickly spread out to the corners. This pull opened up the Eagles' original defense, creating space on one side. Rich was quick to react, delivering the basketball precisely into the hands of Ray Allen at the top of the arc. As soon as the ball was in his hands, Woodward, who was defending Ray Allen, attached himself like an unshakable adherent. The sophomore had only one task today: to cling tightly and limit the #1 scorer of Connecticut at any cost. Woodward's defensive movements were exaggerated. As he got close, he used both hands to grip and tug at Ray Allen's waist and arms, disrupting his balance and rhythm. From the weak side corner, Shenyang watched, clearly unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If this were a street game, a fight would have broken out long ago. Shenyang muttered to himself, "Ray is really patient. If it were me, that elbow would have already connected with his..." Ray Allen did not complain or exaggerate to draw a foul. Instead, he lowered his center of gravity and used his core strength to push through the opposing force. In the next moment, Ray Allen moved, creating space, and then quickly dropped the ball, forcefully stepping to the right side for a strong drive. Just as Woodward shifted his weight to the right, Ray Allen executed a quick crossover, instantly switching from. Following that, he pushed off hard with his back foot. His explosive power was displayed at that moment. Ray Allen surged forward like a car shifting gears. Woodward did not give up, desperately twisting his body to chase back, trying to catch up. Seeing this, Ray Allen suddenly came to a halt. This sudden stop caught Woodward off guard, causing him to lurch forward due to inertia, instantly widening the gap. Adjusting his breath, he bent his knees and jumped. Ray Allen leaped high near the free throw line, his body extending gracefully in the air as he gently flicked his wrist. The basketball traced a high arc, swishing cleanly through the net. Swish! Woodward stood there, panting heavily, his expression filled with helplessness. He worked hard and fought fiercely, pouring all his passion into every defensive effort. Yet in the face of absolute talent and technical disparity, such effort seemed somewhat feeble. This is the chasm between top stars and ordinary players, one that cannot be easily bridged by me. Boston College remained composed despite the defensive lapse, continuing to execute the coach's strategy. This time, Payne once again called for a screen while holding the ball. The Husky team's defensive strategy changed. Rich and Hamilton communicated and decisively chose to switch their defensive assignments. Thus, Payne was no longer faced with Rich, but rather the tall and lanky Hamilton with impressive wingspan. "Are you using your long limbs to defend me, Payne thought as he looked at his opponent, who towered over him. Confident in his speed, he planned to utilize his explosive first step to bypass this bamboo pole. Hamilton saw through his intentions and took a significant step back, creating space for a shot. Although there was space for a shot, looking at Hamilton's long arms, which resembled a giant net covering a vast area, made Payne hesitate. Faced with such a long-armed opponent, if he chose to shoot, those lengthy arms could easily block his shot. Lacking confidence in his already unstable three-point shooting, he gritted his teeth and opted to drive hard. However, to his surprise, this seemingly frail bamboo pole was surprisingly swift. Hamilton's lateral movement was exceptionally quick, staying glued to his side. No matter how Payne changed direction, a shadow loomed over him. After several failed attempts to break through, Payne found himself in a dire situation. He reluctantly passed the ball to Todd Burleson, who had positioned himself to block Rich. This was yet another mismatch. Todd received the ball with his back to the basket, but felt a wave of despair. As a shooter known for his shooting ability, being forced to play unknown against a physically explosive guard was truly a hardship. "My heart aches," Todd lamented inwardly. "I'm a shooter, yet here I am forced to battle inside." With no other option, Todd could only brace himself, using his shoulder to hold off Rich before forcing a spin to jump for a layup. Rich's physicality was strong, and he effectively pushed Todd's body off balance. Todd's motion became awkward, and the basketball hit the front of the rim, bouncing a few times before miraculously rolling into the basket. 2 points secured, yet the process was extremely arduous. Coach Carl Hong watched this scene with satisfaction, nodding his head. Let them score in the least favorable way, even if they make it, it's still a successful defense. Carl Hong assessed silently. As long as we stick to this strategy, their offensive efficiency will eventually collapse. The Husky team passed the ball back to Ray Allen. This time, Ray Allen showcased what it meant to be an offensive kaleidoscope. After receiving the ball, he did not rush to shoot, but instead made a series of realistic jab steps. With left fakes and right drives, he kept Woodward's defensive focus shifting back and forth, exhausting him and completely losing his balance, allowing Ray Allen to exploit the opening and drive. Standing on the weak side, Chen observed everything feeling a deep admiration. This is the technical detail of top players. Every movement has purpose. The triple threat framework has been utilized to perfection. Ray Allen's drive attracted a significant amount of defensive attention from the Hawks. Originally responsible for guarding Danya instinctively abandoned him and rushed to help as Ray Allen penetrated the paint. At the moment Danya moved, made his move, cutting sharply into the paint. Ray Allen, with his eyes everywhere after drawing the double team, flicked his wrist and tossed the ball toward the basket. Leaped high and caught the basketball securely in midair. At that moment, only the basket remained before him. Boom! He slammed it down with both hands, and the rim let out a mournful cry. Success! Scored 2 points, and after landing, he raised his fist towards the stands, exuding confidence. In the following possessions, the Hawks maintained their offensive routine. Unable to find opportunities from the perimeter, they could only keep passing the ball to Todd to force a low-post attack against Rich. Todd was truly at a loss for words. Every back-to-the-basket attempt felt like a painful clash, and with Travis occasionally providing help, defense Todd's shooting became increasingly difficult. This time Todd once more battled against Rich, but the basketball sailed straight past the rim, not even grazing the hoop. Rebound! Rich shouted, and Travis confidently secured the defensive rebound. With the Husky trio firing on all cylinders and targeting the Hawks' strategy on defense, the score began to widen gradually. Halfway through the second half, the deficit had grown to double digits. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Hawks head coach O'Brien had no choice but to call a timeout. During the timeout, O'Brien realized that the previous surprise tactics had been thoroughly deciphered by the opponent and that he must return to basics. He looked to the team's veteran core. Danya, it's your turn to take charge. This was our strategy from last year, and it's the most reliable approach. I want you to destroy their defense, Heaton. Danya. Abrams nodded, excitement flashing in his eyes. The game resumed. Danya called for the ball in the low post. Since the opening of the game, the coach had instructed him to avoid responsible for spacing and serving as a decoy. This left the proud Danya feeling quite unfulfilled. Just a yellow-skinned guy, but how strong can he be? Defend against the main threat. Danya sneered inwardly. Now I finally have the chance to prove myself, ooh, I will not miss it. After receiving the ball, Danya backed into Chen, feeling the opponent's strong physique. Not rushing into action, he first made a probing half spin to try to shake off Chen balance. However, whether he moved left or right, Chen defense stuck to him like a leech, maintaining perfect positioning behind him without a hint of losing his stance. He's got some skill. Danya frowned slightly. Since technique wasn't working, he decided to rely on his physicality. Taking a deep breath, he powered into Chen, intending to use his strong physique to force his way in. Come on. Chen snorted, coldly puffing out his chest and meeting him, Heaton. Bang! The two bodies collided violently, and an astonishing scene unfolded before Danya's eyes. He felt as if he had crashed into a wall made of reinforced concrete. The immense recoil caused his previously aggressive momentum to come to a sudden halt. Danya stumbled slightly, losing his balance instantly. Due to insufficient preparation, he failed to protect the ball at the moment of impact, leaving the basketball exposed. Now's my chance. Chen, quick to react, extended his long arm and tapped the basketball. Successful steal. Without giving the Hawks any time to react, Chen immediately launched a fast break. Chen speed was astonishing. He crossed half-court in just a few steps. Behind him, Danya desperately pursued, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close the gap between them. The figure of that yellow-skinned player grew increasingly distant, like an insurmountable chasm. Chen dashed into the paint, finding no one in his way, leaped high, and slammed the ball forcefully into the basket. Boom! A thunderous dunk. Danya could only watch in despair as Chen scored. From this point on, the direction of the game began to tilt heavily in favor of the Huskies. The Husky team's morale soared, their defense impenetrable and their offense fluid. The Hawks, meanwhile, exhausted from repeated failed attacks, began to crumble mentally. With just 5 minutes left in the game, the score had reached 86-70, with the Huskies leading by a full 16 points. Coach O'Brien looked at his exhausted players on the court, shaking his head helplessly and signaling to substitute the starting lineup. Seeing this, Carl Hong smiled and also substituted his starters, allowing the bench players to take over and finish the remaining garbage time. As the final buzzer sounded, the Gamper Sports Arena erupted in cheers. In the end, Ray Allen scored a team-high 23 points, while Chen contributed 18 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, filling the stat sheet. Hamilton recorded 14 points, and the firepower of the 3 stars was the most solid guarantee for the lights of the Gamble Pavilion flickered on punctually the next morning. Chen pushed open the door, feeling a familiar sensation in a familiar arena. To Chen, this monotonous training was a staircase leading to the peak. Although he won yesterday's match, he felt that his strength was still inadequate, If he were strong enough, victory would come easily. Some technical details must be ingrained through thousands of repetitions to form muscle memory. Chen began his relentless hellish training routine once more. Today the training hall was missing two familiar figures. Hamilton and Ray Allen, these two training maniacs, had decisively chosen to take a rest. I can't keep up, really can't keep up. These were Hamilton's exact words after the match yesterday. Training with Chen feels like my soul has been drained. He's a monster. We are merely mortals, Ray Allen nodded in rare agreement. Even the honorable Ray, faced with Chun Yang's tireless spirit and relentless challenge of physical limits, had to temporarily retreat, giving his body a chance to recuperate. With these two training partners absent, Chun Yang's training efficiency was indeed affected. To reach the predetermined training volume, he had to spend more time compensating. This did not slow his pace, instead it made him even more focused on refining every technical detail. The next day, after a full day of rest, Hamilton and Ray Allen arrived at the gym. As soon as they entered, the two were stunned by the scene before them. Chun Yang stood beyond the three-point line, already drenched in sweat, his jersey clinging tightly to his back, even capable of being wrung out. Breathing heavily and rapidly, the basketball in his hands swished through the net, with precision producing crisp, swish sounds. Oh my God! Hamilton exaggeratedly covered his forehead and rushed over to Chun Yang, wailing, "Chun, you freak. You are a madman. Your relentless training makes us who took a day off feel guilty, you know." Chun Yang halted his actions, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at him puzzled. "Richard, what's wrong? Didn't you rest well? Come on, you can help me pick up the balls." Hamilton turned to Ray Allen, making a face as he complained, "Allen, look at, can't he take a break like a normal person? Seeing him work so hard makes me feel guilty about resting for a day. But my body keeps telling me I need to rest. This mental torment is really tough." Ray Allen nodded in deep agreement, a hint of helplessness in his smile. "Exactly, this is the pressure Chen puts on us. To be his teammate, you either get assimilated into a madman or collapse under guilt." The three burst into laughter, the atmosphere lightening significantly. After their playful banter, Hamilton and Ray Allen quickly changed into their gear and joined the training session. With these two top-tier players as training partners, the quality of Chun Yang's training improved significantly, and the intensity of the competition in the gym skyrocketed. In the following weeks, the Huskies seemed to have unlocked a hidden potential. As their synergy improved, the team's dominance on the court was astonishing. Fluid passing and cutting, suffocating defensive rotations, and the unique scoring abilities of the three stars left their opponents in awe. They embarked on a winning streak. During this period, the Huskies defeated 6 opponents, including the Ivy League's Yale University and the formidable Florida State University. Every match was a resounding victory. When the last match of 1995 concluded, the Connecticut Huskies had achieved an impressive 11-game winning streak, bidding farewell to 1995 with a perfect victory. During these 6 games, Chun Yang's performance became increasingly steady. Averaging 19 points and 5 rebounds per game, he became the team's most reliable scoring option after Ray Allen. More importantly, the newly practiced skill set began to manifest in actual games. Those slightly awkward ball-handling techniques now allowed him to navigate through high-pressure situations with ease. The formerly singular path of penetration now featured changes in direction and rhythm, making it difficult for defenders to keep up. Inspired by Jordan's fadeaway jumper, although still not perfected, it had taken shape and often proved to be a reliable scoring move in crucial moments of the game. Chun Yang's progress did not escape the notice of those watching from the stands. During this time, several NBA scouts appeared in the corners of the Gamble Pavilion. They held notepads, their gaze firmly fixed on the 3 stars of the Huskies. Initially, most scouts focused their attention on Ray Allen. This basketball prodigy, endowed with historic-level talent, was already a hot prospect on the draft boards. Gradually, some astute scouts began to notice the kid from China seemingly improving with each game. His defensive toughness, tactical execution, and especially his increasingly refined personal offensive skills showcased an astonishing growth curve. "This guy named Chun Yang is a treasure," a seasoned scout wrote emphatically in his notebook. "He is not just a 3D player, he has the potential to become a core wing. A separate tracking file must be established." Thus, the clever scouts began quietly compiling a dedicated observation manual on Chun Yang, recording every aspect of his data and even analyzing his psychological qualities and game habits. Of course, there were some slow-witted scouts who stubbornly kept their focus solely on Ray Allen, oblivious to Chun Yang's progress. After all, in this era, there were still many who held stereotypes against Asian players. Although scouts often gathered together when it came to their respective teams' confidential information, everyone kept their mouths shut, each for their own master. This is the unspoken rule of the industry. Whoever first grasps exclusive information may gain an edge in future drafts. On New Year's Eve, Chun Yang surprisingly did not train late into the night. Continuous high-intensity training and games had left him feeling anxious and mentally exhausted. No training tonight. If the string is pulled too tight, it will snap. His teammate Travis had planned a New Year's party, and Shenyang went along. Life is not just about basketball, Travis said, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Tonight we're going to relax and have some fun. He heard that many beautiful girls would be there. The party was held at a house rented by an alumnus not far off campus. Shenyang mingled into the crowd, instantly feeling the vibrancy and energy of youth. Just as Travis had said, there was no shortage of young and beautiful American girls here. Especially those blonde, blue-eyed girls, exuberant and curvaceous with universally appealing looks. Shenyang held a cup of drinks, sitting in the corner observing everything in front of him as his tense nerves gradually relaxed. These blonde ladies indeed possessed an astonishing charm, the breath of youth hitting him. Shenyang couldn't help but mutter to himself, what a pity that their prime is so short. Many who were stunning in their youth might lose their figures and quickly age if they indulge in life and diet without restraint after turning 30. This night was yet another one spent in sports until dawn. The New Year's holiday had just passed when the Connecticut Huskies faced their first tough match of 1996. This time they were on the road challenging the formidable West Virginia University Mountaineers. West Virginia is a quintessential team-oriented squad. They lack a standout future NBA lottery pick or a scoring machine with explosive stats. However, their cohesion is remarkably strong, like a finely tuned machine, where everyone knows their role in the system, making them a headache to deal with. After the pregame warm-up, head coach Jim Calhoun stood in front of the tactical board to lay out the game plan. Listen, in this game, we need to stick to man-to-man defense. West Virginia doesn't have those superstars who can single-handedly dominate us. Their threat lies in their teamwork. As long as we cut off their passing lanes and force them into unknown situations, they won't be a concern. Pausing, he emphatically tapped the tactical board twice with his finger on a fence. Run the play number 2. Move and use your positioning to tear apart their defense, seeking the most comfortable open shot. The so-called play number 2 is the Huskies' secret weapon this season. It revolves around a 3-player off-ball movement system centered around Ray Allen, Shenyang, and Hamilton. Through continuous cross screens and baseline movement, they create opportunities for open shots. The game began. Perhaps due to the holiday festivities, center Travis appeared a bit disengaged. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and West Virginia center tipped it to a teammate. The Huskies unusually faltered in the jump ball, relinquishing possession. Calhoun shouted from the sidelines, "Focus." West Virginia initiated their offense first. As point guard West dribbled past half court, Richie more quickly closed in, applying intense on-ball pressure. West made 2 rapid changes of direction to shake off Richie, but Richie stayed glued to him, offering no chance for a breakthrough. Seeing a strong drive was futile, West decisively pulled the ball back and passed it to Greg, who was moving up to receive. The Huskies' defense showcased incredible strength at that moment. West Virginia's offense hit a wall in the very first second. As the leader of this underdog team, Greg knew Ray Allen's prowess all too well, but now that the arrow was on the string, he could not show weakness. Lowering his center of gravity, he made a series of probing steps attempting to throw Ray Allen off balance. Ray adjusted his center of gravity steadfastly, holding his position. Realizing he couldn't create space, Greg gritted his teeth and drove hard towards the paint. Ray Allen followed closely, disrupting Greg's dribbling rhythm. As he penetrated deeper into the key, the surrounding Huskies began to collapse the space, shrinking rapidly. Seeing no way out, Greg suddenly stopped sharply, lifting his center of gravity as he made a realistic stop-and-pop shooting motion. This move worked. Ray Allen instinctively jumped to block. However, in that moment of lifting his center, Ray, leveraging his impressive physicality, abruptly halted. It was a fake. Ray raised his arms high, obstructing the opponent's line of sight. Seeing this, Greg felt a surge of delight, thinking he had fooled the defense, and immediately took off for his shot. He underestimated Ray's reaction speed and terrifying leaping ability. Just as Greg leapt, Ray arrived late, but with a towering figure looming over him. Though he didn't directly swat the basketball, he disrupted Greg's shooting sight and angle. Ding! The ball hit the front of the rim and bounced high. Due to the interference at the front, the ball's arc was too flat, resulting in a long rebound that shot straight toward the right sideline. Shenyang saw the direction of the rebound. Mine. He sprang off the ground with explosive force, snatching the rebound, and immediately turning to dribble forward. Fast break. Shenyang sped ahead with the ball, and Ray Allen and Richie quickly joined him. Although West Virginia's retreat was swift, they appeared somewhat flustered against the Huskies' rapid 3-pronged advance. Shenyang charged toward the 3-point line, forcing the fastest retreating Leon to rush up to block him, preventing a direct attack on the rim. At this moment, Shenyang had the ability to choose a strong drive past his defender. At this moment, he spotted his teammate's position of forcing his way through would only slow down the offense and give the opponents a chance to recover. Catch it. Shenyang flicked his wrist as he moved, delivering a bounce pass through the gap in Leon's defense right into the hands of Richie, who was making a high-speed cut down the middle. After receiving the ball, Richie wasted no time and launched a high lob toward the basket. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ray Allen had already penetrated the key. Leaping high, he showcased impressive core strength, momentarily hanging in the air. The two-handed receiving posture transitioned to a one-handed thrust at the peak of his leap. Boom. With an elegant one-handed dunk, the basketball smashed into the rim. The Huskies bench erupted their performance, creating a suffocating momentum on the road. West Virginia's coach Huggins could no longer sit still. He leaped from his seat, shouting loudly at the court, gesturing wildly with tactical signals. Clearly, he was very displeased with Greg's unreasonable aggressive play just now. West Virginia's foundation is team basketball, relying on collective movement to create opportunities, not allowing players to clash head-in with defenders of Ray Allen's caliber. Greg seemed to realize his mistake, nodding with a grim expression. In the next possession, West Virginia's offense became noticeably more structured. West held the ball at the top of the arc, patiently waiting for his teammates to set screens. Meanwhile, the other four players started a complex off-ball movement, crossing screens and pulling the Huskies' defense into disarray. Finally, West took advantage of a teammate's screen, shaking off Richie's chase and slicing into the paint like a sharp knife. The Huskies' defense became chaotic due to the frequent movements of the opponents failing to rotate effectively. West seized the opportunity and easily laid the ball in. The home crowd erupted with a wave of enthusiastic cheers, lifting their spirits. The Huskies were indifferent to this. In basketball, it is impossible to defend against every shot. What matters is executing their own tactics well. Transitioning between offense and defense, Richie skillfully controlled the ball past half court, signaling to his teammates to run the play. Ray Allen started moving. He was also a master of off-ball running, able to change the game without needing the ball. Along with Chunyang and Hamilton, the three Huskies started to run wildly across the court. Their mutual screens and movement dazzled the defenders. West Virginia's defenders became neglectful, resulting in fatal communication errors. Chunyang found an opening on the right side of the two-point line. Richie's pass quickly reached Chunyang's hands. Chunyang caught it, bent his knees, and aimed for the basket. Leon, who was defending him, rushed over desperately to block. With a calm gaze, Chunyang executed a convincing shot fake, fooling Leon into leaping past him. Watching his airborne opponent, Chunyang dribbled to the left, fully creating space for his shot. This was his comfort zone, and he jumped to shoot. The motion was graceful and fluid. As his fingertips brushed the ball, his wrist gently pressed down. Swish. The basketball traced a perfect arc and swished through the net. An open shot. This was Chunyang's specialty. West Virginia University, as a disciplined, team-oriented squad, did not falter due to the recent loss of points. They quickly repositioned themselves and activated their off-ball movement system once more. This time, the entire Husky team was intensely focused. No one dared to slack off, tightly marking their defensive assignments. Chunyang's gaze locked onto Leon. Leon darted along the baseline, preparing to shake off his defender with a series of quick movements. At this moment, West Virginia center Bryant moved over with long strides, ready to set an off-ball screen for Leon. Chunyang sensed the opponent's intention, lowered his center of gravity, and prepared to circumvent Bryant from the side, continuing to stick close to Leon. Just as the two were about to pass each other, Bryant did not stand still as a conventional screen would dictate. Instead, he suddenly dropped his shoulder and moved sideways, colliding his shoulder into Chunyang's chest. Bang! The impact was substantial, causing Chunyang to lose his balance and stagger 2 steps, breaking the rhythm of his defense. This was a standard moving screen and a legal screen foul. However, the referee's whistle did not sound. In this era, the physicality of the game was allowed a wider margin, and some contact was quite normal. Moreover, this was West Virginia's home court, where the referee's judgment inevitably leaned towards the home team. That brief moment of misalignment was enough for Leon to seize the opportunity. Having successfully reached an open spot, his teammate's pass arrived on cue. Not a chance. Chunyang was not concerned about getting injured. He forcefully adjusted his balance, charged forward 2 steps, leaped high off the ground, and stretched his long arms, preparing to block. Leon's shooting motion was disrupted. Although it wasn't directly blocked by Chunyang, the immense defensive pressure caused him to rush his shot, and his technique became somewhat distorted. Rebound. After landing, Chunyang shouted and prepared to rush for the rebound. However, the basketball traced a somewhat peculiar arc in the air, hit the rim, and then dropped into the net. Swish. The ball went in. Chunyang stood there momentarily stunned, a look of disbelief on his face. Hamilton ran over and patted Chunyang on the back, offering comfort. "Hey Chun, don't take it to heart. That shot was entirely lucky if our defense is solid." Chunyang awkwardly nodded, but inside he couldn't help but scoff. Is it really that the home court's rim is more forgiving? Or did they burn incense at their own hoop before the game? Such frustrating points often dealt a serious blow to morale. However, the Huskies, being a seasoned team, quickly immersed themselves in the next offensive play after their moment of frustration. Rich more steadily controlled the ball past half court. Observing the situation from the arc, he noticed Shenyang had already positioned himself on the left side of the free throw line, reaching out for the ball. In the Huskies system, Ray Allen had unlimited shooting freedom and offensive autonomy, while Shenyang, as the team's second scoring option, was also granted certain privileges to isolate. However, both players were relatively humble and reserved, preferring to seek opportunities through tactical movements rather than demanding isolation plays. Since Shenyang was asking for the ball, Rich did not hesitate. Shenyang had a good rapport with him, and no one disliked a hardworking teammate. Rich flicked his wrist, sending a bounce pass directly into Shenyang's hands. Receiving the ball with his back to the basket, Shenyang immediately felt the pressure from Leon behind him. He didn't rush into action. Instead, he engaged his back muscles, using his sturdy physique to push back slightly. Through this physical contact, he sensed Leon's defensive center of gravity. Very stable center of gravity, strong lower body strength. Shenyang thought to himself, it seems this defensive ability is well-founded. No obvious weaknesses. Then I'll create one myself. Shenyang began to back down, first faking to the left, then abruptly powering to the right, tightening his core as he bumped into Leon. Leon was forced to shift right to block, trying to prevent Shenyang from entering the paint. Just as Leon's weight shifted, Shenyang suddenly pulled the ball back, faking a realistic move to turn left. Leon was startled and quickly adjusted his weight again, trying to lunge to the left. All of this was within Shenyang's calculations. Seizing the moment when Leon's center of gravity shifted back, Shenyang exploded with core strength, pivoting back to the right. With a powerful leap, his knees slightly bent and his body tilted back. This was a beautifully executed fadeaway jump shot. Leon was completely dazzled by the series of fakes. By the time Leon reacted and tried to leap for a block, Shenyang had already completed his shooting motion, his body stretching to its fullest in the air. Leon's hand was still far from the basketball, helplessly watching as it traced a graceful arc. Shenyang's wrist gently pressed down his fingertips, brushing the basketball in a motion filled with beauty reminiscent of a delicate technique. The ball spun in the air, heading towards the hoop. After landing, Shenyang took a step back to absorb the momentum, his gaze closely following the basketball's trajectory. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed as the ball swished through. Shenyang excitedly pumped his fist in celebration, while Hamilton nearby stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Wow! Shen, your fadeaway jumper is getting cooler. Shenyang smiled and quickly returned on defense. West Virginia resorted to their old trick, preparing to create opportunities for Leon through screen tactics once again. This time Shenyang was smarter. He tightly stuck to Leon, no longer being polite, grabbing a corner of Leon. Bryant came up again to set a moving screen, but Shenyang was well prepared. He widened his route to circumvent the large center, predicting the moving pick and subtly exerting force to tug at Leon's jersey. Although Shenyang's pursuit was slightly delayed to navigate around the massive center, Leon was tugged back and couldn't accelerate. The two were evenly matched, and Leon was unable to shake off Shenyang's defense. Having lost the optimal shooting opportunity, Leon could only pass the ball out. Point guard West took the ball at the arc, only to find his teammates tightly marked, unable to break free for an open shot. Time ticked away, and the shot clock was about to expire. Damn! West gritted his teeth and had no choice but to attempt a forced shot. Under Rich's tight defense, he attempted a contested jump shot. Bang! The basketball hit the rim, and as the Huskies increased their defensive intensity, West Virginia's previously fluid offensive system began to stagnate, and their shooting percentage plummeted. 5 minutes into the game, the score was stuck at 15-10. The Huskies saw they were only leading by 5 points, but the situation on the court was entirely under their control. West Virginia's head coach Bob Huggins observed his players on the court, his face darkened. He knew that if they continued to drag on like this, the point gap would only widen, ultimately leading to their demise. Timeout. Huggins stood up and called for a timeout. Back at the bench, Huggins shouted at his players, "Listen, playing methodically isn't working anymore. Their defense is too strong." Furiously drawing lines on the tactical board, he set up a rarely used strategy. "Next, we will play a three-point strategy. Bryant, you will roll down to attract the defense after the pick, and everyone else spread out to the three-point line. Remember to provide mutual screens. Whoever gets open must shoot a three immediately." In this era, the three-point shot isn't a mainstream weapon. Except for a few specific shooters, most teams only gamble on three-pointers in the dying moments of the game. After all, the closer you are to the basket, the higher the shooting percentage. This was an unwritten rule in the basketball world at the time. Shooting threes all the time. In the mid-90s, that was practically heretical or even a suicidal tactic. Huggins' eyes reflected determination. "We have no other choice. Instead of a slow death at their hands, we might as well take a gamble." Although this tactic had been practiced less, all of you have three-point shooting abilities. This was a high-stakes gamble. West Virginia decided to assault the Huskies' defense with the most reckless strategy. The pause has ended, and West Virginia University did not retreat in their moment of adversity. Instead, they were ignited by the coach's audacious plan. Center Bryant stood at the sideline to throw in while the other 4 West Virginia players began to maneuver on the court. This time their movements were no longer limited to cutting to the basket or receiving the ball from mid-range. The primary target was beyond the three-point line. With continuous off-ball screens, West Virginia's players weaved through the defense of the Huskies. Point guard West utilized 2 screens to break free from the crowd, making his way to the right side beyond the three-point line. Bryant's pass arrived just in time, landing in West's hands. Without the slightest hesitation, West caught the ball, bent his knees, and jumped in one fluid motion. Swish. The basketball traced a high arc in the air, swishing through the net without touching the rim. A three-pointer. The entire home crowd erupted, their cheers echoing in the small gym. This basket was not just a score, it was a shot of adrenaline that significantly lifted the morale of the entire West Virginia team. They proved that their strategy was not fanciful. As long as they executed their plays, they had a chance to seize the game. The Huskies did not give their opponents much time to celebrate. Richie confidently dribbled the ball across half-court, hearing Coach Calhoun's roar from the sidelines. Play number 3. Execute 3. The coach raised 3 fingers, his gaze resolute. Richie understood, immediately nodding slightly. Dribbling to the top of the three-point arc, he quickly signaled the number 3 to his teammates. At the sight of the signal, the Huskies' offensive machine sprang into action. The core of this play was Chunyang. Chun used the double screens from Hamilton and Travis to sprint from the strong side to the weak side corner. His movements alternated between acceleration and direction changes, and with the continuous screens, he left defender Leon behind. Richie didn't even need to confirm Chunyang's position. He was all too aware of where Chunyang would end up. It was a tacit understanding forged through countless tactical runs. Just as Chunyang stepped onto the corner three-point line, Richie's pass had already traveled half the court to reach Chunyang. Chunyang received the ball, his center of gravity sinking as he aimed for the hoop. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. In Chunyang's eyes, there was only the orange rim. He leaped off the ground. His movements were as fluid as flowing water, exuding an extreme confidence. Swish. The three-pointer swished through the net. Answer ball. This three-pointer felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the flames that had just ignited in the home team. This was a declaration: three-pointers. What you excel at, we excel at even more, and we have more confidence. West Virginia's head coach Huggins gritted his teeth and waved his hand, signaling to continue executing the three-point strategy. They had no choice. Since this route could score, they would go all in. How could the Huskies keep stumbling in the same pit? Calhoun loudly instructed from the sidelines, switch endlessly. Switch on screens. The Huskies immediately complied. Regardless of how the opponents set screens, the defenders switched without losing their positions. While this strategy would cause numerous mismatches in the face of overwhelming strength, the West Virginia players simply did not possess the ability to take on the Huskies' main players on unknown. West Virginia's second attempt at a three-pointer ended in failure. The only consolation was that they successfully created a mismatch. Hamilton switched onto West, the opposing point guard. Opportunity. A glint of light flashed in West's eyes. Faced with this lanky opponent, who seemed somewhat frail, West showed no hesitation. Utilizing his proud speed, he suddenly accelerated from Hamilton's right side, aiming to use his speed to drive straight to the basket. Hamilton was not a traditional power forward. His footwork was indeed much more agile than that of an interior player, yet he still lagged slightly behind compared to a pure speed point guard. West zipped past Hamilton like a gust of wind, charging towards the restricted area. However, he underestimated Hamilton's defensive tenacity. Although Hamilton was beaten on the initial step, his long legs took strides that kept him tightly behind West. The distance from the three-point line to the basket was not far. Although West had a step lead, he could not completely shake off the shadow behind him. Just as West leaped for a layup, the moment the basketball was about to touch the backboard, a figure soared from behind. Hamilton jumped high, his hand transforming into a merciless hammer. Bang! A dull sound resonated throughout the arena. Hamilton firmly pinned the basketball against the backboard. A trailing block. The basketball bounced out and Travis, quick on his feet, grabbed the rebound and immediately threw the ball forward. Fast break. Richie, who was ahead, received the ball and advanced with lightning speed. Ray Allen and Chunyang flew down the wings, their 3 figures leaving afterimages on the court. West Virginia's transition defense was in disarray, with only 2 players barely returning to the three-point line. As Richie entered the three-point line, he glanced towards Ray Allen on the right and executed a highly deceptive passing fake. The defender's attention was drawn, moving towards Ray Allen. In that instant, Richie flicked his wrist, sending a no-look pass flying towards the unguarded Chunyang on the left. Chunyang caught the ball with a clear path ahead. He took 3 giant steps, leaping high with explosive power, his body stretching in the air like a drawn bow, and with his right hand holding the ball, he slammed it down. Boom! The rim let out a mournful cry as Chunyang hung on the rim, releasing the passion within him. This dunk shattered West Virginia's final psychological defenses. As the Huskies unleashed their full strength on both offense and defense, the suspense of the game rapidly dissipated. The teamwork that West Virginia once relied on crumbled in the face of the suffocating switches and counterattacks from the Huskies. With 5 minutes left in the second half, the score had reached 6-5-4-5. A 20-point deficit was nearly impossible to overcome in the remaining time. Seeing the game already decided, Coach Calhoun waved to substitute players, pulling the main lineup. The formidable West Virginia University ultimately fell under the iron hoof of the Connecticut Huskies. Post-game statistics revealed that the highest scorer was not Ray Allen, who scored 18 points, but Shenyang, who racked up a game-high 21 points. Shenyang showcased his versatility on the offensive end, whether it was an open mid-range shot, a mid-range fadeaway, or a three-pointer. Scouts noted plenty of details in their notebooks. In the following 2 games, the Huskies continued their unstoppable momentum, winning consecutively. The Connecticut Huskies had already achieved a stunning 14-game winning streak this season. The Huskies were about to face their strongest opponent in the Big East, an equally undefeated rival. They would host the nationally renowned powerhouse, Georgetown University. This was a team famous for producing supercenters with names like Patrick Ewing, Alonzo Mourning, Dikembe Mutombo. These names were enough to instill fear in any interior player. However, today's Georgetown had a soul that differed from their tradition. Not a towering and powerful center, but a guard standing only 183 centimeters tall, actually 179 centimeters. He was the focus of the nation, a top draft candidate, Allen Iverson, the future answer. The day of the match has finally arrived. For the entire Husky team, today is not merely an ordinary regular season game. It feels more like a trial. Shenyang arrived at the gym early, his expression more serious than usual. His heartbeat quickened during warm-ups, not due to nervousness, but from excitement. In his past life, Allen Iverson was his idol, the answer who carved a bloody path through the towering figures of the NBA, serving as a spiritual totem. Now being able to face Iverson heated in this timeline on the NCAA court amid Shenyang's blood boil. In the locker room, the typically gentle and easygoing Ray Allen had a rare serious expression on his face. While tying his shoelaces, he turned to Shenyang and Hamilton, speaking in a deep tone, "Boys, be mentally prepared. Iverson, he is a terrifying monster. Last year I faced him. His speed was simply inhuman. Even if you blink for just a moment, he will already have left you." Shenyang nodded solemnly. He was all too aware of how terrifying Iverson was. That short player crushed all his peers with his speed. Head coach Carl Hong stood before the tactical board. "Georgetown University is currently a seed team ranked higher than us in the Big East. In today's game, the outcome is just one aspect. More importantly, this is a test of the quality of our team. This will determine how far we can go in the upcoming national championship." Carl Hong paused, marking a circle on the tactical board with his marker. "Regarding defense, we have limited options. Georgetown's roster is very well structured. Iverson is the absolute core, and if we attempt to double-team him, their other players have the ability to punish us. Therefore, our strategy is to employ man-to-man defense throughout the entire court. Stick closely, never easily provide help, and exhaust him with single coverage." As for the offensive end, Carl Hong did not elaborate further. He was absolutely confident in the tactical acumen of this team. The rest would be left to the players on the court to. As the doors of the player tunnel opened, the stands were filled to capacity with a dozen NBA scouts holding notebooks sitting in the corners. During the pregame handshake, Ray Allen stepped forward to the short-haired player, exchanging smiles and brief. Shenyang also approached, extending his hand. "Nice to meet you, Allen." The Iverson of now was not yet the tattooed and extravagantly dressed figure of later years. He still bore a youthful innocence. Grabbing Shenyang's hand firmly, he grinned. "Same here. I've heard you're strong, but we will give it our all today." Though they were opponents, Iverson was a loyal and genuine person. Being able to compete head-to-head with someone like him on the court was itself a blessing. The game officially began. Georgetown's starting lineup, besides Iverson, included center Harrington and small forward Williams, all fierce players capable of making their mark in the NBA. During the jump ball, Travis fell slightly short, and the ball was tipped to Iverson by Harrington. As soon as he received the ball, Iverson surged forward like a Ferrari, instantly flooring the accelerator, lowering his center of gravity, and darting toward the basket like a bolt of black lightning. Richie, who was tasked with defending him, was prepared, but found all his anticipations futile against such absolute speed. A simple change of direction from Iverson left Richie off balance, allowing him to pass in a single step. Before the other Husky players could provide support, Iverson had already penetrated the paint, leaping high to execute an effortless one-handed layup. 20. Shenyang shot a sympathetic glance at Richie, who looked utterly frustrated. Despite having prepared mentally countless times before the game, he still felt like paper easily torn apart. Now it was the Huskies' turn to attack. As Richie crossed half-court, he became extremely cautious, tightly guarding the basketball, fearful of repeating last year's mistakes. Georgetown's defense was equally tight. Facing an old rival from the Big East, they had clearly done their homework, and quickly implemented a strategy of unlimited switches. After several passes, the ball found Ray Allen, who had run to an open spot. At that moment, he was being guarded by Georgetown center Harrington. The big man's footwork was relatively slow, and faced with the shooting threat from Gentleman Ray, he had no choice but to step out to defend. Ray Allen, with a calm gaze, faked a shot, instantly shifting Harrington's weight. Then dribbling the ball, he drove into the paint. Facing the incoming defense from Bubiker, Ray Allen displayed astonishing flexibility in the air, using a reverse layup to score. The score was tied. Georgetown's counterattack came swiftly, with Iverson pushing the ball up the court again. He didn't even call for a screen from his teammates. From beyond the three-point line, facing Richie's defense, Iverson suddenly accelerated, executing a large crossover. The basketball zipped between his hands, and Richie's balance was instantly thrown off, causing him to stagger left, while Iverson had already shifted to the right. Everyone knew he was going to break to the right, yet no one could stop him. Shenyang, who was originally defending on the right side, had to abandon his assignment and move over to provide help. Shenyang was very aware of his strengths and weaknesses. Against a historical-level penetrator like Iverson, getting too close would mean getting beaten, while backing off too far would concede an open shot. Shenyang chose to take a big step back, spreading his arms to block the driving lane, while wagering on Iverson's shooting touch. In his impression, the rookie Iverson, while capable of explosive scoring, did not have stable shooting efficiency. However, Iverson's response was simple and brutal. Seeing Shenyang give space, Iverson showed no hesitation and did not pass the ball to an open teammate. He leaped off the ground with a sudden jump shot. Although Shenyang had the height and wingspan advantage and desperately leaped to disrupt the distance of a large step, was not something height and wingspan could compensate for, and Iverson's release speed was also very quick. Swish! The basketball arched high, going through the net cleanly. Shenyang stood there shaking his head, and the strategy was sound. The defense was executed well, yet the opponent still managed to score. This is the capability of a superstar. They forcefully rewrite probabilities with their talent. On the sidelines, coach Carl Hong paced back and forth, his brow furrowed. The defensive tactics were well executed, and the players gave their all, yet they couldn't stop them. Or rather, in the entire NCAA, and even in future NBA, who can truly defend against Iverson? Since we can't defend, let's go all out on offense. Carl Hong roared inwardly. The Huskies quickly launched an offensive, with Shenyang continuously using screens from Hamilton and Travis to move to the right 45-degree angle. Richie's pass was interfered with by Iverson, and it was only on the second attempt that it reached Shenyang's hands, slightly delayed. This delay allowed Georgetown's small forward Williams to rush in. Shenyang received the ball without any hesitation and immediately raised his hand to make a shooting motion. Williams was well aware of Shenyang's three-point threat and jumped to block without a second thought. You have to jump. Shenyang smirked, slightly dribbling the ball and stepping sideways to the left, completely creating space. Outside the three-point line, there was no one to defend him. Shenyang bent his knees and jumped to shoot. The basketball spun through the air towards the hoop, hit the front of the rim, bounced high, struck the backboard, then miraculously found its way into the net. Swish! A lucky shot. After landing, Shenyang smiled helplessly and shrugged at his teammates. It seemed that the home court's hoop indeed favored its own players, allowing even such a three-pointer to go in. For the dozen or so NBA scouts on the sidelines, tonight's focus was undoubtedly on two players, Allen Iverson from Georgetown University and Ray Allen from the Connecticut Huskies. These two lottery picks of the year were the unquestionable stars of the night. Every offensive choice and defensive move they made was scrutinized by sharp eyes, as dense data and comments were jotted down in notebooks. However, several scouts who had been monitoring Shenyang quietly kept their eyes on him, never diverting their gaze from that yellow-skinned figure. While everyone was in awe of Iverson's mesmerizing crossover or captivated by Ray Allen's graceful jump shot, they consistently kept their focus on Shenyang. They did not possess high draft picks, but perhaps Shenyang was the best option, and his progress was undeniable. If he maintained this trajectory, his future was limitless. Iverson did not rush into personal isolation plays like he did at the start. This talented point guard clearly understood that attempting to take down a disciplined team like the Huskies single-handedly was akin to chasing a dream. The Georgetown coaching staff had evidently made thorough preparations before the game. As Iverson dribbled past half court, he quickly tossed the ball high into the paint. Center Harrington had already established position in the low post, sealing off Travis Knight. Harrington received the ball and turned to back down his opponent. Using his strong physique, he gradually pressed into the paint. Though Travis fought with all his might, he was slightly outmatched in the battle of strength. After taking a couple of steps forward, Harrington suddenly made a swift turnaround, releasing a soft hook shot. The basketball traced a short arc in the air before swishing through the net. This game is going to be tough, Shenyang muttered to himself. Georgetown not only had an unstoppable long-range weapon, but also solid finishing capabilities inside. Such a balanced defensive strategy caused the Huskies' defense to be caught off guard. However, there was no sign of frustration on the faces of the Huskies players. Let's not forget that they also possessed a formidable trio. It was the Huskies' turn to attack. Ray Allen held the ball at the top of the arc, scanning the court before making eye contact with Shenyang. Ray Allen signaled, and Shenyang understood, immediately springing into action. This was a meticulously designed tactical play. Shenyang first pretended to cut to the baseline to attract defensive attention. Then he suddenly pivoted using Travis' screen to wrap around to the left of the free throw line. Ray Allen had been waiting for a long time, firmly holding his position to set a screen for Shenyang. Victor, who was defending Ray Allen, and Williams, who was chasing Shenyang, were both taken aback. Both players rushed toward Shenyang, who had just found himself open. Now's the time. As Shenyang was about to seize a superb shooting opportunity beyond the three-point line, the two defenders lunged at him in a frenzy. The real killer move was just beginning to reveal itself. After the screen, Ray Allen quickly cut down from the left side straight to the basket. At that moment, Georgetown's interior was left wide open. Rich's wrist flicked, launching a high pass that sailed over everyone's heads into the gap on the left side of the hoop. Ray Allen adjusted his steps, leaping high and stretching his body in midair, catching the pass with both hands. Facing an undefended basket without any hesitation, he unleashed a powerful dunk, slamming the ball into the hoop. Great shot. The home crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. In the ensuing match, the intensity surged, and both sides no longer held back, with physical confrontations becoming brutal. Elbows flew in the air, the sounds of muscle collisions echoed, and players fell to the ground only to rise again. In this high-intensity melee, Shenyang thrived. With the system backing him, he was unafraid of injuries, and even enjoyed the thrill brought by the collisions. When fighting for a loose ball, Shenyang dove out of bounds, flying 2 meters beyond the court to rescue the ball back in play. The scouts who had been closely monitoring Shenyang saw a glimmer of light in their eyes, quickly jotting down in their notebooks. Not afraid of physical confrontations, tough, playing style, strong competitive spirit. Yet some scouts shook their heads, writing biased comments. Asians have inherent physical deficiencies. Such frequent, intense confrontations increase the risk of injury and cast doubt on their professional careers. Those who appreciated you could see the potential of a future star in your efforts. Meanwhile, those who looked down on you would scrutinize your strengths with a magnifying glass, turning them into reasons to dismiss you. The game was in a deadlock, with the score alternating upwards, and neither side could shake off the other. Georgetown mainly relied on Iverson's individual skills to score seemingly tireless, repeatedly tearing apart the Huskies' defense. The Huskies played more rationally, with the trio taking turns to respond to their opponent's fierce attacks. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the score was 47-45, with the Huskies leading by only 2 points. In the locker room, no one spoke, only the heavy breathing of the players could be heard. Coach Carl Hong stood in front of the tactical board. Listen, we did well in the first half, but it's not enough. Georgetown has serious issues with their energy distribution. They rely too much on Iverson's isolation plays. In the second half, Allen and Shin, you both need to step up the attack. You will initiate the offense, and if you encounter help, defense, pass the ball immediately. We need to increase the offensive pressure, constantly attacking their defense and draining their stamina. As long as their stamina diminishes, their offensive stability will naturally decline. The second half began. The Huskies had possession, and Shenyang immediately positioned himself low on the right, signaling for the ball. His teammates understood and quickly spread out, leaving one side open for Shenyang to isolate. Rich's pass was swift, and Shenyang received the ball with his back, turned, feeling Williams' defensive weight behind him. The opponent was well positioned, their center of gravity stable. Then he'll create some space, Shenyang thought to himself. Shenyang suddenly exerted force, bumping back powerfully and creating a bit of space. Immediately after he gathered the ball, faked a shoulder shake to the left, executing a convincing spin fake. Williams had no choice but to follow. A fake can also become a real move, and his weight shifted to the left. At that moment, Shenyang quickly turned to the right, raising his hand to simulate a fadeaway jump shot. Williams was startled, using his incredible explosiveness to jump rapidly, preparing to block and interfere with the fadeaway. Seeing his defender fly past, Shenyang lowered his body, stepped with his right foot into a hop step, easily avoiding Williams' block, and gently released the ball towards the backboard. The basketball grazed the backboard and swished into the net, the motion fluid and seamless. Georgetown is under attack. During halftime, the coaching staff has clearly recognized the severity of the situation, demanding that other players step up to share the pressure. Iverson chose not to force a drive this time, passing the ball to the open Williams. Shenyang immediately closed in, closely following his opponent and giving no chance to breathe. Seeing this, Williams began to execute the triple threat stance, searching for an opening. Shenyang maintained excellent balance, only making slight adjustments to his footwork no matter how Williams maneuvered. He kept his position without losing ground, using his long arms to constantly disrupt and interfere with Williams' rhythm. Williams became flustered, his triple threat actions turning chaotic. With no other choice, he opted for a strong drive, attempting to leverage his physical advantage to shake off the defense. Shenyang remained in a sideways stance, his long arms still waving in Williams' dribbling path. In a panic, Williams shoulder-checked hard to push past Shenyang, seeking to create offensive space. Bang! The two bodies collided violently, producing a dull thud. However, the expected scene of Shenyang being knocked back did not occur. Shenyang stood firm like a nail driven into the ground, unmoving. Instead, it was Williams who stumbled slightly from the recoil, his balance momentarily lost. Just as Williams fumbled to dribble again, Shenyang seized the moment, swiftly reaching in. Williams had no choice but to quickly secure the ball, resulting in a dead ball. Seeing no offensive opportunity, Williams could only frantically look for a teammate. Nearby shooting guard Victor quickly moved up to receive, and despite Shenyang's interference, Williams managed to pass the ball out. At the moment the ball was passed, Ray Allen, who had been lurking beside Victor, suddenly accelerated, stepping forward like a cheetah, and poked the ball away with his fingertips. The basketball changed direction and rolled aside. Shenyang reacted swiftly, instantly dashing forward to grab the uncontrolled ball. At this point, Ray Allen had already surged towards the front court like an arrow released from a bow. Without a moment's hesitation, Shenyang tossed the ball forward with one hand and sprinted after it at full speed. This was a prime opportunity for a fast break. Ray Allen's speed was astonishing, but Iverson's defensive speed was even more remarkable. Iverson had already positioned himself near the three-point line, arms wide open, ready to intercept. Ray Allen drove in, and facing Iverson's defense, he could easily rely on his height advantage to force the shot. However, this also posed a certain risk, as Iverson's stealing ability was top-notch. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Shenyang sprinting down the left side. Ray Allen smirked slightly and made a feint to the right. Iverson took the bait and quickly shifted to the right to cut off Ray Allen's driving route. Here, Ray Allen flicked his wrist, sending the ball flying to the left as if it had eyes. Shenyang caught the ball, and before him lay an open path. Without needing to slow down, he took a long stride, leaped off the ground, and fully extended his body in the air. With the ball in his right hand, his arm swung in a wide arc, creating a perfect curve in the air. Boom! A spectacular windmill dunk. The basketball was slammed into the hoop. The entire Gamper Sports Center erupted. Fans leapt to their feet, cheering and waving their banners. This play completely disrupted Georgetown's strategy, leaving other players unable to share the pressure. With no other choice, Iverson had to once again shoulder the burden of the team, repeatedly charging towards the basket, attempting to save the team with his personal performance. Iverson's eyes reflected determination and defiance, even as he fell repeatedly, sweat soaking through his jersey. Basketball is ultimately a team sport. No matter how strong an individual's ability may be, it is ultimately limited. Faced with the multi-pronged offensive of the Huskies, Georgetown's defense began to crumble. The score was slowly widening. With only 3 minutes left in the game, the scoreboard read 8-9-7-5. The Huskies led by 14 points, and the outcome was no longer in doubt. Georgetown's head coach shook his head helplessly, signaling for a substitution. Iverson was taken off the court, sitting on the bench, panting heavily, his gaze filled with desolation. In this game, Allen Iverson recorded 32 points, exhausting all methods, yet failing to secure a victory. On the Huskies side, Shenyang scored 21 points, Ray Allen contributed 22 points, and Hamilton added 15 points. The trio joined forces, overpowering Georgetown University, which was led by the top draft pick in this spot. After a thrilling victory on their home court, the University of Connecticut Huskies were in high spirits. They had dominated the regular season, winning game after game until their away trip at the end of February. In the match against Georgetown University, facing the home advantage and the frenzied offense of Iverson, the Huskies regrettably suffered a defeat, allowing Georgetown to claim a victory. This small setback did not shake the Huskies' faith. Ultimately, they finished the regular season with a terrifying record of 29 wins and 1 loss, a perfect report card that drew attention nationwide. The flames of the Big East Championship were soon ignited. In the semifinals, fate brought the Huskies and Georgetown together once more. This time, fueled by a desire for revenge, the Huskies gave Iverson no chance. With a defense like a fortress and an offense like 3 sharpshooters taking turns firing, they completely shattered Georgetown's defense and proudly lifted the Big East Championship trophy. During the intervals of the season, Shenyang's life had become monotonous, revolving solely around basketball. Every morning, Shenyang's figure appeared in the training facility, shooting strength training sprints. Sweat soaked through his training gear. Shenyang was also the last to leave the gym, often training until after 9 p.m. Throughout the regular season, Shenyang delivered an impressive performance, an average of 18.5 points and 4 rebounds per game. No longer the rookie, he had become the most stable and reliable second scoring option for the Huskies after Ray Allen. His back-to-the-basket skills continued to improve, his three-point shot became steady, and he could employ breakaways and ball control in real games, capable of taking over when necessary. Time flew by, and soon it was March. The footsteps of the NCAA National Championships March Madness were drawing near. The atmosphere in the Gamble Pavilion became unprecedentedly serious. The air was thick with a tense yet excited atmosphere. Everyone was holding their breath, eager to prove themselves on this grand stage of college basketball. If I don't want to win, what's the point of training so hard every day? Shenyang repeatedly asked himself. Coach Carl Holm and the coaching staff quickly adjusted their training focus, beginning high-intensity drills for key plays. In March Madness, every game was single elimination. One game determined life or death. There was no margin for error. One mistake could render all the efforts of the season futile. Therefore, the tactical arrangements in crucial moments, handling of out-of-bounds plays, and execution of buzzer beaters became the focus of training in the days leading up. Soon the matchups for the 64-team bracket were released. The Huskies' first-round opponent was Colgate University, nicknamed the Red Raiders. This was not a traditional powerhouse, and in the predictions of major media, they were almost seen as a pushover. Due to the limitations of the era, information flow was far less developed than in later times, and the Huskies' coaching staff could gather very limited intelligence. The scant materials showed that this was a team built around a center as its core, employing traditional slow pace. In light of this characteristic, Carl Holm established a clear tactical guideline. Travis, you're responsible for manning up against their center foil. Unless he completely goes wild, don't double-team him. We need to cut off his connections with the others. Offensively, since they are slow, we will be fast. We must pick up the pace and use fast breaks to wear down their big men. 2 days before the game, the entire Huskies team gathered and boarded the bus to Indiana. The tournament was held at the famous RCA Dome. On game day, during warm-ups, Shenyang stood in the center of the court looking around, in awe and indescribable shock swelling within him. This arena was enormous. It could accommodate nearly 40,000 spectators, and for Shenyang at this moment, it was the largest scene he had ever witnessed in this life or the last. Even in the future, when entering the NBA, arenas typically held only about 20,000. Here, when all 40,000 seats were filled, the roar of the crowd could easily engulf a person. Is this the charm of March Madness? Shenyang took a deep breath, seemingly feeling the endless cheers, and this sensation stirred his heart. As the audience started to file in, the originally empty stands quickly filled with people. The Huskies players returned to the locker room for their final preparations. In the locker room, Coach Carl Holm stood before everyone, not laying out any new tactics. He gazed at the young faces in front of him, his eyes deep and fervent. Last year we fell in the quarterfinals. I believe everyone who participated last year still remembers that pain. This year we stand here again on this stage, not to finish 2 rounds and pack our bags to go home. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. A player who does not wish to win the championship is not worthy of wearing this jersey. I hope you give it your all, treating every minute as if it were the last. Leave no regrets in your college career. Now go out and fight. After finishing, Carl Holm said no more turning, and being the first to leave the locker room, leaving the players with his back. After a brief silence, Ray Allen stood up. As the leader of the team, his voice was exceptionally firm. Guys, this is my last year in college. I will enter the draft and leave here. I don't want to have any regrets. I want to leave with a championship ring. Brothers, let's encourage each other. The championship. The championship. The championship. The shouts echoed in the locker room, igniting the flames in everyone's hearts. As the Huskies stepped onto the court, the deafening cheers instantly washed over them. Shenyang quickly scanned the stands. More than 30,000 spectators, a large portion wearing University of Connecticut jerseys, waved their flags. In contrast, the Colgate fans appeared sparse. After all, this was not a team with a large fan base, and in such an atmosphere they were destined to feel alone. Looking at the densely packed sea of people and hearing the thunderous cheers, Shenyang's heart raced violently. Suddenly a thought became clear in his mind: I want to enter the draft. He loved the feeling of being the center of attention, wanting to receive more professional training on a higher level stage to become stronger. This desire reached its peak at that moment. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. During the jump ball, Travis faced Colgate's center foil. As expected from the intel, this was a team built around a dominant inside presence. Foil, towering in stature, used his height advantage to tip the ball to a teammate during the jump. The Raiders did not rush to launch a fast break, but deliberately slowed the pace. Once the point guard brought the ball past half court, everyone spread out, waiting for Foil to receive the ball in the low post. This was an extremely traditional inside game, heavy and slow, yet filled with power. The ball was lobbed into the post. Foil received it with his back to the basket, beginning to force his way into the paint. Travis defended with all his might, but Foil's strength was astonishing, pushing open a step of space. Foil caught the ball, took a jump step into the lane, ignoring Travis' block, and lifted the basketball, high, scoring off the backboard. 2-0. The Colgate fans erupted in cheers, seemingly seeing hope for an upset. However, the Huskies' response was astonishingly swift. As soon as the ball went through the net, Travis grabbed it, and quickly ran to the baseline, passing it to the waiting Richie. Fast break. As Richie received the ball, Ray Allen, Shenyang, and Hamilton had already shot forward like 3 arrows, racing toward the front court along 3 different paths. 3-way fast break. After receiving the baseline pass, Richie surged forward like a fully fueled sports car, instantly maximizing his speed. Instead of recklessly dashing ahead, he advanced a short distance before spotting Hamilton, who was left unguarded on the left side. Without any hesitation, Richie launched a long pass that soared through the air, heading straight for Hamilton. At this moment, the defenders of the Raiders were still in the process of retreating. As they saw the ball flying in, one defender frantically dashed toward Hamilton, aiming to create disruption before he could catch the ball. Hamilton's mind was clear. He had no intention of landing with the ball. He leaped high into the air, stretching his body, and instead of reaching for the ball, he executed a volleyball-style set in midair. This imaginative alley-oop pass directed the ball toward the center. Ray Allen had already made his way in, and the defender's attention was entirely captivated by Hamilton, leaving the middle wide open. Ray Allen didn't even need to slow down. He caught the flying basketball with ease, took 2 steps, and gracefully leaped to send the ball through the hoop. The Raiders' center foil was panting as he ran past half court, while the Huskies had already completed this breathtaking fast break. Such a stark contrast in speed made traditional inside teams appear cumbersome and sluggish. Clearly, the Raiders were unwilling to concede defeat. They once again lobbed the ball into the low post, handing it off to their core player Foyle. Foyle, prepared to receive the ball with his back, turned, his muscles tensed. After catching the ball, he didn't rush to attack, but paused for a moment, scanning the Huskies' defense, waiting for a double team to arrive. Conventionally, facing such a powerful inside player, a double team would be the standard response. However, the Huskies did not double team. Travis stayed firmly behind Foyle, while the other 4 players locked onto their respective defenders, cutting off all passing lanes. Since there's no double team, I'll take you on Onion. Foyle thought to himself, beginning to exert his strength with a back-to-the-basket move. He gradually pressed toward the restricted area, leveraging his weight advantage. Although Travis was slightly at a disadvantage in strength, he maintained a solid base, bracing himself with gritted teeth through each collision, refusing to let Foyle turn easily. This intense physical battle was extremely exhausting. With every step Foyle took toward the basket, he paid a hefty price. By the time he finally squeezed into the paint, his breathing had become heavy. Realizing he couldn't afford to delay any longer, he made a convincing fake to the left, luring Travis to shift his weight, then quickly spun to the right and released a hook shot. His movement was fluid and his posture was perfect. However, the physical contest had made his shooting feel stiff. Clang! The basketball struck the front of the rim and bounced high. Foyle slapped his hands in frustration. My rebound. Hamilton positioned himself perfectly, securely gathering the ball into his grasp. This time Hamilton didn't rush to initiate a fast break. The Raiders' retreat speed had picked up, with all players returning on defense. This did not hinder the Huskies from executing their tactics. Hamilton advanced the ball past half court and handed it off to Richie at the arc, immediately activating to join the off-ball movement system. He, along with Shenyang and Ray Allen, engaged in cross runs with continuous screens, momentarily disrupting the Raiders' defensive formation. Amidst the dizzying movement, the least regarded player, Shenyang, stealthily slipped to the baseline beyond the 3-point line. The defender assigned to him was blocked behind by Hamilton's screen. By the time he emerged, Shenyang had gained significant space. Richie's pass was as precise as a scalpel, instantly slicing through the defense and landing in Shenyang's hands. Shenyang caught the ball, bending his knees slightly and lowering his center of gravity. In this moment, the entire world seemed to quiet down, leaving only him and the hoop. He launched into the air to shoot. His motion was smooth as water, filled with grace. Swish! The basketball traced a perfect parabola in the air, cleanly passing through the net. The series of points lost left the head coach of Colgate University with a grim expression. He paced anxiously along the sidelines, loudly yelling to emphasize the need for defense. Point guard Seth signaled with a gesture. This time Foyle did not sink into the low post. Instead, he moved to the high post, preparing to set a screen for Seth. This was a more energy-efficient approach to play. The Huskies' defensive strategy remained steadfast. Coach Carl Hong repeatedly emphasized before the game, no switching, navigate around screens, and stick to man-to-man defense. Travis closely guarded the rolling Foyle, not allowing him to receive the ball easily. Richie, meanwhile, adeptly maneuvered around the screen to continue shadowing Seth. This provided Seth with a fleeting opportunity. No team reaching the madness of March is a pushover. As the starting point guard, Seth seized this opening. Without hesitation, he leaped directly from beyond the 3-point line, aiming to respond to the Huskies with a 3-pointer to lift the team's spirits. He underestimated Richie's defensive resilience. At the moment Seth jumped, Richie had already navigated past the screen to catch up. Although he didn't complete the block, Richie leaped high and extended his arm, significantly disrupting Seth's shooting rhythm. Short. The basketball hit the front of the rim, bouncing high and far, aiming directly toward the right side of the free throw line. Chen had long been poised, leaping high to firmly grasp the ball with one hand. Upon landing, he didn't pause, but immediately turned and dashed toward the front court like a cheetah. Fast break. The entire Huskies team instantly accelerated their silhouettes, leaving trails on the court. The Raiders players who had just pushed up to attack now had to sprint back, struggling to keep up with the pace. Chen advanced the ball beyond the three-point line, lifting his head to assess the situation. He noticed that the Raiders defenders had all retreated to the vicinity of the free throw line, establishing a defensive line without anyone stepping out to guard the three-point line. Are they letting me shoot a three? Chen smirked coldly. From just a step away from the three-point line, he abruptly gathered the ball, stopped sharply with both feet, and jumped to shoot. The defender finally reacted, desperately lunging toward him, but it was all too late. Swish! Another crisp three-pointer went through the net. The Huskies fans in the arena erupted in a frenzy. The consecutive fast breaks and three-pointers created a flowing offensive performance that left them enraptured, with cheers ringing out. The head coach of Colgate could no longer bear it, waving for a timeout. He sketched a new defensive strategy on the tactical board, hoping to at least delay the Huskies' offensive rhythm. However, in the face of such an absolute power disparity, sometimes effort seems so pale and powerless. The Huskies not only possessed top-tier talent, but also exhibited strict tactical discipline and profound roster depth. Upon returning from the timeout, the game remained firmly under the Huskies' control. With 16 minutes left in the first half, the score had already reached 4-1-2-9. The Huskies led by 12 points. Coach Carl Hong glanced at the time and decisively gestured for substitutions. The starting lineup gradually exited the game, replaced by the bench unit. This was Carl Hong's shrewdness. He let the substitutes play the last 4 minutes of the first half, plus the 15 minutes of halftime. The starting players would have ample recovery time to recharge their energy for a second-half surge to completely crush their opponents. The second half would commence after the break. The Huskies' starting lineup returned to the court, each player brimming with energy. The Raiders players, having endured high-intensity confrontations in the first half, showed obvious signs of fatigue, their steps heavy and reactions a beat slow. The Huskies seized this opportunity to begin with a flurry of offense. Ray Allen combined shooting and driving, while Chen seamlessly transitioned between inside and outside, executing back-to-the-basket plays and launching from the perimeter. In just 10 minutes, the Huskies had widened the gap to 28 points. At this point, the game had lost all suspense. Seeing this, coach Carl Hong waved his hand again to substitute all the starters, to give the opponent some face and prevent them from resorting to foul play, risking unnecessary injuries to his players. In the madness of March, protecting player health is more important than padding stats. The University of Connecticut Huskies advanced to the top 32 with a resounding victory. In this game, Chen played for 26 minutes, efficiently scoring 18 points, contributing 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. His comprehensive performance on both ends once again proved that Asian players are not afraid of anyone on the battlefield of madness. The lineup for the top 32 was quickly revealed, and the next opponent for the Connecticut Huskies is the Eastern Michigan Eagles. This team is somewhat similar to the Huskies, primarily focusing on outside shooting, with one of its key players being Bodkins. Does the name Bodkins sound familiar to veteran fans? Yes, he is the little player who later wrote a legend, standing at only 1.65 meters. Bodkins not only miraculously squeezed into the tall ranks of the NBA, but also established himself for many years with astonishing speed and scoring ability, becoming a spiritual totem for countless shorter players. For Huskies point guard Rich, this is not an inspiring story, but an impending nightmare. Once again, my sympathies go to Rich. Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself during a training break. Faced with such a monster standing at 1.65 meters and thriving in the league, Rich, a standard height guard, is likely in for a tough time. The next day at the rented training facility, coach Carl Hong held some materials, his brow furrowed. Eastern Michigan University is a typical small ball team, heavily reliant on outside speed and shooting, with a weak interior presence that is almost negligible. Carl Hong's voice echoed in the gym. Listen, Rich, you might suffer in terms of speed, that's a fact. Don't try to match Bodkins in pure speed. That would be like matching your weakness against his strength. Your task is to block his driving lanes and use physicality to wear him down. Travis, your task is heavy. Once Bodkins drives in, you must provide immediate help defense. According to the intel, their center Mark has poor offensive ability, allowing for some freedom in the paint. Carl Hong turned to the 3 key players, Lei Chun and Hamilton. Your responsibility is to suffocate your respective matchups. Especially Chun and Lei, you cannot give any open shots. Hamilton, you are the free man responsible for overall support and cleanup. The tactical drills lasted the entire afternoon. On defense, the Huskies simulated help defense after the point guard was beaten. On offense, they practiced multiple pick and rolls targeting the opponent's weak interior. As the training concluded, Carl Hong clapped his hands, signaling everyone to gather. His tone softened. No matter how thorough the pre-game preparation is, it ultimately comes down to on-the-spot performance. Remember, no matter what happens, don't panic. Trust your teammates, trust the system. We've practiced countless times. As long as our hearts are unified, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Game day arrived as scheduled, and the RCA Dome was ignited once more. This time the stands were packed with 4,000 spectators, forming a sea of humanity. The deafening roar echoed under the dome. This is the allure of March Madness as well as its crew. For some players, such grand occasions are like performance enhancers. The more spectators there are, the hotter their state becomes, adrenaline surging. For players with less steadfast mentalities, the overwhelming boos or cheers might be the last straw that breaks the camel's back, causing their movements to distort and their thoughts to stagnate. Qinyang stepped out of the player's tunnel, feeling the vibrations under his feet. He was unsure if he could be considered a big game player in others' eyes, but he distinctly felt the blood within him quickening. That desire to showcase oneself under the spotlight and to conquer this court burned like a flame in his chest. Qinyang turned to look at his teammate beside him. Ray Allen appeared calm, his gaze focused. This future clutch shooter had clearly entered his zone. Hamilton, on the other hand, was continuously working out his wrists, showing no expression. He too was a player of immense mental strength. As long as the core remains unaffected, the Huskies have nothing to fear. Qinyang took a deep breath, solidifying his resolve. With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. This time Travis, leveraging his height advantage, tipped the ball to Rich during the jump ball. As soon as Rich received the ball, before he could even look up, the 165-meter-tall Bojkins rushed up, reaching in to steal the ball. From the very first second, an exhausting tight defense was unleashed. With an impressively low center of gravity, Bojkins continually disrupted the basketball, leaving Rich feeling like his lower half was under constant attack. Rich was well aware that if he carelessly dribbled the ball at this moment, given Bojkins' ultra-low center of gravity, the ball would likely be stolen directly. Don't panic. Rich gritted his teeth, turning his body to use his broad back and hips to create some space from Bojkins. With his right hand protecting the ball and his left hand raised high, he pushed Bojkins to the non-ball side and advanced past half court. Bojkins clearly was reluctant to be blocked like this. Utilizing his agile eel-like movements, he constantly attempted to slip through Rich's armpit, his quick hands posing a constant threat to Rich's dribbling. Seeing Rich in a struggle, Qinyang quickly ran over from the wing to provide support. Rich remained very calm, not trying to overexert himself, and passed the ball to Qinyang. After receiving the ball, Qinyang advanced to the three-point line. Ray Allen moved up, and Qinyang executed a handoff. In that instant, Qinyang cleverly used his body to block Bryant, who was chasing Ray Allen, creating a wall. After setting the screen, Qinyang quickly slid down, cutting into the basket and pulling the defense. Ray Allen received the ball, and taking advantage of the screen's opening, burst through with sudden acceleration. The defensive formation of Eastern Michigan suddenly became chaotic. Bryant was blocked behind by Qinyang, trailing by half a body length. The Eagles' power forward James was startled and had to abandon his defensive assignment, rushing over to help defend. At the moment James lunged out, Hamilton, who had been lurking in the left corner, revealed an opening. Ray Allen caught this with his peripheral vision and without hesitation flicked the basketball to the left. Hamilton received the ball, adjusted his jump, and took a mid-range shot. The movement was seamless, and the basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air before settling neatly into the net. 2-0. The Huskies' offense flowed like water. Their cooperation was breathtakingly perfect. Bojkins received the baseline inbound pass like a cheetah, instantly accelerating toward the midfield. He aimed to launch a quick counterattack using speed to wear down the Huskies. However, the Huskies' defensive speed was equally astonishing, already setting up layers of defense to block all fast break routes. Seeing no opportunity, Bojkins had to halt his steps, waving to signal his teammates to position themselves and shift into a half-court offense. "Come on, let me see your defense," Bojkins stated firmly. Holding the ball at the arc, he faced Rich's defense, and with just two swift changes of direction, he completely shook off Rich's balance. The two players' speeds were on completely different levels. Rich felt as if he were playing against a phantom. "Help on defense." Ray Allen, seeing this, immediately abandoned his assigned opponent and rushed toward Bojkins. Faced with the help defense, Bojkins chose not to force a shot. He executed a bounce pass that sliced through the defense, landing perfectly in the hands of Bryant at a 45-degree angle on the right. Bryant caught the ball and shot immediately without any hesitation. Although Ray Allen was quick to return to defense, he still arrived just a moment too late to block the shot. Bryant's shot went in smoothly, but there was no trace of joy on his face. Glancing back at Ray Allen, he felt a deep shock. This guy's defensive recovery speed is too fast. If I had hesitated for even a moment, he definitely would have blocked that shot. The Huskies launched another attack. Ray Allen, holding the ball at the top of the arc, assessed the situation. Chunyang and Hamilton began to weave through the baseline and wing their movements, instantly tearing apart the already unstable defense of the Eagles. Now's the time. Ray Allen keenly detected an opening for offense. Suddenly bursting to the right, his explosive power allowed him to gain half a body's length in his first step, and by the second step, he had completely left Bryant behind. Ray Allen shot through the lane like a bolt of lightning. The Eagles' center Mark hurriedly rushed over to help defend, using his height to block Ray Allen. With his rich experience, Ray Allen cleverly gathered the ball as Mark charged in, performing a Euro step to evade the block, and then gently sending the ball into the basket. The Eastern Michigan University Eagles played with more tenacity and confidence than expected. No team standing here is a soft target. Each team that made it to the top 32 carried the honor of their entire school and the hopes of countless fans. They had never feared the offensive power of the Huskies. On the contrary, every score made by the Huskies stimulated the nerves of these underdogs, igniting within them a remarkable energy. Boykins once again held the ball, and the 165-meter-tall player instantly took off, giving the Huskies no chance to catch their breath and forcing them to retreat at full speed. Whenever the Huskies were slightly slow in returning to defense, they were met with Boykins' lethal quick counterattack. This high-intensity back-and-forth running was undoubtedly a war of attrition, targeting the Huskies' tall lineup stamina. Seeing the Huskies set their defense, Boykins remained calm. He paused just outside the three-point line, like a patient hunter waiting for his teammates to position themselves. This time the Eagles' strategy changed. Power forward James did not sink into the low post, but instead set a screen for Boykins just beyond the three-point line before quickly rolling down. Hamilton had to switch to defend Boykins. He felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Boykins was like an extremely agile flea, constantly jumping, changing direction, and stopping abruptly before him. With an extremely low center of gravity, Boykins maneuvered effortlessly in the tight space, while Hamilton's tall frame became a burden, making his footwork appear somewhat chaotic. Whoosh! Boykins executed an extremely concealed between-the-legs dribble followed by a quick spin, cleanly evading Hamilton. After breaking through, Boykins chose not to drive deeper into the lane. As a short player surviving in a jungle of tall individuals, he was more aware than anyone of his survival rules. The closer he got to the basket, the larger the coverage area of long arms became, reducing his shooting space. Near the free-throw line, Boykins gathered the ball and leapt into the air. He released a mid-range jump shot with the basketball tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. The Eagles' offensive prowess was indeed formidable. Coach Carl Hong on the sidelines furrowed his brows and decisively waved for a timeout. Coach Calhoun held up his clipboard, voice stern. Listen carefully. Boykins' driving solo is deliberately dragging us along by the nose. He aims to force us into a frantic retreat, sapping our stamina. We must not let him succeed. To Ray Allen and Rich, Calhoun continued. Next time Boykins attempts another solo drive, Ray, you close in immediately with Rich for a double team. Don't fear leaving someone open. We must force a turnover or at least trap him into a dead ball. Apply maximum pressure. He will not be allowed to run the entire team ragged on his own. On offense, maintain intensity and answer their aggression with points. Calhoun's tactical intent was crystal clear: disrupt Boykins' rhythm and deny him the chaotic high-octane back-and-forth he sought. Back on the court, the Huskies launched their offensive possession. Chunyang drifted to the left wing. No frills, no flourish. Just raw, unyielding strength as he bulldozed past defender Derek, sealed his position, and raised his hand for the pass. Rich instantly read his cue. A crisp bounce pass landed squarely in Chunyang's hands. Catching it cleanly, Chun dropped the ball low, turned his back, and drove hard. Twice. Each surge of power forcing Derek half a step backward. Seizing the moment, Chun gathered the ball and executed a deceptively fluid spin fake to his left. Off balance, Derek instinctively lunged left to cut off the drive. In that split second, Chun exploded off his right foot, core coiling, torque surging, as his body whirled back rightward like a spinning top. Then, Leap Hang suspended midair. His core tightened fiercely in flight. His torso arched backward with elegant precision, forming a perfect gravity-defying arc. Time seemed to still. His motion fluid, poised, echoing the legendary grace of the Black Mamba himself. Swish! The fadeaway jumper dropped cleanly through the net. Great shot. Hamilton sprinted over, slapping Chunyang's palm with thunderous force. Chun, that move was pure poetry. Eagles turned to attack. Boykins attempted the same gambit, trying once more to single-handedly drag the Huskies' entire defense across the court. But the moment he crossed half-court, Ray Allen surged forward, locking in a tight double team with Rich. Their movements were aggressive, unrelenting. Boykins was instantly trapped, immobilized, suffocated. Rich seized the opening. His long arm shot forward, snatching the ball from Boykins' chest with a full-body clamp. Leveraging a sheer physical dominance, Rich wrenched the ball free from Boykins' grasp. The referee watched impassively. This level of physicality fell well within the era's lenient officiating standards. Fast break. Rich didn't hesitate, not even a breath, launching into a full sprint the instant the ball was secured. Boykins lay sprawled on the floor. By the time he scrambled upright, Rich had already stormed into the front court. Eagles defenders scrambled desperately, but too late to set a defensive structure. Rich glided past Bryant's feeble attempt to contest, then floated a clean layup off the glass. That basket jolted Boykins awake. Over the next few possessions, he grew markedly more deliberate, abandoning reckless solo drives, instead patiently waiting for teammates to cross half-court together and settle into half-court sets. The Huskies reverted to man-to-man defense. After all, even a superstar like Iverson struggled to dismantle this squad single-handedly, let alone Boykins. Poor Rich found himself locked in another grueling duel, dazed and disoriented by Boykins' relentless crossovers and directional shifts. Boykins exploited the mismatch, bursting past his defender. As a compact guard carving out a career at the professional level, his basketball IQ was unquestionably elite. He refrained from charging blindly, instead halting sharply at the long two-point range and rising for a clean jump shot. Alas, his touch betrayed him. The ball rimmed out. Travis soared skyward, securing the rebound with calm authority. The game had descended into a white-hot, grinding slugfest. Physicality escalated. Bodies collided, muscles strained, grunts echoed across the arena. With superior athleticism and height, the Huskies gradually asserted control, tightening their grip on the contest. Interior scoring, second chance points, defensive rebounds. These subtle advantages compounded, steadily translating into a widening margin on the scoreboard. At halftime, the score stood at 4,435, Huskies led by 9. During halftime, Coach Calhoun offered no elaborate schemes. Only one repeated unshakable command: do not relent on defense. Not even for a single second. Hold them down until the final buzzer. He then dismissed the players to rest and recharge. To begin the second half, both teams mutually substituted, rotating in their bench units for brief respite. Chunyang entered the game, leading the second unit. For the first time in a pivotal contest, he truly assumed the role of primary ball handler and offensive fulcrum. The Huskies' second unit revolved entirely around Chunyang. Offense initiated through him, sets designed for him. First, he drew double teams with powerful post-ups, then calmly dished to wide-open teammates. Or he'd isolate, attack unknown, and draw contact. This profound trust, this authority to dictate tempo, to command the flow, flooded him with an exhilarating, unprecedented sense of mastery. It was a sensation he had never known, neither in this life nor the last. Every touch, every decision ignited a fierce, surging ambition deep within his bones. So this is what it feels like to be the cornerstone, Chunyang murmured inwardly. Yet he swiftly steadied himself, fully aware his current abilities still fell far short of commanding a true NBA caliber roster. Their competition was merciless. Prodigies crowded every roster, brilliance abundant. I need more training. I must strengthen myself. Clenching his fist, Chunyang silently vowed, within 3 years, I will become the undisputed cornerstone of an NBA franchise. 3 minutes later, the starters re-entered, rested, recharged, ferocious. Like tigers descending the mountain, the Huskies unleashed a relentless tidal wave of offense. Ray Allen and Chunyang attacked with surgical precision. Hamilton cut relentlessly, a scoring erupted from multiple angles, leaving the Eagles perpetually scrambling, perpetually outmatched. The final horn blared. Final score, 9,378. The University of Connecticut Huskies had vanquished the valiant Eastern Michigan Eagles, advancing triumphantly to the Sweet 16. Post-game stats revealed Chunyang's stellar efficiency: 22 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal, proving instrumental in the Huskies' victory. Ray Allen added 20 steady points. Though Boykins fought valiantly, scoring 20 himself, he ultimately succumbed to the Huskies' overwhelming might. Once the list of matchups for the Sweet 16 was announced, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the University of Connecticut. The opponent of the Huskies was the Bulldogs from Mississippi State University, a genuinely tough adversary. Huskies versus Bulldogs. Could this be considered a duel of the dogs? The core of the Mississippi State Bulldogs was the player who later boasted of being the second-best center in the West in the NBA, Dampier. At this moment, Dampier was at the peak of his college career, endowed with explosive physical talent and comprehensive skills, recognized as a top prospect in the lottery. The second core was also a hot draft prospect, Tuntai Jones, a forward with exceptional athleticism. This posed a tremendous challenge for Chunyang and Travis. What made it even more daunting was that this Bulldogs team had just staged a classic defensive battle in the round of 32, suffocating the scoring of the traditional powerhouse Princeton University to a mere 40 points, advancing into the Sweet 16 on the back of their stifling defense. At this moment, their morale was high and their confidence was overflowing, as if they could already see the path leading to the Final Four. The next day the Huskies arrived at the rented training facility. Coach Carl Hong stood before the tactical board heavily marking several red crosses with a marker. Carl Hong's voice was low and powerful. The reason the Bulldogs have made it this far is due to one secret, a defensive system centered around Dampier. Dampier possessed remarkable physical attributes with an astonishing height and wingspan resembling an iron tower guarding the paint. The other 4 players defended aggressively like rabid dogs, forcing their opponents to give up outside shots and instead delve into the paint to face Dampier's blocks and encirclements. Carl Hong put down the pen and cast a piercing glance at the trio of Ray Allen, Chung Yang, and Hamilton. Against this impenetrable defense, charging into the paint is a poor choice. Your task is to counterattack immediately whenever there's an opportunity, striking before they can establish their position. If we fall into a half-court battle, do not attempt blind isolation plays. Instead, utilize screens to create opportunities, aiming to get Dampier into foul trouble. Once he is off the court, their defense will collapse. After the tactical briefing, the entire team began intense simulated drills. The substitute players on defense mimicked the Bulldogs' tenacious close guarding. After training, as night fell, the lights in the gym shone especially brightly. Most players had already left, but Chung Yang, Ray Allen, and Hamilton stayed behind. They spontaneously began extra practice, the sound of shooting echoing in the empty gym, monotonous, yet filled with power. Suddenly Ray Allen paused his movements, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned to the 2. Chung, Richard, to be honest, do you think we have a chance this year to go all the way? The air fell silent for a few seconds. Chung Yang held the basketball, his gaze drifting towards the distant hoop, and slowly said, there is an old Chinese saying, success or failure depends on human effort. It means that the key to the outcome lies in one's efforts. As for the result, that is determined by fate. I will give it my all, draining every last drop of sweat, and regardless of the outcome, I will accept it calmly. Hamilton nodded, vigorously responding, that's right. Chung is correct. As long as we have tried our best, there will be... Come on, let's continue. The 3 exchanged smiles and dove back into their training. The day of the game arrived as scheduled. The Huskies reached the RCA Dome 2 hours ahead of time. This massive venue, capable of holding 4,000 people, was already buzzing with excitement. The green-clad Huskies fans and the maroon-clad Bulldogs fans were starkly divided, with cheers rising and falling like the drums of war before 2 opposing armies. This was a do-or-die match. No amount of caution was excessive. In the locker room, Coach Carl Hong delivered his final reminders. The referees might be lenient today. If the whistle doesn't blow, don't force fouls, as that can lead to mistakes. On defense, we will maintain single coverage. Everyone near the paint must be ready to provide help, disturbing Dampier and ensuring he doesn't have an easy time. Understood. The team shouted in unison, their voices filled with determination. The starting players from both teams stepped onto the court, standing in the center circle ready for the jump ball. The Huskies' starting lineup remained unchanged, still that tried and tested core. The referee tossed the ball. With astonishing vertical leap and wingspan, Dampier outjumped Travis, directing the ball to his team's point guard Brad. The Bulldogs clearly had absolute confidence in their inside advantage. They did not rush to initiate a fast break, instead slowly advancing past half court. Brad dribbled on the perimeter, his eyes frequently glancing towards the paint. It was only when Dampier positioned himself low and raised his arms for the ball that Brad lobbed it high into the paint. Chung Yang stood on the weak side, watching his defensive assignment Tuntai Jones, while keeping an eye on the movements inside. Upon receiving the ball, Dampier did not display any fancy footwork. He used his strong body to back Travis down, creating space, then gathered the ball, took a long stride, and in 3 steps crossed over to the other side of the basket, finishing with a one-handed layup. The move was simple, even somewhat crude. Chung Yang felt a bit speechless. Is this what they call excellent insight? This move is too basic. Did those scouts get paid to hype him up? Although he grumbled internally, Chung Yang dared not let his guard down. Such simple and brute force play styles are often the most effective and demanding on the defender's stamina. When it was the Huskies' turn to attack, Richie steadily dribbled past half court and passed the ball to Ray Allen at the top of the arc, then quickly moved to the weak side, clearing one side. Travis stepped up to set a screen for Ray Allen. The tactical intention was to allow Ray Allen to use the screen to isolate Dampier, making use of his speed and shooting ability to try and draw a defensive foul from Dampier. The Bulldogs' defensive strategy was to lock down the paint, as Dampier did not even step out of the key. He simply squatted at the edge of the 3-second area, firmly guarding the basket. Wilson, who was defending Ray Allen, desperately tried to navigate around the screen to pursue him. Ray Allen raised an eyebrow slightly. What? You underestimate me. Ray Allen thought with a cold smile. You think squatting inside means I can't do anything. Faced with Wilson's pursuit and Dampier's presence in the paint, Ray Allen did not choose to penetrate and didn't hesitate for a moment. Just half a step away from the 3-point line, he suddenly stopped and leaped into the air. The motion was fluid. Although Wilson lunged to contest, he was still a beat too late, forced to watch as Ray Allen took the shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air, spinning as it headed straight for the hoop. At this moment, the 4,000 spectators held their breath. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed. The basketball swooshed through cleanly. After landing, Ray Allen expressionlessly turned to head back on defense. That three-pointer was like a loud slap, striking the Bulldogs' face hard. Thinking of guarding the paint, Ray Allen thought silently, "Then we will drown you in a rain of three-pointers. Let's see if you dare to come out." On the sidelines, coach Carl Hong watched this scene, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Since the opponent is huddled inside, let's force them out with our outside shooting. Once Dampier is compelled to extend his defense to the perimeter, the Huskies' opportunities will come. The Mississippi State Bulldogs stubbornly continued to feed the ball into the paint, passing it to Dampier. In truth, the coaching staff of the Bulldogs was well aware that relying solely on Dampierre's low-post plays would never breach a defense of the Huskies' caliber. They had a meticulous plan utilizing Dampierre's immense presence in the paint to force the Huskies into double-teaming. Once the double team was established, the ball would be distributed, providing opportunities for other players. They aimed to use his threat in the paint to break the defensive net. Dampier received the ball in the low post, backing into Travis. Habitually, he bumped back twice, sensing the shift in the defender's weight, then gathered the ball and took 3 large steps, grinding towards the opposite side of the basket. However, Travis was not the kind of player to stumble into the same pitfall twice. As a future NBA center, he possessed exceptional adjustment skills. This time, as Dampier made his move, Travis did not confront him head-on, but swiftly slid to the side, using his chest to block Dampierre's path while applying subtle pressure. This force was slight, yet enough to disrupt balance. Dampier felt his body tilt in midair, his originally smooth layup becoming somewhat distorted. Bang! The basketball struck the front of the rim and bounced out. Rebound. Hamilton shot out from the crowd, confidently securing the defensive rebound. Without hesitation, he pushed the fast break. Chunyong and Ray Allen darted towards the front court, where the Bulldogs had yet to organize their defense. Once past half-court, Hamilton scanned the field and noticed Ray Allen already sprinting ahead. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered a precise long pass. Wilson, defending Ray Allen, was taken aback and desperately accelerated to interfere. Ray Allen had no intention of receiving the ball for a layup. Instead, he slammed the ball against the backboard while running, then dashed to the side to create space. Chunyong, right behind, had arrived, leaping high to catch the basketball that rebounded back. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. With both hands, Chunyong positioned the ball behind his head, his core muscles engaging powerfully, his body bending in midair like a top bow, forming a perfect inverted C. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the arena. Chunyong slammed the basketball down into the hoop, causing the rim to groan in agony. Nice shot. Beautiful. That was explosive. The Huskies fans erupted in a frenzy, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off. This two-handed dunk significantly boosted morale. The Bulldogs head coach was jumping up and down on the sidelines, rapidly gesturing new strategies and shouting out fresh offensive plans. Point guard Brad understood, immediately nodding in acknowledgement. After crossing half-court, Brad decisively signaled for the number 2 play. The Bulldogs' positioning changed. A shooting guard, Wilson, with the help of a screen from his teammate, emerged from the baseline to receive the ball at the top of the arc. After passing, Brad quickly spread out, while Dampier moved to a higher position to set a screen for Wilson. Just as the Huskies expected another screen and roll, and prepared to switch or go over the top, Wilson made no hesitation whatsoever. He adjusted his jump upon receiving the ball, executing a fluid motion. The shot was taken swiftly. The basketball arced high through the air, swishing through the net. Swish! Chunyong stood in the corner, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. This player named Wilson, who had been an inconspicuous role player in the Intel, had just made that three-pointer with lightning speed and perfect arc. With such shooting ability, why did he not secure a spot on the draft predictions? The Huskies' offensive possession. This time, Chunyong and Hamilton engaged in off-ball movement, and a series of cross screens finally allowed Hamilton to gain an open look near the free-throw line. Richie's timely pass arrived. Hamilton caught the ball and jumped, but Dampierre's help defense was too swift. The tall and long-armed center lunged like a mountain towards him. Although he could not block the shot, his massive frame completely obscured Hamilton's line of sight. Oh no! Hamilton sensed something was off in midair, and his shot was too weak. Rebound. Just as the basketball left his hands, Chunyong and Travis were already rushing towards the basket to contest. Chunyong kept his eyes glued to the ball's trajectory as he leapt high above everyone, snatching the ball with one hand. The moment he landed, Jones was already stuck to him like a leech. Chunyong did not pause for a moment, not even dribbling to adjust. Pivoting on his left foot, he pushed off violently with his right foot, his core strength exploding as he turned back with the ball while tilting his body upward. Jones leaped up to block, but realized the basketball was drifting further away from him. In midair, Chunyong gently flicked his wrist, sending the ball on its way. Swish! A beautifully executed fadeaway jumper hit its mark. Yet in the subsequent few possessions the situation began to take a strange turn. The Bulldogs persisted in running the number 2 play. Shenyang started to feel a bit confused. It was said that Tang Tai Jones was the second core, the main scoring point, but why was he hardly receiving the ball? Instead, this previously overlooked Wilson had become the genuine initiator and finisher of the offense. Could it be that the primary core Dan Pierre was merely a pillar on defense, while the true offensive core was this underestimated Wilson? With the same screen and roll, the same outside pop, Wilson once again received the ball and facing Travis defense calmly took a three-pointer. Another swish through the net. The score remained tight, even showing signs of a potential lead change. Coach Carl Hong reacted swiftly, immediately calling for a timeout. Holding the tactical board, he spoke rapidly. The opponent has changed their strategy, we must adapt as well. Wilson's shooting is on fire, and we can't afford to let him slip past the screens. From now on we switch defenses. Travis, you must follow him closely. Even if he breaks through, we cannot allow him to shoot a three-pointer. Aaron, your task is to stick closely to Dampiel. Don't let him penetrate the key. With his skills, he poses little threat from a distance away from the basket. After speaking, Carl Hong's gaze turned to Chun Yang, his eyes firm. Chun, hold the ball more on offense. Take more shots to alleviate Aaron's pressure. Use your abilities to score. Chun Yang nodded heavily. Understood. The game resumed, and the Huskies advanced with Chun Yang continuously utilizing screens, moving to the 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. Without a moment's hesitation after receiving the ball, he rose up to shoot. Answer ball. The basketball swished through the net, a firm three-pointer. Brad passed the ball to Wilson again. Dampiel set a screen and rolled down. This time Travis resolutely stepped out, tightly guarding Wilson, giving him no room for a three-point shot. Wilson, being a guard, saw his shooting opportunity blocked. With a quick change of direction, he exploited his speed advantage to get past Travis, driving straight into the paint. Ray Allen was tied up by Dampiel on the weak side and unable to provide help defense. Chun Yang had no choice but to rush over from the side to assist. Seeing Chun Yang coming, Wilson did not force a layup, but instead passed the ball to the open Jones. Chun Yang quickly turned to chase back, but it was too late. Jones executed a convincing fake shot, causing Chun Yang, who was closing in, to jump too early, then calmly hit a mid-range jumper. This game was becoming challenging. At halftime, the scoreboard showed 4-5-4-3, with the Huskies trailing by 2 points. This was the first time the Huskies found themselves behind at halftime since entering March Madness. The air in the locker room seemed to solidify, each player's face etched with seriousness. The sudden shift in the Bulldogs' tactical focus caught the Huskies off guard. Coach Carl Hong clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Listen, stop thinking about help defense. Let's allow Wilson to go unknown. Shut down all other options. He can't maintain this for 40 minutes. His consistency is definitely. Carl Hong surveyed every player, his voice gradually rising. Our offensive strategy is sound. Let's continue to follow the established plan. We have Ray Allen, Chun Yang, and Richard Hamilton. Our offensive firepower is unparalleled in the league, and they rely solely on Wilson. How can they defeat us? In this game, we will surely win. Now take a break. Coach's words acted as a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the players' fighting spirit. That indomitable spirit returned to the eyes of these young warriors. As the second half began, the Huskies regained possession. Chun Yang received the ball near the three-point line, and Jones immediately closed in. Chun Yang took a tentative step, creating a bit of space, before quickly driving to the basket. Jonas' defense was tenacious, closing in once again. Chun Yang was not surprised, given his current ability to penetrate. Getting past a defender of this caliber was indeed challenging. Advancing to the right side of the free throw line, Chun Yang suddenly stopped, no longer rushing into the paint. He turned his back to Jones and began a post-up. 1 move, 2 moves, feeling the opponent's strength. Then Chun Yang gathered the ball, faked left to shift Jonas' weight, and quickly spun right, rising up. He executed a fadeaway jumper. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air, swishing through the net. The Bulldogs attacked, and after a screen switch, Travis took on Wilson in a unknown. Seeing no chance for a three-pointer, Wilson could only force his way inside. The Huskies strictly adhered to their tactics, with no one helping, leaving Travis to face him alone. Chun Yang observed from afar, noticing that although Travis lagged a step behind, Wilson had not completely shaken him off. It seemed Wilson's physical attributes were indeed the reason for his exclusion. Against a tall inside player, he lacked speed and strength. Wilson firmly established his position and went up for a layup. Travis leaped high from behind, ready to contest the shot. The two collided in midair, exposing Wilson's disadvantage in physical confrontation. His shot was altered, and the basketball hit the rim and bounced out. The ensuing game devolved into a tug-of-war. Wilson occasionally managed to hit difficult three-pointers due to his hot hand and could score with speed inside, but his scoring was sporadic, failing to create a continuous flow. Dampiel grabbed several offensive rebounds and completed second-chance opportunities, but his range was limited, unable to cover the perimeter. On the Huskies' side, with Ray Allen exerting tremendous effort defensively to limit Dampiel, the offensive initiation naturally shifted to Shenyang. Shenyang showcased the results of his hard work. He could not only score himself, but was also familiar with the team's tactical system, always able to pass the ball to open teammates in crucial moments. Ricky's shooting from beyond the arc and Hamilton's mid-range shots were activated. As the game entered the final 2 minutes, the Huskies had already taken a 9-point lead. The Bulldogs began to panic. Wilson forced a shot from beyond the arc, disrupted by Travis' towering figure, resulting in an embarrassing airball. The Huskies, however, were not anxious. With NCAA's offensive time limit of 35 seconds, Ricky controlled the ball beyond the three-point line, consuming time. The desperate Bulldogs had no choice but to resort to fouling tactics. Ricky stepped to the free throw line. Perhaps due to nerves, he missed the first shot, but made the second. The Bulldogs called a timeout to set up their final three-point play. They executed it perfectly, quickly moving the ball, and Wilson hit a crucial three-pointer. Possession returned to the Huskies, and the ball was passed to Ray Allen. Wilson lunged at him like a madman to apply pressure for a steal, but finding no opportunity, he had to foul, sending Ray Allen to the free throw line. At this moment, it was time to test the big heart. Ray Allen remained calm, breathing steadily, making both free throws. The lead was restored to 9 points. As the Bulldogs once again missed a three-pointer, Ray Allen confidently made both free throws, and the game completely lost its suspense. The final buzzer sounded, ending the score at 9-8. The University of Connecticut Huskies triumphantly defeated the resilient Mississippi State Bulldogs, successfully advancing to the Elite Eight. This rewritten history marks a turning point. In the original timeline, the Huskies faltered in this game, failing to reach the top 8. In this challenging battle, Shenyang scored a team-high 26 points along with 5 rebounds and 3 assists, becoming the key to the team's victory. Ray Allen contributed 20 points and effectively limited Dampiel's performance on defense. Although Wilson of the Bulldogs scored a game-high 27 points, he ultimately could not create a miracle. The Huskies had no time to fully savor the joy of advancing to the Elite Eight before rushing overnight to Lexington, Kentucky. The Elite Eight tournament was held at Rupp Arena, the home court of the University of Kentucky, hailed as the sacred temple of basketball Mecca. For any college team, playing here was an honor in itself. For the Huskies at this moment, this was the final gateway to the ultimate Final Four. The opponent for the Elite Eight was soon revealed: the Cincinnati Bearcats. This name sent the coaching staff into a state of extreme tension. In their previous game against Mississippi State, insufficient early intelligence had left them unaware of Wilson, a hidden assassin, nearly causing an upset in the Sweet 16. Coach Calhoun would never allow such a perilous dance on the edge of a cliff to happen a second time. From the moment the opponent was announced, the Huskies coaching team became tireless detectives, relentlessly digging for every piece of intelligence on the University of Cincinnati through various connections. The next day, in the rented training facility, Coach Calhoun stood before the tactical board, emphatically circling one name with his marker: Danny Fortson. Calhoun's voice carried unquestionable authority. The University of Cincinnati is not a traditional powerhouse we are familiar with. They rarely make it to March Madness. A few years ago, a golden generation reached the Elite Eight twice consecutively, but that is history now. This year's Bearcats are a group of entirely new faces. Pausing, his gaze swept across each player present. They have only one absolute strength: their power forward, Danny Fortson. Standing 2.01 meters tall, with explosive physicality, he is like a tank. His playstyle is unique. Unlike traditional power forwards who post up low, he prefers to handle the ball on the perimeter, driving with immense force. Calhoun fixed his eyes on Shenyang and Hamilton. Richard Chin, your task is heavy. I want you two to alternate guarding Fortson. You don't need to lock him down completely. Your mission is to wear him down. Use your physicality and rotations to gradually drain his stamina, making every offensive attempt costly. The rest of you maintain man-to-man defense. If Fortson drives into the paint, nearby teammates must immediately collapse to provide proper double-team interference. During the subsequent training sessions, the Huskies repeatedly drilled the defensive strategy against Fortson. The timing of interior help defense, the speed of rotations, the recovery after double teams. Every detail was perfected to the utmost. They had to limit Fortson's impact without leaving other shooters completely open. Striking this balance was exceedingly difficult. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and game day arrived as scheduled. In the locker room, the players made their final preparations. Shenyang tied his shoelaces while glancing at Hamilton, casually asking, "Richard, are you going in first, or should I?" Hamilton paused briefly, then understood Shenyang's meaning, a confident smile curling at his lips. "You mean guarding Fortson? Of course I'll take the first shift. Isn't he the power forward? Conveniently, that's mostly my role as well. This is my specialty." Shenyang nodded. "All right, you hold him down first. That guy is like a bulldozer. If you can't handle him, just call me anytime, and I'll relieve you immediately." "Don't worry, it won't be that easy," Hamilton said, patting his chest confidently. The locker room door opened, and Coach Calhoun entered. Surveying the young warriors about to take the court, he spoke gravely. The latest intelligence confirms our judgment was correct. Fortson is their Achilles heel and their entire offense. As long as we execute the assigned tactics and contain him, we've already won half the battle. Remember, this year we must cross the Elite 8 hurdle. No one can stand in our way. Understood, sir. The team shouted in unison, their voices filled with determination. The tunnel doors swung open, and a deafening roar of cheers surged into their ears. Though Rupp Arena was smaller than the previous RCA Dome, holding just over 20,000, the atmosphere was even more fervent and pure. Kentucky's basketball culture ran deep in the bones. Even at a neutral site, the crowd's passion for basketball was extraordinary. The starting lineups of both teams stepped onto the court with the Huskies starters unchanged. At the tip-off, Travis easily faced the Bearcat center Art Long, who was half a head shorter. With a gentle tap, the basketball fell into Richie's hands. The Huskies launched the first attack. Richie dribbled past mid-court, assessed the situation, and passed to Ray Allen beyond the three-point line. This was a probing play set before the game to gauge the Bearcats' defensive strategy and intensity. Ray Allen caught the ball, and facing defender Damon remained calm and unhurried. He executed a realistic shot fake. Seeing no reaction, he followed with a quick probing step. This sequence immediately created half a body space. Seizing the opportunity, Ray Allen drove in smoothly. To his surprise, he encountered no substantial resistance as he penetrated into the free throw area. The Bearcats' defense seemed somewhat lax. With no one guarding him, Ray Allen showed no mercy. He caught the ball near the free throw line, stopped abruptly, rose gracefully, and released a soft, controlled wrist flick. Swish! The ball sailed through the net with a crisp sound. Such an open mid-range shot was a gift for a shooter of Ray Allen's caliber. It was the Bearcats' turn to attack. Their point guard Keith dribbled past half-court without executing any tactical movement, immediately finding Fortson near the three-point line. At this moment, the Huskies truly witnessed the beast style. Fortson caught the ball, and instead of posting up, faced forward like a perimeter player, beginning to dribble and drive. Watch out! Shenyang couldn't help but shout. Hamilton, assigned to guard Fortson, reacted swiftly. He was not a cumbersome interior power forward. After all, Hamilton's future NBA roles would be small forward and shooting guard, making him one of the quickest movers among power forwards. Fortson attempted a crossover dribble, but Hamilton's footwork was rapid, sticking closely without revealing. Seeing his tricks fail, Fortson abandoned fancy moves, lowered his center of gravity, and using sheer strength and weight charged like a heavy truck straight at Hamilton. Bang! The sound of colliding muscles made teeth ache. Though Hamilton's stance was solid, the strength gap was evident, and a gap was forced open. Fortson seized the chance, accelerating fiercely like a cannonball toward the paint. Seeing this, Travis abandoned guarding Art Long, without hesitation retreating to the paint's center with arms wide, ready to provide help defense. Fortson neither passed nor slowed. As he neared Travis, he executed a swift crossover, evading Travis's block range, then leapt high and slammed the ball forcefully into the basket single-handedly. Boom! Fortson roared in triumph after scoring, asserting his power. On the sidelines, Coach Calhoun and the Huskies exhaled in relief. The intelligence was accurate, Ray Allen whispered to Shenyang. They really focus on this one point. For a team like the Huskies with deep bench strength and a mature defensive system, a single-core-driven team is not difficult to handle. As long as that soul strength is strangled and his connection to teammates cut off, the Bearcats' offense cannot kill up. In the offensive round of the Husky team, Rich controlled the ball outside the three-point line, his gaze sweeping across the court, waiting for his teammates to make their moves. There was no need for continuous off-ball screens, but just a single high-quality pick allowed Shenyang to gain sufficient space. He quickly circled out to the three-point line, raising his hands for the ball. Rich's pass arrived as expected. Shenyang received the ball, bent his knees, and leaped with seamless motion, as smooth as flowing water. Without any interference, he shot the ball effortlessly. The basketball arced high in the air, spinning down directly into the net. Swish! A three-pointer was solidly made. The Bearcat team clearly appeared flustered, still choosing to pass the ball to their core player Fortson. Faced with Hamilton's defense, Fortson no longer toyed with flashy feints. Upon receiving the ball, he let out a low growl, his muscles tensing as he charged forward like a heavy truck. Bang! The tremendous impact caused Hamilton to stagger back a step. Hamilton was no pushover either, his core strength was equally formidable. In the moment he was knocked back, Hamilton tightened up, quickly adjusting his steps, sticking to Fortson like a piece of adhesive, constantly waving his hands to disrupt the dribbling rhythm. Travis also moved over, preparing to establish the second line of defense near the paint. Fortson had the tenacious Hamilton at his side, while Travis loomed ready ahead. Fortson attempted to force his way through, but discovered the space had been compressed to its limits. He displayed the vision of a core player, noticing that his center Art was left unguarded. Clap! A bounce pass zipped past Travis, finding Art on the right side of the paint. Joy surged within Art as he received the ball, taking a step to attack the basket. In his view, this was a guaranteed open layup. At the moment Fortson passed, Chinyang had already made his judgment. Without hesitation, he abandoned his defensive assignment, like a flash of lightning slicing through from the diagonal, sprinting towards the paint. As Art leaped, Chinyang also took to the air. Facing a center of similar height, but lacking in jumping ability and explosiveness, Chinyang showcased his astonishing hang time. Arriving late, but timely, he waited in midair for the moment Art lifted the ball to its highest point to shoot, then forcefully swatted the basketball down with his right hand. Smack! A resounding rejection. The basketball was swatted down heavily, crashing onto the floor. Meanwhile, Rich had already sped down the court the moment Chinyang initiated his defense. After landing, Chinyang reacted swiftly, grabbing the bouncing ball off the floor, then turned, and with a long arm swing, delivered a cross-court pass to the front court. Rich received the ball, the front court wide open, unguarded. With ease, he dribbled 2 steps, executing a one-handed layup that swished through the net. This attack and defense completely disrupted the rhythm of the Bearcat team. The head coach of the Bearcats jumped up anxiously on the sidelines, their offense repeatedly thwarted, while their defense was virtually non-existent, the gap and score rapidly widening. They quickly called for a timeout. During the break, the coach did not pull out a tactical board to draw up strategies, but instead gathered the players closely, placing his hands on their shoulders. The coach's voice was hoarse, yet powerful. "We may not have the overall strength they do, nor their talent, but that is no reason for us to give up. Look at our opponents. They are human too. They can tire, and they can make mistakes. Use your bodies to bite back, to give every ounce of effort you have. The game has only just begun, or as long as we give it our all and honor every drop of sweat we've shed, we will surely have a chance at victory. Even if there is only a 1% chance, we must give it 100% effort." This speech was like a shot of adrenaline, injecting life into the players of the Bearcat team. When they returned to the court, their eyes held a newfound determination. The game resumed. Bearcat guard Keith signaled, and center Art immediately stepped up for a screen. After the screen was set, Keith showed no hesitation, charging headlong into the paint. Travis' defensive switch was a beat too slow, and Keith seized the opportunity, scoring with a layup off the backboard. This shot ignited the fighting spirit of the Bearcat team, and they began an intense physical battle on defense. The Huskies' offense faced unprecedented resistance. Keith relentlessly harassed Rich, while the others pulled and tugged, using various small maneuvers to chase down their respective opponents. The referee allowed this level of physical confrontation. Rich passed the ball to Ray Allen on the perimeter. As Ray Allen received the ball, the defender brutally lunged at him, arms pinning him at the waist. Ray Allen furrowed his brows, using his strong core strength to force open space, then dropped the ball, executing 2 quick crossovers to shake off the defender's balance, and began his drive. The Bearcat team's defensive attention was instantly drawn to Ray Allen, with help defenders converging on him. At that moment, Chinyang seized the opportunity. Suddenly, he swatted away Gregor's hand that was secretly tugging at his jersey, then accelerated to cut into the empty lane. Gregor was taken aback and desperately tried to catch up. As Chinyang ran, his elbow struck Gregor's ribs. Ugh! Gregor grunted, his movement halted as he doubled over in pain, clutching his side. The referee's view was obstructed and did not notice this small move. Chinyang smoothly escaped the defense, charging into the paint. Ray Allen had already penetrated to just a step inside the 3-point line, drawing 2 defenders. He surveyed the surroundings and threw the ball high towards the basket. Chinyang adjusted his steps and took off. Upon receiving the ball in midair, he tightened his core slightly, turned his body to face the basket, and unleashed his abdominal strength, crashing down like a battle axe. Boom! The rim let out a painful groan, and the entire arena seemed to tremble. An impressive alley-oop, 2-handed dunk. The crowd erupted in an instant, cheers echoing throughout the venue. This play was the strongest rebuttal to the Bearcat team's rough defense. Though the Bearcat team poured their all into it, constantly moving and using brutish physicality to limit the Huskies' offense, everything seemed futile. The Huskies' offensive system was mature, with excellent chemistry among the players. Simple defense could not stop them. Midway through the first half, Chinyang and Hamilton swapped defensive assignments, with Chinyang taking the primary defense against Fortson. Chinyang was stronger than Hamilton, with a broader defensive coverage and greater physicality. Under his close pressure, Fortson's offensive efficiency plummeted, with several forced shots missing the mark. As Fortson, this strong point was stifled, the Bearcats' offense completely collapsed. The score began to widen, tipping the scales of victory drastically. At halftime, the score stood at 4-0-2-9, with the Huskies leading by 11 points. During the intermission, the atmosphere in the locker room was relatively relaxed. Coach Carl Hong made no significant tactical adjustments, but sternly reminded, "Do not let your guard down. The defensive intensity must be maintained until the end. Our current strategy is executed perfectly, and the situation is under control. no unnecessary changes are needed. Remember, even when hunting rabbits, a lion uses all its strength. Don't give the opponent any chances. In the second half, the Huskies continued the hot streak from the end of the first half, utilizing defensive rebounds and quickly advancing the ball from the baseline, launching an 8-2 mini-run, instantly extending the lead to 17 points. The Bearcat team was forced to call another timeout. They were at their breaking point with declining stamina and shattered confidence, their tactical execution fragmented, rendering the timeout's effect minimal. With 3 minutes left in the game, the score had reached 7-6-5-2. The Huskies held a substantial lead and victory was all but assured. Coach Carl Hong waved his hand, signaling to replace all the starters, protecting the players from unnecessary injuries. Everyone sat on the bench, their tense nerves finally relaxing as they chatted happily, smiles on their faces. Travis spoke up. We did it, advancing further than last year into the Final Four. For Chinyong and Hamilton, this feeling might not be profound enough, as they had not experienced the regret of last year's elimination at the quarterfinals. For Ray Allen, this moment was significant. It was a battle that broke the obsession in his heart, proving his ability to lead the team to a higher stage. For Chinyong, the gains from this match extended far beyond the victory itself. He could feel the intense gazes of the scouts on the sidelines, sensing the exposure brought by the media spotlight. This was his ladder to the NBA Hall of Fame. As the final buzzer sounded, the Huskies triumphed over the University of Cincinnati Bearcats with an overwhelming advantage, proudly advancing to the Final Four. Chinyong efficiently scored 19 points, grabbed 5 rebounds, dished out 3 assists, and recorded 1 block, while also delivering 2 steals against Fortson, exemplifying a model of offense and defense. The leading scorer on the team was Ray Allen, who scored 22 points. For the Bearcats, only Fortson managed to score in double digits, racking up 27 points in vain. The Final Four tournament would commence 1 week later at the Aviation Arena in New Jersey, where the Huskies would face the Syracuse Orange. Mention Syracuse University, and for many fans, the first name that springs to mind is Carmelo Anthony of 2003. Syracuse University stands as a towering peak in collegiate basketball, a perennial powerhouse consistently ranked among the nation's elite. In the coaching staff's conference room, Coach Calhoun stared intently at a thick stack of reports, his brow deeply furrowed. Prepare yourselves mentally. Based on all intelligence gathered, this Syracuse squad may well be the most formidable opponent we've faced all season. He pointed to the lineup diagram on the whiteboard. Their 2 interior players, Wallace and Hill, are exceptionally strong. Their perimeter shooters possess outstanding accuracy, their defensive rotations are lightning quick, and their tactical execution is nothing short of meticulous. After intense deliberation, the coaching staff finalized their defensive strategy, abandoning traditional man-to-man coverage in favor of a zone defense designed specifically to contain Syracuse's devastating interior dominance. Offensively, they would continue to rely on the Big Three, Ray Allen, Chinyong, and Hamilton, leveraging their isolation prowess and off-ball movement to dismantle the opponent's defense. A week of preparation vanished in the blink of an eye. The Huskies arrived in New Jersey a day early and conducted an acclimatization practice at the Aviation Arena. On game day, warm-ups concluded. Inside the locker room, silence hung thick and heavy, each player immersed in final preparations. Ray Allen broke the stillness, turning to Chinyong and Hamilton beside him, his voice tinged with quiet melancholy. Guys, you know what this means. After this summer, I'll enter the NBA draft. This is my final journey through NCAA basketball. What about you? Are you staying for another year? Hamilton paused mid-motion and exchanged a glance with Chinyong before flashing a wry grin. Me. Absolutely. I'm staying for another season. I need more seasoning. I'm not yet ready to survive the meat grinder that is the NBA. He then turned toward Chinyong, his gaze silently asking the same question. Chinyong remained silent for a moment, fingers unconsciously tracing the number stitched onto his jersey. Taking a slow, deep breath, he replied softly, "Sorry, Richard. I plan to declare for the draft this summer too." Hamilton blinked, then nodded with quiet understanding. Chinyong continued, "I crave professional-level training, and I yearn to test myself on a grander stage. I feel my current training regimen has hit its ceiling. I need to step into a wider world." Hamilton clapped Chinyong on the shoulder and smiled. "Hey, Chun, what's there to apologize for? Truth is, I saw it coming long ago. You're the most relentless force I've ever met, first and last out every single day. We're brothers. I respect every choice you make, and I wish you nothing but genuine success. No apology needed, not even remotely." Ray Allen extended his hand. "Wherever our paths led next, this may well be our last time standing side by side. Let's give it everything for this moment." Chinyong and Hamilton shared a knowing smile and stacked their hands atop Ray's. Nearby, Rich and the others, who'd been pretending to adjust their knee braces, joined in laughing as they piled their hands on top. "Don't forget us. We're declaring too. Maybe our draft positions won't match yours, but this is our final. Huh? Count us in." Ray Allen boomed with laughter. Hands locked tightly together, youthful fervor surged through the room. Let's go, they whispered in unison. The locker room door swung open just as Coach Calhoun entered, witnessing the scene firsthand. This famously stern and iron-willed mentor allowed himself a rare tender smile. Inwardly he marveled this was the most gifted and harmonious team he'd ever coached. All right, gentlemen. He clapped sharply, his voice regaining its customary authority. The sentimental interlude ends now. Now, go out there and win this game. Yes, sir. The match officially began. At the tip-off, Travis faced off against Syracuse's center Wallace, and immediately felt the weight of pressure. Wallace possessed astonishing explosiveness and leaping ability. Travis lagged slightly in takeoff speed and watched helplessly as the ball was tapped away. Syracuse's point guard Sims advanced the ball past half-court. Against Rich's tight, aggressive on-ball defense, he moved with effortless composure. One could not deny it. Every Syracuse player operated at an elite level, exuding the calm confidence of battle-hardened veterans. The point guard lofted a high pass to forward for Hill, who had sealed his position deep in the post. Hill initiated a back-to-the-basket move against Hamilton. Thud, thud. The sound of bodies colliding echoed sharply. Though Hamilton fought tenaciously, sheer strength and mass disparity forced him backward, inch by inch, into the heart of the paint. Shenyang swiftly rotated from the weak side, converging for a double team. Yet Hill remained ice-cool, no rash attempt, instead delivering a crisp pass to Bergen left wide open by Shenyang's rotation. Bergen caught the ball and feinted a shot. Shenyang's pulse quickened. He lunged back in desperate pursuit. Just as Shenyang closed in, Bergen smoothly retracted his shooting motion and fired the ball back to Hill at the edge of the key. That seamless exchange instantly unraveled the Huskies' help defense. Hill caught the pass, powered past Hamilton with brute force, spun, and released a soft, arching hook shot. The ball traced a perfect arc before slipping cleanly through the net. Damn, it's like they rehearsed every move, Shenyang muttered upon landing. Syracuse's interior dominance was undeniable, and the Huskies' greatest defensive vulnerability lay precisely there. Now it was Connecticut's turn to attack. Rich dribbled across half-court, then executed the set play, delivering the ball to Ray Allen at the top of the arc. As always, trap and invite Allen to probe. Ray Allen, guarded closely by Syracuse's guard Cibola, executed two sharp jab steps, seeking space for a clean release. Cibola stuck to him like glue. Quick-footed, relentless, granting no opening. Impressive defense, but still not enough, Ray Allen thought coldly. Suddenly, he drove hard, exploding past his defender. Cibola stayed glued to his hip. Ray Allen barreled inside the three-point line, then juked violently, stopping short, pulling back, and launching a textbook pump fake. Cibola, utterly deceived, soared skyward in a frantic block attempt. Got you. Ray Allen waited for Cibola to sail past, then accelerated past him. But Syracuse's defense was no mere facade. Center Wallace slid over to cut off the lane. Cibola scrambled back desperately. Ray Allen, refusing to force the issue, scanned the floor and spotted Travis left unguarded. He fired a precise pass. Yet Syracuse's rotations were breathtakingly swift. Hill materialized like a phantom, long arms flailing, blotting out the sun above Travis. Seriously, do humans even rotate this fast? Travis cursed under his breath and whipped the ball sideways to Hamilton on the opposite wing. Hamilton caught it, only for Bergen to slide over, seamlessly locking down the new threat. Syracuse's rotations are flawless, like a precision-engineered machine. Hamilton stayed poised. He knew his brother Shenyang must be open somewhere. Without hesitation, Hamilton snapped a crisp bounce pass to Shenyang, stationed in the corner. The instant Shenyang caught the ball, Syracuse's point guard Sims charged in like a rabid hound, full sprint, closing fast. Trying to block me. Shenyang glanced down at the shorter Sims. Buddy, do you have a height misconception? Shenyang didn't hesitate, not for a second, not for another pass. With his height advantage, Sims' contest was little more than theatrical air. He bent his knees and launched upward. Midair, his shooting form was textbook perfect, fluid, graceful, unhurried. Even as Sims flew toward him, Shenyang added a subtle floating adjustment, elegant and deliberate. His wrist softened, fingertips guiding the ball with delicate precision. Swish! A flawless arc soared across the arena, clean, pure, and silent, as the ball dropped through the net, sending white ripples dancing across the rim. 2 points, clean and confident. Beautiful. Ray Allen sprinted over for a celebratory high five. Syracuse displayed overwhelming cohesion and disciplined execution, but the Huskies' big three were no mere spectators. The offensive wave from Snow City University surged once more, with the basketball finding its way to Hill at position 4. Hamilton stood low, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was not afraid of those inside players with frame types, as he could entangle them with agile footwork. What he feared most were the power forwards who bulldozed through using sheer physical strength. Every confrontation felt like colliding with a moving wall. Hill again secured the ball. Shenyang stood on the weak side, his gaze wavering slightly. In the previous round, he had helped too early and was pierced through by Hill's pass. This time he decided to remain patient, waiting until the last moment to pounce. However, Hill had clearly read the defense. After receiving the ball, he did not blindly push deep as before, but instead pivoted sharply towards the baseline. In an instant, Hamilton found himself boxed out behind Hill. Not good. Hamilton's heart raced as he desperately tried to squeeze past, but Hill's broad back was like a mountain blocking his path entirely. As Hill was about to make a layup, Travis had no choice but to come over to defend. Just as Travis jumped to block, Hill displayed his delicate handling skills. Instead of forcing a shot, he executed a concealed internal pass, slipping the ball to Wallace, who had sneaked in from the side. Wallace caught the ball, finding himself in an open area. Leaping high, he slammed the ball into the hoop. Boom. The bench of Snow City University erupted in cheers. Damn, their inside coordination is too seamless, Hamilton said with frustration. When it was the Huskies' turn to attack, they attempted to run a screen play, but the defensive discipline of Snow City University was astonishing. When faced with screens, they either quickly circled around or decisively switched, leaving the Huskies with no opportunity to exploit. After several passes, they failed to create any absolute open shot chances. Seeing this, Chunyang no longer clung to his running position. He directly positioned himself low on the right side, blocking Bergen, raising his hands and loudly calling for the ball here. Give it to me. Rich understood and lobbed the ball in. Chunyang received the ball with his back to the basket, gently nudging backward, instantly sensing Bergen's defensive balance. Weight shifted to the right. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chunyang's mouth. He suddenly turned left, while simultaneously dribbling to break through. This action was as quick as lightning, startling Bergen, who hurriedly shifted left to block, fearing he would get blown by in one step. This was precisely Chunyang's trap. At the moment Bergen's center of gravity completely shifted, Chunyang pivoted on his left foot, immediately gathering the ball and making a reverse right turn. Then he pushed off the ground with his legs gliding backward like a feather, creating a beautiful arc in the air. A leaning jump shot. Bergen was rendered motionless by the series of feints, only able to watch as Chunyang extended his body in midair. At that moment, a scene flashed through Bergen's mind. The bald man in the number 23 jersey on TV, his movements were somewhat reminiscent. Swish. The basketball plunged into the net, creating a splash of white. A few NBA scouts on the sidelines who had been watching Chunyang closely had their eyes gleaming. They quickly jotted down in their notebooks: clutch performance in critical moments, strong ability to break through, potential 5 stars. Snow City University did not panic despite the score deficit. The Huskies thought the opponents would continue to exploit Hill, but the Orange men suddenly changed tactics. The basketball was directly lobbed to Wallace, who was blocking Travis on the other side. According to the information gathered by the Huskies, Wallace was their core player, and they initially thought Hill was the main player. After catching the ball, Wallace did not back down for a post-up, but turned to face the basket. His eyes locked onto Travis as he suddenly surged forward to the right. With a powerful sidestep, Travis felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car, stumbling as he was pushed half. Wallace seized the fleeting space, jumped off, and single-handedly sent the ball into the basket. So tough. Chunyang couldn't help but exclaim, "This physical quality is simply beast level." The game had completely entered a stalemate phase. The Huskies' outside shooting was fierce and Snow City University's perimeter was penetrated. Meanwhile, the inside duo of Snow City University was wreaking havoc, leaving the Huskies with no answers either. You score a 2-pointer, I'll respond with one. You attack inside, I'll shoot from the outside. As the first half approached its midpoint, Coach Carl Hong's expression grew increasingly grim. The Huskies trailed by 3 points. Although the difference was not large, the feeling of being led by the nose by the opponent made Carl Hong sense a crisis. Timeout. Carl Hong finally couldn't hold back and called for a stoppage in the game. The players were panting heavily, towels draped over their heads, sweat dripping down their cheeks. Holding the tactical board, Carl Hong spoke rapidly. "We are in big trouble now. Richard, you are expending too much energy on defense, leading to a lack of firepower on offense. We need more scoring." He looked at Chunyang and Ray Allen. "Chun Ray, you both must enhance your offensive. Do not hesitate to shoot whenever you have the chance." Then Carl Hong pointed at the inside. "On defense, we can no longer be so conservative. Against their inside duo, single coverage is a dead end. From now on, as soon as the ball enters the paint, nearby players must decisively double team. Let's gamble on their outside shooting percentage. We can't allow them to dictate the paint." "Understood," everyone replied in unison. The game restarted and Ray Allen brought the ball up, his eyes filled with determination. Facing Sipola's defense at the arc, he made 2 quick direction changes, probing the opponent's defensive balance. Suddenly, Ray Allen accelerated, and Sipola hurriedly shifted to follow, not daring to relax his step. Ray Allen dribbled near the free throw line, suddenly stopping sharply, followed by a crossover, his center of gravity dropping as he sliced left like a sharp blade. Seeing this, Wallace in the paint quickly left his man to prepare for a help defense. "Here we go," Ray Allen silently cheered. Without slowing down, he charged towards Wallace's massive frame. At the moment of potential collision, Ray Allen executed a high-difficulty, pull-up move in midair, avoiding Wallace's block with a gentle flick of his wrist. The basketball kissed the backboard and fell through the net. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded almost simultaneously with the swish of the ball, a foul for hitting the hand. And one. Ray Allen confidently stepped to the free throw line, took a deep breath, and released the ball. The extra free throw was good. 21 completed. The score was tied. This is the value of a superstar changing the course of the game with individual ability during a stalemate. Snow City University did not show weakness, lobbing the ball back to Wallace. Wallace backed into Travis, gradually pressing inward. As per their strategy, Ray Allen quickly collapsed, forming a double team with Travis. Facing the two-man siege, Wallace understood the risks of attacking strong. Not being greedy, he passed the ball out at the moment the double team formed. The basketball flew to Cipolla on the perimeter. Ray Allen had just come over to help and had yet to return to position. After receiving the ball, Cipolla hesitated not for a moment, rising up to shoot. Both teams' players below the basket were tangled in a battle, desperately boxing out for the rebound. The basketball soared in a high arc, clearing everyone's heads, and directly plunged into the hoop. Swish. A three-pointer. The bench of Snow City University erupted once again, this shot fiercely responding to Ray Allen's 21. The subsequent game saw both teams' battles heat up intensively. Every offensive and defensive play felt like a brawl, the sounds of muscle collisions echoing endlessly and the score fluctuating, creating a suffocating tension. The Huskies limited the inside with double teams, but the outside shooting group of Snow City University was hot today, repeatedly retaliating. Snow City University aimed to crush their opponents with their inside advantage, but the Huskies, relying on Qinyang and Ray Allen, consistently stabilized the situation with various difficult shots. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the score stood at 4-1-4-3, with the Huskies trailing by 2 points. The players walked towards the tunnel, their steps heavy. The exhaustion from this half of the game was more than that of a full game. Snow City University was indeed a tough opponent. "Don't be downcast," Qinyang said, hooking his arm around Hamilton's neck. "It's only halftime. The real game starts in the second half." Ray Allen walked at the front, turning back to say, "Right, it's not over yet." As he pushed open the locker room door, coach Carl Hong was already standing in front of the tactical board, his expression serious. Without shouting loudly, he spoke in a low voice, "Our strategy remains unchanged. We will continue to target the inside." Their outside shooting was on fire in the first half, but that can't last the entire game. In the second half, their outside shooting percentage will inevitably drop. It's the law of basketball. He circled two names on the tactical board with a marker, Hill and Wallace. "Look at this." Carl Hong pointed to the foul data. "Hill already has 2 fouls and Wallace has 3. This is our breakthrough point. On offense, Ray and Chin, you two need to stop floating outside and attack the inside. As long as we can draw another foul from them, their inside defense will become timid, and they may even have to take a break. Then the paint will be our backyard." Looking at the exhausted group of players, Carl Hong's tone softened slightly. "Forget everything for now, rest well, and recover your energy. The next 20 minutes are when we test our willpower." The players sat down, gulping down energy drinks. Ray Allen walked over to Qinyang, wiping sweat, while whispering, "Chun, be careful for the second half. Snow City University will definitely focus their defense on me, and they might even double-team me. If I get trapped, it's up to you." "Got it," Qinyang nodded. The brief halftime break passed in an instant. As the players re-entered the court, the second half of the game began. The Huskies attacked first, with Richie calmly controlling the ball at the top of the arc, his gaze directed towards Ray Allen. The Snow City University point guard Sims instinctively took a step towards Ray Allen, trying to cut off the passing lane. After all, in the first half, Richie's desire to score was not strong. He played like a pure point guard. Just as Sims shifted his weight, Richie suddenly lowered his center of gravity and surged in like a bullet. Sims thought to himself, wanting to chase back, but it was already a beat too late. Richie took advantage of his lead and charged toward the edge of the paint. Seeing the big man from Snow City coming over to help, he hesitated not at all, stopping abruptly to jump and shoot. The motion was smooth and decisive. Swish. The basketball went through the net with a clean shot. Richie's mid-range jumper was successful. This shot told everyone that the Huskies had more than one scoring threat. Now it was Snow City University's turn to attack, and after the adjustments made during halftime, they clearly changed their strategy, passing the ball back to Wallace in the paint. Wallace held the ball with his back to the basket, not charging blindly into the paint like he had in the first half. He felt the defensive pressure from Travis behind him, while keeping an eye on the situation around him. Sure enough, when Qinyang rushed over from the weak side to help, Wallace immediately passed the ball to the open Bergen on the perimeter. Damn it! Qinyang's heart tightened as he quickly turned and charged out to the perimeter. He moved swiftly, his long arms reaching out. Bergen, ready to shoot after receiving the ball, was interfered by Qinyang's defensive momentum. His action appeared slightly stiff, and the feeling of the shot was clearly off. Bang! The basketball hit the front of the rim and bounced out. Good defense. Defense in place. Just as the Huskies bench was about to cheer, a figure leaped high into the air. Wallace displayed incredible jumping speed among the crowd, overpowering Travis and tipping the basketball back into the basket with one hand. The putback was successful. After landing, Wallace shouted at the somewhat frustrated Bergen, "Don't worry about it. Just shoot freely. We've got the boards." This statement hit Travis like a hammer, making him furious, yet helpless. Facing someone who could score and rebound, it was impossible to limit him with just one person's strength. The Huskies did not lose heart and quickly organized their next offensive wave. Ray Allen and Chunyang crossed paths near the baseline, then used their teammates' screens, one curling left and the other spreading right. The Snow City University defense was drawn to Ray Allen, leaving Chunyang with an opening at the right 45-degree angle. Richie, more aware of where the two would end up, quickly passed the ball into Chunyang's hands. Receiving the ball, he bent his knees, jumped, and shot. Chunyang's movements were fluid and graceful. After shooting, he held his hand in the air, closely following the trajectory of the ball. Swish! A three-pointer. The cheers erupted in the arena, and the Huskies' momentum surged once again. However, Snow City University functioned like a precision machine, not disrupting their rhythm due to a single score. They continued executing the same strategy, feeding the ball to Wallace in the paint. This time, Ray Allen hesitated in his help defense. This allowed Wallace to seize the opportunity, powering through Travis with his back spinning and going for a strong layup. The basketball swished through the net. As the score exchanged back and forth, the game entered a brutal phase. The Huskies launched another attack, with Ray Allen strictly following the tactics, using Travis' screen to break into the paint. Faced with Wallace's block, he forced a jump shot. In that moment of aerial confrontation, Wallace clearly applied downward pressure with his shoulder, his immense strength knocking Ray Allen off balance. Ray Allen twisted in the air, barely managing to throw the ball. Clang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced out with no whistle blown. The referee stood still, as if the obvious foul from earlier had never happened. Ray Allen stumbled as he landed, looking at the referee in disbelief, wanting an explanation, but the referee merely waved his hand, signaling for the game to continue. Coach Carl Hong on the sidelines was completely frantic, jumping up and down along the sideline, shouting, "Are you not going to call that obvious foul? Referee, are your eyes just for decoration?" As the game progressed, the intensity of both teams' defenses increased, and the physical confrontations grew fiercer. In this high-intensity battle of attrition, the referees seemed to intentionally relax their standards, encouraging more physical contact. This was undoubtedly bad news for the Huskies. Their plan had collapsed. They had initially hoped to attack Snow City University's inside through drawing fouls, but it seemed the referee's whistle had been swallowed. The relaxed officiating made it extremely difficult for the Huskies to attack. Every drive into the paint required a significant toll of energy, often with little reward. Both teams' shooting percentages began to drop, making every score feel incredibly precious. Snow City University, leveraging their inside advantage, started to gain the upper hand in this tug-of-war war. Their inside-outside combination became more fluid. Even if their outside shooting went cold, they could rely on Wallace and Hill's dominance in the paint to stabilize the situation, even grabbing crucial offensive rebounds for second-chance points. Time passed second by second, and the score on the scoreboard began to widen. With just over 4 minutes left in the game, the Huskies were already trailing by 7 points. The air in the Aviation Arena was oppressively thick, almost suffocating. The scoreboard displayed a 7-point margin of barriers, standing squarely in Hashiki's path to the final. Coach Kerhong called a timeout and barked rapid orders. "Defense is too soft. You're giving up points far too easily. For the remaining time, I want physicality. I want you to tear at every ball handler like rabid dogs. Do not fear fouling, for as long as you deny them easy scores, we win." Kerhong paused, his gaze sweeping every player as his tone slowed. "On offense, we don't have time to grind the clock. They will begin to stall and bleed the clock. We must hit three-pointers. It's our only chance to close the gap. Run the double screen, play free lay, and chun whoever is open, shoot immediately. Do not hesitate." "Understood." The players answered in unison, their voices edged with resolve. The timeout ended, and both teams returned to the court. Hashiki ran their offense, with Lequi controlling the ball at the top of the arc, his eyes surveying the entire. Lay Allen first faked a convincing baseline cut that drew defender Shibala's attention, then suddenly changed direction and sprinted toward the opposite baseline. Tay Louisi read it instantly and stepped up near the baseline to set an off-ball screen for Lay Allen. Lay Allen used the screen to slip to the other side, and then turned to set a back screen for Chunyang, who was moving toward the baseline three-point spot. That rapid, dazzling sequence of movement immediately scrambled Shuecheng University's defensive alignment. Chunyang, like an arrow loosed, burst out beyond the baseline three-point line. Zucheng's defenders instantly faltered. 2 of them converged on Chunyang, at once terrified of letting the red-hot shooter receive the ball. At that moment, Allen ghosted to the opposite corner beyond the three-point line. There was a yawning, enormous. Leakey's hands were lightning quick. With a wrist flick, he found Allen with a long pass. Allen caught, bent his knees, rose, and released with textbook precision. Yet as the ball left his fingertips, Allen felt a sudden misgiving. Trouble. The drain of fatigue had robbed some power from his legs, and his release came fractionally short. Rebound. Allen shouted. The ball struck the front of the rim and popped high. Louise roared and leapt furiously, attempting to tip it out to the perimeter. At the same time, Zucheng's interior giant Hua Leisure climbed high. Two massive hands met the ball, and Hua Leishi's fingertips grazed the ball and altered its flight. It did not go where Louise intended. Instead, it careened awkwardly toward the outer edge of the paint. Shibala reacted with lightning speed and secured that precious defensive rebound. With the board in hand, Xuecheng steadied their formation. They no longer hurried, they dribbled across half-court at a leisurely pace. At the top of the arc, point guard Zymas procrastinated, burning the clock. Only when time was running low did they loft the ball to the post. Sierra received, backed into Hamadan, and began to grind himself inward step by step. His movements were steady and forceful, driving Hamadan backward. Shenyang stood on the weak side, eyes fixed on Sierra, noting that Sierra was so absorbed in physical contact he hadn't perceived activity on Shenyang's side. Now, Shenyang surged a bolt of speed toward Sierra. Xuecheng forward, Bogan cried out. Why? It was too late. Shenyang had already reached Sierra. His long arm snatched the ball from Sierra's control before he could react. Steal. Push. Shenyang barked and turned to sprint the break. Up front, Allen and Lequi streaked ahead like twin blades. Shenyang dribbled 2 steps, drawing a defender, then fed the ball ahead to Lequi. Lequi received and thundered toward the three-point line, drawing another defender, and without hesitation kicking the ball out to the wing, where Allen followed. Allen caught it to an open floor. He adjusted his rhythm, took 3 deliberate steps, and floated a layup that kissed the backboard and fell. The deficit was trimmed to 5. Zucheng's head coach on the sideline was furious and immediately called a timeout. His roar carried clearly even to Hashiki's players. Do not relax. The game is not over. Who let you slack off? Want to go home? Kerhong seized the moment, strode over to Chunyang, and patted his shoulder hard. Well done. Great defense. He then turned to the team and shouted, maintain high-intensity defense. On offense, keep looking for threes. If you have an open look, take it. Do not fear missing. Perhaps chastened by the coach's dressing down, Xuecheng returned to the court with a sharpened focus. But focus did not guarantee points, as Zucheng's outside attempts rimmed out and Hamadan secured the defensive. Hashiki initiated their offense while Zucheng's defense tightened like a drawn net, smothering every perimeter shooting spot. Tugging and grappling every inch contested. Shenyang circled along the baseline, but found no clean outlet. Decisive, he abandoned the perimeter and cut hard toward the interior. Allen seized that fleeting gap and quickly fed the ball inside. The paint had opened because Zucheng's perimeter defense had been stretched outward. Shenyang received, made no extra flourish, rose, and finished with a composed layup. The margin had shrunk. Snow City University continued its usual routine, executing a time-consuming strategy. Wallace advanced with the ball, and Shenyang immediately rushed over to assist in defense, preparing to deliver a big block. Seeing Shenyang flying towards him in his peripheral vision, Wallace abruptly halted his jump. He stood still, waiting until Shenyang soared over his head before forcefully passing the ball to the open Bergen beyond the arc. Bergen caught the ball unguarded and calmly jumped up to take the shot. Nearby, Ray Allen desperately sprinted to defend, but was a beat too late, helplessly watching the basketball fly toward the hoop. Bang! The basketball struck the rim, bouncing high, and then under everyone's gaze it wobbled on the rim before finally slipping through the net. It was a damn lucky shot. Damn it. Richie couldn't help but curse. Shots like this were the most demoralizing. They had been just 3 points behind, and in the blink of an eye it had turned into a 6-point deficit. With little time left, every point was crucial. Richie quickly advanced past half court while his teammates began frantically running their routes. Shenyang and Hamilton displayed remarkable synergy. Hamilton's off-ball screen came just in time, blocking Bergen. Shenyang used the screen to briefly shake off his defender and stepped out to the three-point line. Richie's pass arrived on time, and Bergen's reaction was astonishingly quick as he squeezed through the screen and lunged at Shenyang. Shenyang had no time to adjust. He could only choose to take the three-point shot while being guarded by Bergen. Thud. The contested shot hit the back rim and bounced away. The Huskies were in a frenzy. Full court press. Full court press. Carl Hong shouted from the sidelines. The 5 Huskies instantly spread out, implementing a suffocating full court press against Snow City University. They no longer gave their opponents any chance to waste time. Sims advanced under Richie's relentless pull and shove, making it extraordinarily difficult. At this moment, Sipora and Bergen rushed over to offer support. Yang and Ray Allen closely shadowed them, ensuring that no one could receive the ball easily. Bergen made a feint to cut back, barely creating a bit of space. Sims in a fluster passed the ball. Just as the ball was about to reach Bergen's hands, Yang's impressive wingspan came into play. He surged forward and touched the basketball before Bergen. Smack! The ball was deflected by Yang's fingertip and veered away. Mine! Ray Allen shouted, quickly securing the deflected basketball. Ray Allen dribbled once, shouldering off the charging Sapporo, and then took a straight pull-up shot from beyond the three-point line. Yang and Richie both charged into the paint. If this shot missed, they still had a chance to grab the offensive rebound for a putback. The limits of their endurance and the intense physical contest caused Ray Allen's aim to falter. Clang! The three-pointer clanged off the rim. The basketball soared high, and Yang had already surged to the basket, leaping high and using his height and wingspan to snatch the rebound over Bergen. Mine! Yang grabbed the ball in midair, using his core strength to ignore Bergen beneath him and forcefully slammed the ball back into the hoop. The putback dunk succeeded. The deficit was once again narrowed to 4 points. Only a minute and a half remained. Snow City University decisively called for a timeout. The coach drew lines on the tactical board, arranging strategies to break the full-court press. After returning to the court, several players from Snow City University lined up, utilizing collective screens for outside shots. After receiving the sideline inbounds, the interior players no longer rushed forward, but instead set screens for the guards, escorting them past half-court. Once progress was hindered, they immediately utilized off-ball screens to allow others to receive the ball. This strategy proved effective. They steadily brought the ball across half-court, and then began to waste time again. As time ticked away, Richie could only helplessly rush over and foul the ball handler Sims. Snow City University's free throw shooting was terrifyingly stable, hitting 7 out of 8. The Huskies made 2 out of 4 three-pointers, while Yang and Ray Allen each scored a 3, which was actually quite efficient. However, in the face of Snow City University's steady free throw performance, all efforts seemed in vain. In the final seconds, the Huskies reluctantly abandoned their foul strategy. Snow City University also ceased to attack, simply maintaining possession and draining the remaining time. Beep! The final buzzer sounded. The Huskies lost this semifinal by a margin of 5 points. The players walked off the court, each looking despondent. Some leaned on their knees, gasping for air, others stared blankly at the ceiling, their eyes hollow, and some had red eyes holding back tears. Yang stood on the sidelines, his fists clenched tightly. He didn't want to lose, he truly didn't want to lose. That feeling of helplessness drowned him like a tide. Was it still a lack of skill? Or insufficient hard training? Clearly he had given it his all. Why did he still fall? I must train harder to become strong enough to control the game. Coach Carl Hong approached, not blaming anyone. The iron-willed coach's eyes shimmered with tears at that moment. He embraced each of his players, patting their backs, softly comforting them. Hold your heads up. You have done well enough. This is basketball, this is life. The Huskies' crazy March journey came to a halt in the semifinals. Post-game statistics showed that Yang had a staggering 21 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, giving his all on both offense and defense. Ray Allen scored 24 points, also becoming a supporting character. Snow City University won through teamwork. All 5 starters scored in double digits, with no one putting up particularly explosive stats. The 2 interior players scored slightly higher, while the perimeter players maintained stable shooting after receiving the ball. This was a victory for team basketball and a harsh lesson in growth. The Husky returned home devoid of the usual laughter and joy. The members of the Husky team seemed as if their souls had been extracted, silently leaning against their chairs with vacant expressions. The loss at the New Jersey Airball Arena weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a massive stone pressing down. The Final Four of March Madness was just a step away from the ultimate dream, yet it was the cruelest step. Winning or losing is the difference between heaven and hell. On the morning after returning to the University of Connecticut, Yang appeared at the entrance of the arena. For others, the end of the season meant relaxation, but for Yang, it was merely another beginning. Pushing open the arena's doors, he found the empty venue with only the basketball hoop standing solitary. Who? Yang exhaled deeply, tossing his bag aside. Without concerns for upcoming matches, he could fully unleash himself without holding back for the sake of stamina. Every physical training session in the morning was intensified. This almost self-abusive training was his only way to vent his dissatisfaction. Each muscle ache reminded him that it was still not enough, that he was far from his goal. In the afternoon, the doors of the arena were pushed open once more. Hamilton and Ray Allen walked in. Both wore tired expressions, and upon seeing Yang, who was already panting on the court, Hamilton shook his head with a wry smile. This guy is truly a monster. We may consider ourselves diligent, but his is self-torture. Ray Allen patted Hamilton on the shoulder and picked up a basketball. Let's go, we can't let him improve alone. The three reunited, and the sound of basketballs hitting the floor filled the arena once again. During the break, after training, the three sat on the sidelines drinking water. Ray Allen turned to Chen Yang and casually asked, "Chen, have you spoken to an agent about the draft?" Chen Yang shook his head. "Not yet. I plan to formally submit my draft application first and see if any agents reach out to me. After all, my reputation is still a bit lacking compared to yours." Ray Allen nodded thoughtfully and said, "My agent is Jim Tanner. He's quite composed and has a good reputation in the circle. During our last conversation, he specifically mentioned wanting to meet you and Richard. If you're interested, I can help you get." Chen Yang quickly recalled information about the name in his mind. Jim Tanner, an established NBA agent known for his discreet operations and solid management. His client list included not only Ray Allen, but also future stars like Tim Duncan and Sean Battier. This was a very reliable choice, especially for newcomers aiming to enter the league steadily. "That's great," Chen Yang said sincerely. "Thank you, Allen. This really helps me a lot. Having a reliable guide will save me from many detours." Ray Allen was highly efficient, or rather Jim Tanner had an acute sense for potential rookies. By noon the next day, Chen Yang received a call from Ray Allen. "Get ready, Jim wants to meet you." The meeting was set at a Western restaurant off campus, a pleasant environment suitable for discussions. Half an hour later, Chen Yang walked into the restaurant with Ray Allen. Soft lighting and soothing jazz music welcomed them, and Jim Tanner had been waiting for some time. He was a middle-aged gentleman dressed in a well-tailored suit, appearing gentle and wise. Upon seeing the two enter, he smiled and stood to greet them. After they were seated, Ray Allen smiled and made a brief introduction, then waved his hand. "All right, my job is done. Today I'm just here for the meal. You two can talk specifics." Jim raised his glass and looked at Chen Yang with kind eyes. "Chen, I have actually been following you for a long time. Allen has always been a focus of mine. From the day you became his teammate, I started gathering your information." He paused, his tone turning serious. "I have reviewed a lot of your data. Your diligence is impressive, and more importantly, your progress in just 1 year has been nothing short of remarkable. Growing from a freshman to a core player in the Final Four requires immense talent and perseverance. The NBA is a completely different world. You need a professional team to help you plan and maximize your draft." Chen Yang nodded slightly, his attitude neither servile nor arrogant. "Jim, you're right. I yearn to step onto the NBA stage, and I understand that I need a stepping stone, a means to transition smoothly and gain stability." Jim looked at the young man before him with admiration. Many young players at this stage often have unrealistic expectations or blind confidence, but Chen Yang's self-awareness was strikingly clear. So Jim set down his glass and leaned forward. "What kind of team do you envision yourself joining?" Chen Yang pondered for a moment and answered candidly, "I hope to go to a team that can offer me more playing time. I need practical experience to grow, though I also understand that sometimes the team I join isn't entirely my choice, but depends on their tactical needs." "That's where the value of an agent comes in." Jim smiled, slightly a glint of sharpness in his eyes. "We can filter out the teams genuinely interested in you based on their needs and arrange targeted tryouts. We can showcase your strengths to the coaches who truly need you rather than blindly waiting for a team to choose you." The subsequent conversation flowed smoothly and efficiently. The two engaged in an in-depth discussion about contract details and future plans. Ultimately, Jim offered very generous terms, 3 commission on player contracts and 12 on commercial deals. This was considered a very fair rate in the industry, especially for newcomers, indicating that Jim valued Chen Yang's long-term potential rather than immediate small profits. Chen Yang noted that domestic market commercial development was not included in the contract, as he was well aware of the vast future of the domestic market and planned to establish an agency team in 2 years. This would be more attuned to the domestic market and better understand it. Jim was unfazed by this. At that time, the domestic market was a desert for Americans. They promptly finalized a 4-year agency contract. As Chen Yang officially submitted his draft application, the news spread like wildfire among all NBA teams. Scouts who had closely monitored Chen Yang quickly submitted the organized complete profiles to their respective basketball operations departments. The profiles contained not only detailed statistical data, but also numerous growth curves and descriptions of progress. Many teams showed strong interest in this Chinese forward from UConn. Chen Yang's combination of height, strength, defensive prowess, and shooting ability made him particularly rare. Unbeknownst to him, he remained entrenched in the gym, oblivious to the surging interest. Ray Allen and Hamilton, unwilling to be outdone, were also inspired by this energy and joined the training ranks. However, their training intensity still seemed a bit gentle compared to Chen Yang. "Hey Chen, take a break." Hamilton, exhausted, collapsed on the floor and looked at Chen Yang, who was tirelessly practicing his shooting, and couldn't help but shout, "Don't you ever rest." Chen Yang made a basket, picked up the basketball, and turned back with a smile. "Only by training more can I avoid regrets in the future." Ray Allen watched from the side, his eyes filled with admiration. He knew that it was this nearly obsessive diligence that had allowed Chen Yang to undergo such a transformation in just 1 year. For him and Hamilton, Chen Yang was not just a teammate. but a mirror constantly motivating them to push their limit. In May, Connecticut was enveloped in heat. Time quietly slipped away amidst the daily sweat, and before long the day of the NBA draft trials was approaching. This weekend, Shenyang took a rare break for himself and attended a campus party with Travis. The music blared loudly while the scent of alcohol mixed with perfume fermented in the air as young college students unleashed their hormones on the dance floor. In the hotel at midnight, Shenyang lay beside an attractive Korean exchange student who had fallen asleep with his head tilted, breathing heavily. No foreign girls are as entertaining. Shenyang emptied his mind and silently thought system opened the attribute panel. As he concentrated, a light screen visible only to him slowly unfolded before his eyes. Shenyang body basic data: height 203 cm, weight 99 kilograms, wingspan 219 cm, standing reach 276 cm, physical qualities: strength 78, stamina 89, jump 79, speed 82, coordination 81, basketball skills, finishing 86, mid-range 89, 3.85, passing 68, ball handling 67, driving 69, rebounding 72, stealing 65, blocking 70, help defense 73, on-ball defense 82, mental and awareness, mental toughness 90, court awareness 81. Note: all attributes have a maximum limit of 100. Shenyang's height and wingspan have already reached the figures from his previous life, and there should be little room for further growth. Even if there is some growth, it would be limited. What reassured him was that after a season of intense training, all his attributes had significantly improved, especially in driving and ball handling. Due to a poor starting point, the increase under targeted training was the most astonishing. Although there was still a gap compared to top-tier ball handlers, his auxiliary ball handling ability as a forward was already satisfactory. Currently, the two most outstanding stats were 89 stamina and 89 mid-range shooting. The former ensured that he could be a competent starter in the high-intensity NBA schedule, while the latter was his ace in the hole to stand firm in this era. Overall, these stats would definitely be enough to qualify as a starting small forward in the current NBA and even achieve all-star level performance in certain specific systems. Just a few months left. Shenyang calculated in his mind. There were several months between the draft and the start. If all goes well, and he trains hard, he absolutely has the chance to take it a step further and push his key attributes to the 90 threshold. He also understood that as time goes on, improvements would become increasingly difficult. After reaching an attribute level of 85, every incremental improvement would require an exponential effort. If it were to go above 90, it would be even more challenging. His thoughts drifted to the league he was about to enter. The NBA of this era was still shrouded under the rain. That egg remained an insurmountable mountain, retiring only in 1998. Shenyang chuckled at himself. With his current level, even if he made it to the NBA, how could he hope to face off against the peak version of Jordan? That would be a mere fantasy. A monster of that caliber is not something one can easily contend with. The road must be walked step by step. Shenyang refocused his thoughts, his gaze regaining its determination. First, I need to secure my entry ticket to that highest level stage, receive the most professional training, and accelerate my growth. That is the right path. The next morning, Shenyang appeared at the gym as usual. Perhaps due to the impending trials, the urgency within pushed him to increase his training intensity. He added 2 more sets of sprints and increased his strength training by 2 sets. In the afternoon, after Ray Allen finished his training, he couldn't help but approach Shenyang, who was still tirelessly shooting. "Shin, take a break." Ray Allen handed over a bottle of water, his brows slightly furrowed. "Your training volume is too high. With the trials just around the corner, getting injured now would be counterproductive. Maintaining your condition is more important than overexerting yourself." Shenyang understood Ray Allen's good intentions, but he had the system. He took the water, showing a relaxed smile. "Don't worry, Allen. You know my recovery ability. Do just a good night's sleep, and I'll be back to full strength. This level of intensity is just right for me." Ray Allen shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were filled with admiration. "You are truly a monster. Sometimes I think about being your opponent on the court in the future, and I feel immense pressure. You're a machine born for basketball." The two exchanged smiles and continued their training. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of May. The NBA draft lottery ceremony had concluded, and the draft positions of the teams were set in stone. Under the careful arrangement of Agent Jim, Shenyang and Ray Allen began an intensive trial journey. Jim did not let them participate in the collective trials held at the Chicago Combine. 4 high-profile players like Ray Allen and Shenyang going to Chicago to measure height and run sprints with a bunch of unknowns was simply a waste of time. In this era, teams preferred private individual trials. That kind of unknown or even one-on-one practical confrontation could more intuitively showcase a player's true level. After repeated discussions and selections with Jim, Shenyang confirmed several key teams for trials. These teams not only had high draft positions, but also possessed tactical systems that were relatively suitable for him. The first stop was the Vancouver Grizzlies, who held the 3rd pick. This young team urgently needed a plug-and-play forward core to restore order. The second stop was the Los Angeles Clippers, who held the 7th pick. The Clippers had been in chaos for years, always longing for a talented wing player. The third stop was the Dallas Mavericks with the 9th pick. They valued offense, and Chunyang's shooting ability and mobility fit perfectly with their style. The fourth stop was the Golden State Warriors with the 11th pick. The Warriors had been looking for a cornerstone for the future, and Chunyang's versatility made them drool. At the end of the list, there was a special option: the New York Knicks. Originally, the Knicks were not in their plans. This year, they held 3 first-round picks ranked 18th, 19th, and 20th. According to logic, it would be hard to select a player of Chunyang's caliber in this range. However, the Knicks' chief scout was one of the observers who had been tracking Chunyang for a long time, and he held Chunyang in high regard, even describing him as perfect. More importantly, after repeatedly watching Chunyang's game footage, Knicks head coach Jeff Van Gundy stated in an internal meeting, "This is the type of player I want. Tough, smart, defensively strong, and can score." To acquire Chunyang, the Knicks management demonstrated remarkable resolve. They were actively contacting other teams to prepare to trade up for a higher draft pick. At this time, the Knicks appeared to be a championship-caliber strong team on the surface, with a stable roster and a reputation for ironclad defense in the league. However, beneath the glamorous exterior, undercurrents were stirring. The team's core Ewing had visibly declined in dominance with age, and the arrival of veteran Johnson did not bring the coveted championship. Internally, there was a divide over whether to continue building around Ewing, and calls for rebuilding began to surface. Accumulating 3 first-round picks this year was itself a signal of preparing for the future. Against this backdrop, Chunyang's emergence was especially precious. He had immediate impact, able to help the team contend for the championship. Moreover, he had enormous potential and could be groomed as Ewing's successor. For the Knicks, Chunyang was the on the way. Jim specifically reminded Chunyang New York is a big market and a pressure cooker. If you go there, you must be prepared to face the toughest fans in the world. Conversely, if you succeed there, your commercial value will be immeasurable. Chunyang nodded. Athletes should let their performance speak for them, not rely on hype. Jim took Chunyang to the first stop of the draft, training, the Vancouver Grizzlies. For Ray Allen, the training felt more like a formality. As a recognized lottery pick favorite, his talent and readiness had already garnered acknowledgement throughout the league. Jim did not accompany them personally. Instead, he sent an assistant coach to take Ray Allen to another city while he focused entirely on Chunyang. After all, Chunyang was the first Asian player to challenge the NBA. In this era, many team executives wore colored glasses, questioning whether a person of Asian descent could withstand the physicality. Could he adapt to the high-intensity pace of the NBA? As he stepped into the Grizzlies' training facility, Chunyang began his routine warm-up, and soon other invited players started to arrive. When those familiar young players walked in, Chunyang felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Abdurrahim, Anthony Walker, Eric Dampier. This was no ordinary training session. It felt like a mini rehearsal for the '96 Dream Team. None of these players were weak. First came the static measurements. Chunyang stood in front of the measuring device, stripped off his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. Standing at 203 centimeters, with a wingspan of 219 centimeters, and a vertical reach of 276 centimeters. As the numbers were announced, a subtle gasp echoed through the venue. Chunyang's static athleticism was undoubtedly among the best, especially his impressive wingspan, which made him appear like a soaring eagle. Standing beside him, Raheem was also not to be overlooked. At 206 centimeters tall, with a wingspan of 215 centimeters, a vertical reach of 270 centimeters, and weighing 110 kilograms. Though slightly inferior in wingspan, he was still formidable, with even more developed muscles. Next came the dynamic tests. Vertical jump, Raheem, at 81 centimeters, running jump 91 centimeters. Only 3 centimeters shy of Chunyang. For a power forward standing at 206 centimeters, these jumping metrics were nothing short of monstrous. In the strength tests, Raheem completely dominated Chunyang, with bench press numbers comparable to Dampier. When it came to skill tests, Raheem showcased why he was a future all-star and part of the Dream Team. His touch was a striking contrast to his massive physique, astonishingly smooth. Mid-range shots, low post backdowns, turnaround hooks, driving to the basket. Every movement was solid and fluid. Watching from the side, Chunyang couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. This was the third pick from the '96 Dream Team. Had it not been for the injuries that followed, Raheem should have been one of the brightest power forwards of that era, with his ability to score 50 points in a single game, proving his potential. Facing an opponent with almost no weaknesses, Chunyang felt that his chances in this training session were slim. The atmosphere intensified during the subsequent scrimmages, with the Grizzlies' management glued to Raheem. Whenever Raheem scored in the paint or swatted a shot on defense, the eyes of several executives sparkled with satisfaction as they exchanged pleased glances. Although the Grizzlies did not announce any decisions immediately after the training, Chunyang's heart felt as clear. In an era that valued physical talent and interior play, a perfect power forward prototype like Raheem was evidently far more appealing than Chun Yang, an Asian small forward. There was hardly any suspense left. The third pick was likely to be Raheem. Exiting the training facility, Jim patted him on the shoulder and spoke gently. Chun, don't take this to heart. The Grizzlies' choice has its considerations. It doesn't mean anything. Several teams are very interested in you, especially the Knicks. They are determined to get you. Chun Yang paused, glanced back at the training facility's entrance, and a confident smile curved on his lips. Don't worry, Jim. A single training session doesn't define anything. He'll work hard to surpass everyone and make them regret today's decision. Jim looked at the young man before him, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He knew that Chun Yang had not been playing basketball for long, and reaching this point in just 2 to 3 years was already a miracle. At that moment, the light in Chun Yang's eyes reminded him of the qualities possessed by truly great players, an unwavering spirit. The second stop was the Los Angeles Clippers. However, the atmosphere here was entirely different. The staff's attitude seemed perfunctory and indifferent, as if they were merely completing a task. The training session was rushed, with even a proper scrimmage not arranged. That evening, Jim contacted an old friend working with the Clippers to gauge the situation. On the other end of the line, his friend's voice was filled with helplessness. Jim, to be honest, this is the owner's decision. A person of Asian descent cannot survive in the NBA, but do not waste our draft pick on him. Upon hearing this, Chun Yang began to understand. In his past life, Sterling was notorious for his racism and was ultimately forced to sell the team when recordings of his discriminatory remarks were exposed. Little did he expect that in this life, before even entering the league, he would first experience his prejudice. For a deeply rooted discriminator like him, skin color was original sin, and no matter how outstanding you performed, you would never catch his eye. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yang silently buried this humiliation in his heart, his gaze growing colder. Good, very good, he thought to himself. From now on, whenever I face the Clippers, I will make sure to give it my all. The subsequent itinerary went a bit smoother. The Dallas Mavericks, holding the 9th pick, and the Golden State Warriors with the 11th pick, showed great enthusiasm for Chun Yang. During the Mavericks training session, the old Nelson praised Chun Yang's shooting ability and court awareness. The Warriors executives even directly engaged Jim in discussions about future tactical plans. Both teams made verbal commitments on the spot. We will use our draft pick to choose Chun. Yet promises were ultimately just promises. The draft was filled with uncertainties. Until the last moment, no one knew if these teams would suddenly change their minds or make trades. The last stop was the New York Knicks, where the training facility was bustling with noise. After all, the Knicks held 3 first-round picks. As players came for training, the competition was fiercer than at any previous stop, with an endless stream of hope. As the training progressed, the Knicks management and head coach Jeff Van Gundy grew increasingly fond of Chun Yang. Chun Yang's tough defense and steady shooting during the scrimmages were precisely what this hard-nosed team needed. Yet he felt a bit conflicted inside. According to his memories from the past life, while Van Gundy had good results, his coaching style, extremely reliant on starters and compressing rotations, was a nightmare for rookies. If he were to be picked by the Knicks, facing Van Gundy's tendency to overuse starters while leaving rookies to sit on the bench, would he even get a chance to play? Moreover, as a team vying for a championship, the Knicks had a very low margin for error. Any slight dip in performance could lead to a barrage of criticism from the New York media and fans. Many things are not within our control, Chun Yang sighed inwardly. All he could do was give his all in training and make himself indispensable. No matter which team he went to, skill was the ultimate truth. After all the training sessions concluded, Chun Yang returned to the University of Connecticut. Time for him to train in the school gym was limited, as the school was soon going on break. In the evening at the gym, Chun Yang and Ray Allen sat on the sidelines resting. What are your plans for the upcoming break? Ray Allen asked. Chun Yang replied, I plan to rent a private gym near the school, hire a few professional trainers, and continue my intensive training. This summer break is crucial. I cannot afford to slack off. That evening, Chun Yang made the call to his father's mind, officially laying his cards on the table. Taking a deep breath, he tried to keep his voice steady. Dad, I want to drop out of school. I want to participate in the NBA draft. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, followed by his father's urgent and angry voice. Yangzi, are you crazy? You worked so hard to get into university, and now you want to drop out to pursue what? What NBA draft? Can that even put food on the table? Chun Yang had long anticipated his father's reaction. In this day and age, for most Chinese families, the NBA is something they know nothing about, let alone giving up education to gamble on an unknown. Dad, please listen to me, Chun Yang patiently explained. This is not nonsense, it's my dream. Moreover, this is not just a dream. According to my current draft projections, a rookie contract could earn $1 to $2 million a year. That's in US dollars, which translates to over 10 million yuan. Didn't I go to university to find a job and make money? Now there's such a good opportunity in front of me, it's better than any job. Chun Yang paused, his tone becoming resolute. and I'm only dropping out, not quitting entirely, and my student status will be preserved. If I can't make it out there, I can always come back to finish my studies. Just let me take a shot at it, okay? The line fell into a long silence, and after a while his father's voice returned, tinged with a sense of weariness and resignation. Yangzi, you are an adult now. When we sent you alone to America to live there by yourself, we knew you would have your own opinion. His father sighed. I haven't studied much. I only know how to make money. I don't understand your basketball business, but I have one request. Don't go astray. Take good care of yourself. If it really doesn't work out, just come back. Our family isn't wealthy, but we have some savings that should be enough for you to... At that moment, Qinyang felt a rush of emotion. His nose tingled, and his eyes suddenly felt warm. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had never experienced such deep and simple paternal love. That feeling where no matter how high or far you fly, there is always a thread connecting you and supporting you filled his heart with warmth. Thank you, Dad. Qinyang's voice trembled slightly. Please take care of yourself at the mine. Don't overwork. I'll call with good news. I have to hang up now. I need to call Mom. After hanging up with his father, Qinyang dialed his home number. Listening to his mother's endless reminders on the other end, a smile appeared on his lips as tears silently streamed down his face. This ordinary yet warm scolding was the most precious treasure of his two lives. A few days later, under Jim's efficient arrangements, Qinyang and Ray Allen rented a private training facility near the school. The facility was well-equipped, featuring everything from a strength training room to a standard half-court practice area. Jim even hired a top-tier physical trainer and a basketball coach specialized in skill development. When Hamilton heard the news, he shamelessly came over to mooch off the facility and coaching resources. Thus, the trio of intense training regrouped, with the sounds of sneakers squeaking and basketballs hitting the rim echoing through the gym day and night. This high-intensity training was forced to pause on June 23rd. The draft was set for June 26th, and both Qinyang and Ray Allen needed to contact their families, prepare their outfits, and get ready for the highlight of their lives. Qinyang's parents, through various channels, finally understood the significance of the NBA draft. After discussing, they decided to fly across the Pacific to personally accompany their son to witness this historic moment. Notably, due to his outstanding performance during the tryouts and his college season, Qinyang undoubtedly received an invitation to the league's green room. This meant he would be a top prospect that night, eligible to sit in the most prominent position in front of the stage, waiting for his name to be called. At the airport pickup area, the crowd was bustling. Qinyang stood on his tiptoes, eagerly scanning the crowd. This was his first time seeing his parents in this life, and soon two familiar figures came into view. His father, having spent many years in the mine, was tanned and wore a stern yet reserved expression. His mother appeared as a typical Chinese woman, her eyes warm and full of concern. "Dad, Mom," Qinyang shouted, waving his hand. Upon seeing her son, Chen's mother quickly stepped forward, tightly grasping Qinyang's hand, looking him up and down, her eyes instantly reddening. "Yangzi, it's been more than a year since we last met. You've grown taller and a lot sturdier. Are you eating well?" Qinyang held his mother's hand in return, feeling that warmth, and comforted her with a smile. "Mom, I'm doing well here. My days are filled with classes and training. I'm living a fulfilling life, not suffering at all. Let's go. We'll settle down at the hotel first, then I'll take you to explore this capitalist country and see what's different from back home." On June 26th, in New Jersey, the Continental Airlines Arena was ablaze with lights, becoming the focal point of attention for basketball fans worldwide, as it was the home of the Nets. Hundreds of media reporters with cameras flooded the area, their flashes making it as bright as day. Inside the green room, the atmosphere was tense and subtle. Qinyang looked around and spotted many stars he had only seen on television. There was the defiant Allen Iverson, the intensely focused high schooler Kobe Bryant, as well as Steve Nash, Stephon Marbury, Anthony Walker, Jermaine O'Neal. This was the legendary '96 Golden Generation, a dazzling array of stars, terrifyingly talented, with one notable absence: Ben Wallace. At 7 p.m., the draft officially began. NBA Commissioner David Stern took the stage. He still looked youthful, with thick hair and a spirited demeanor. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 1996 NBA Draft." Stern's iconic voice echoed throughout the venue. After a brief introduction, Stern picked up the first envelope, deliberately pausing to build suspense. For the 1996 NBA Draft, the first overall pick, the Philadelphia 76ers, select. Everyone knew the 76ers wouldn't make a second choice. Allen Iverson from Georgetown University. The applause erupted. The 183 centimeters tall player stood up, adjusted his suit, and walked toward the stage. This future answer, the shortest MVP in history, a legend who would never give up, was now embarking on his... With the second pick, the Toronto Raptors selected Marcus Camby. In hindsight, this choice might seem somewhat regrettable, but at the time, Camby's talent was undeniable. With the third pick, the Vancouver Grizzlies, just as Qinyang had anticipated during the tryouts, history did not deviate. The Grizzlies selected Sharif Abdurrahim. Fourth pick, the Milwaukee Bucks. Stern announced the name Stephon Marbury from Georgia Tech. A stir erupted in the venue as Marbury excitedly stood up, unaware that his fate would soon undergo a dramatic. Fifth pick, the Minnesota Timberwolves. Stern's voice echoed again. Ray Allen from the University of Connecticut. Upon hearing this name, Ray Allen's expression changed instantly. He exchanged a shocked and disheartened glance with Jim Tanner. They had previously declined the Timberwolves' invitation for a tryout. The reason was simple: the Timberwolves already had a star shooting guard, Isaiah Ryder, averaging 19.6 points per game, leaving no room for Ray Allen. Additionally, Celtics coach Red Auerbach had made a clear promise to Ray Allen for the sixth pick, leading him to believe he would don the green jersey. Shenyang was mentally prepared, recalling that Ray Allen ultimately did go to the Bucks, yet he was unaware of the intricate trade details that unfolded. Perhaps it was fate's arrangement. At that moment, Ray Allen missed out on the Celtics and almost became a teammate of Garnett on the Timberwolves. Seeing his friend's dejected expression, Shenyang walked over and hugged him tightly. Allen, things might take a turn for the better. Trust me, this may not be a bad thing. Ray Allen forced a smile, donned the Timberwolves cap, and walked towards the stage. As he stepped off the stage, Jim received a phone call. It was a well-planned scheme. The Bucks had a greater interest in Ray Allen, knowing the Timberwolves were intent on acquiring Marbury. Thus, the Bucks utilized their fourth pick to snatch Marbury, first swiftly reaching a trade agreement with the Timberwolves traded the newly selected Ray Allen for Marbury, along with a 1998 first-round draft pick and center Andrew Lang. Ray Allen, after a twist of fate, ultimately wore the Bucks jersey. One of the most significant trades of that draft night was quietly completed behind the scenes. Of course, compared to later when the Lakers traded all-star center Divac for high schooler Kobe, this was merely a Shenyang watched from the stage, his heart racing uncontrollably. Sixth pick, the Boston Celtics. Anthony Walker from the University of Kentucky. As Stern's voice fell, the big man, later jokingly referred to by fans as Fat Buddha, stood up. Walker was exceptionally talented, possessing the physique of a power forward while developing shooting skills akin to a guard. Unfortunately, he lacked discipline and later fell from the heights of stardom due to his indulgence and reckless shooting, which was lamentable. Seventh pick, the Los Angeles Clippers. Just as Shenyang had sensed during that prejudiced tryout, the Clippers chose Bryant Wright. Owner Sterling's racism was off-putting. Shenyang thought to himself, I don't like this team, it's fine not to be selected. But he made a note of it. Eighth pick, the New Jersey Nets selected Creek Kittles. Ninth pick, the Dallas Mavericks. Shenyang's heart suddenly contracted, and he felt a lump in his throat. During the previous tryout, the Mavericks had shown great sincerity and extended a draft promise. He wondered if the Mavericks' promise could be fulfilled. For Shenyang, Dallas was nearly the ideal landing spot. Firstly, the general manager, the mad scientist, Nelly, was the best in the league at unearthing players' offensive potential. Under his system, statistics often inflated, making it easier for rookies to stand out. Secondly, one of the team's core players was Jason Kidd. With Kidd delivering assists from behind, Shenyang's scoring would become effortless, freeing him from the struggles of ball distribution. Most crucially was the roster structure. The Mavericks' core small forward Jamal Mashburn had been sidelined last season due to a severe knee injury. In Shenyang's memory, Mashburn's performance declined significantly after returning, ultimately leading to a trade. Last season, George McLeod, who replaced Mashburn as a starter, was essentially a shooting guard forced to play small forward, resulting in inefficiency and leaving the Mavericks bench severely lacking in firepower. McLeod was actually more suited to be a sixth man, struggling in the starting position. The Mavericks needed immediate impact, a versatile forward who could shoot and defend. Shenyang was that perfect piece. 1996 NBA Draft, the ninth pick, the choice of the Dallas Mavericks is. Stern deliberately paused for a few seconds, scanning the audience, before finally fixing his gaze on that Shenyang from the University of Connecticut. In that moment, the surrounding noise seemed to be muted, followed by a thunderous applause. Shenyang let out a long breath, the tension in his nerves instantly relaxed. Excitedly, he stood up and hugged his parents tightly. Shenyang took the cap emblazoned with the Mavericks logo, placed it firmly on his head, and walked towards the stage with determination. At the moment he shook hands with Stern, the spotlight hit his face, somewhat blinding. At the instant their palms connected, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement task, the first Asian local to enter the NBA. The reward has been deposited into the system warehouse. Shenyang's hand paused slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. Now was not the time to check the rewards. Countless cameras were focused on him, and he had to remain calm. The subsequent draft process rolled forward like the wheels of history. With the 13th pick, the Charlotte Hornets selected a high schooler named Kobe Bryant, who was promptly traded to the Lakers. That obsessive young man was about to embark on a legendary journey. With the 15th pick, the Phoenix Suns chose Steve Nash, and the Son of the Wind was about to spread his wings. As the draft concluded, Stern shook hands and posed for photos with the rookies backstage. That famous group photo of the '96 Golden Generation was thus born, capturing the brilliance of one of the most talented classes in basketball history. Before leaving, Stern deliberately paused in front of Chunyang, smiling. As he said, "Chun, I've been watching you for a long time. Do your best, and don't disappoint me." Chunyang nodded earnestly. "I will, Mr. Commissioner." Stern's ambitions extended beyond America. He aimed for globalization. China was a crucial piece in his grand puzzle. Even before Chunyang submitted his draft application, the league had already relayed the news to CCTV and formally extended an invitation. Perhaps due to the early inadequacy of CCTV in preparing for such commercial activities, or perhaps due to lingering doubts about this suddenly emerging young face from China, CCTV ultimately did not send a team of reporters to cover the event. This did not hinder Stern's plans. He had already instructed the media department to compile a highlight reel of Chunyang's selection moment and send it back home immediately. Meanwhile, as the first Asian player to enter the NBA as a lottery pick, Chunyang's news had already caused a sensation in Japan and South Korea. Media in Japan and South Korea vied to report on it with front-page headlines dedicated to this information. Although domestic newspapers also covered it in the sports section, the lack of internet penetration at the time meant the attention had yet to fully explode. Stern firmly believed that when Chunyang donned the Mavericks jersey on the court, CCTV would surely increase the number of live broadcasts, and countless Chinese families would erupt with excitement at the sight of a fellow countryman. Returning to his hotel room, the night was quiet. Chunyang eagerly opened the system panel and clicked on the flashing hidden task reward. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, first Asian to enter the NBA. Reward: Michael Jordan's exclusive airtime ability. Note the airtime effect is limited by the host's current physical condition. According to the system's calculations, the host's current physical condition can utilize 78 of Jordan's airtime ability. As the host's physical condition improves, this percentage will gradually increase until it reaches 100. Chunyang looked at the panel and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This reward was simply outrageous. Everyone knew Jordan played beautifully beyond his unmatched skills. What captivated people the most was his defiance of the laws of physics with his airtime ability. The ability to suspend in the air allowed him to observe defenses, adjust his posture, and shoot with ease. Even at just 78 of the discounted version, it would grant Chunyang more stability in handling the ball during critical moments. Moreover, it looked cool. Whether the basketball went in or not was one thing, but looking good in the process was a lifetime matter. Did anyone wish for their fadeaway jumper to resemble a crab's instead of being elegant and pictorial like Jordan? Furthermore, this was a growth-type reward. As he continued training and improved his strength, jumping ability, and core power, this airtime ratio would only increase. This is like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric switch, utterly winning. Chunyang felt an inner satisfaction. In the following days, he accompanied his parents on a tour around New York. This was their first trip abroad, and everything felt fresh to them. His father spoke of returning to oversee the mining business, but the pride in his eyes was impossible to hide. On the day of signing the rookie contract, his father ultimately couldn't set aside his concerns for the family business and decided to return home first. His mother stayed a few extra days to help Chunyang pack his bags, reluctantly leaving after countless reminders. The contract offered by the Mavericks was quite sincere. It was 10 above the standard rookie contract in the league. In an era where most rookies could only secure standard contracts, or were even underpaid, this demonstrated the Mavericks' regard for Chunyang. The contract details were as follows: first year $1.04 million, second year $1.2 million, third year $1.36 million, a total amount over 3 years $3.61 million. Regarding the jersey number, Chunyang unhesitatingly chose his favorite number 7. This number was currently unclaimed on the Mavericks, as if it were waiting for its rightful owner. After the signing ceremony with gyms helped, Chunyang rented a fairly secure apartment. This building housed quite a few players from the Mavericks with lower salaries. Chunyang had long obtained his driver's license, and since the place he lived was a bit far from the training facility, he decided to buy a car. He finally chose a Ford Explorer as his special vehicle, spacious enough for his build, durable, and reasonably. Chunyang was currently not financially abundant, although he had a contract salary, it wasn't paid in a lump sum. After handling the trivial matters, the team gathered to head to the Rockies for the summer league. This time the team was led by an assistant coach, with key members including Chunyang, the team's main swingman Jalen McLeod, and 94 second-round pick Dumas, while the rest were marginal players and undrafted rookies. As soon as they arrived at the hotel in the Rockies, a sudden situation occurred in the league. Labor negotiations fell into a deadlock and were suspended. Chunyang felt a bit confused. He had no recollection of this from his past life. Was it the butterfly effect? Or perhaps this issue had little impact and thus received minimal attention. The core disagreement was about the division of television broadcast revenues. In recent years, the NBA's television revenue had soared, and the salaries of superstars like Jordan had risen accordingly. The owners wanted to control costs while the players sought salary increases, leading to a stalemate. On the players' side, the union president Ewing led the charge, facing off against Stern. Perhaps due to Ewing's straightforward character, the negotiations progressed more smoothly than anticipated. The lockout lasted only a few hours, making it the shortest in NBA history. Ultimately, the league agreed to include television revenue in the salary cap, which indirectly raised the salary cap for new player contracts. In the next 10 days, the Mavericks played 6 summer league games. Chunyang and McLeod had limited playing time, averaging about 15 minutes per game, with Chunyang scoring around 10 points per game. The assistant coach was quite satisfied with Chunyang's performance. He could lock down his matched opponents' hit-open shots, and in moments of deadlock he could rely on his unanswerable fadeaway to break the situation, showcasing a solid ball-handling ability. When reporting back to Coach Nelson, the assistant coach remarked that with further polishing, Chunyang would certainly become a core asset for the team. After the summer league, the team disbanded on the spot. Chunyang chose to return to Connecticut to train with Ray Allen and Hamilton. The three trained together efficiently, and the two trainers from before had also managed to arrange their schedules. The team would not officially reconvene until October. These 2 months were truly a golden training period bestowed by heaven. Once entering the NBA, the frequent travel and dense match schedule would significantly compress training time. Only by focusing on honing skills and strengthening his body during this summer could he establish a foothold in the upcoming season. Chunyang trained as fiercely as he did before the draft, and even though Ray Allen and Hamilton had seen Chunyang's training intensity before, every time they watched him train, they felt a chill and admiration. Time flew by, and September came to an end. The team notified them to gather on October 3rd. Both the gym and trainers had reached their expiration, allowing Chunyang and the others a rare 2-day relaxation. On the 2nd, they would each set off, heading in different directions. Ray Allen organized a party to gather with his old teammates from the Huskies. That night, Chunyang indulged, using his handsome face and hormone-filled physique to charm 2 young and beautiful blonde girls. A night without sleep. After indulging, Chunyang cleared his mind and looked at his attribute panel to check his progress over the holiday. System opened the attribute panel. With a slight thought, a light curtain that only he could see slowly unfolded before him. Chunyang. Basic physical data. Height 203 cm. Weight 102 kilograms. Wingspan 219 cm. Standing reach 276 cm. Physical attributes. Strength 80. Stamina 91. Jumping 80. Speed 84. Coordination 83. Basketball-specific skills. Finishing at the rim 89. Mid-range 91. Three-point shooting 89. Passing 70. Ball handling 71. Driving 71. Rebounding 73. Stealing 72. Blocking 75. Help defense 74. On-ball defense 85. Mental and awareness. Mental resilience 90. Court awareness 85. Ability Michael Jordan's airtime ability 80. Note all attributes have a maximum limit of 100. After reviewing the attributes, Chunyang satisfiedly fell asleep. With his current strength, as long as the coach trusted him, securing a starting position was stable, and with the right tactics, becoming one of the core players of the team would not be an issue. On October 3rd, Chunyang arrived early at the training facility, driving in ahead of time. He pushed open the door to the locker room, finding it empty except for assistant coach Allen and a few equipment managers who were busy at work. Allen looked up and saw Chunyang, a smile of appreciation appearing on his face. "You arrived quite early. Your locker is over there in the corner, marked with your name." "Thank you, Coach Allen." Chunyang nodded and walked straight towards the corner. The fourth locker from the end was in a secluded spot. This was the true treatment for rookies in the NBA of the 1990s. In this isolated corner, there was no dedicated masseuse, and everything had to start from the very bottom. He opened the locker door to find several neatly arranged training outfits and 2 pairs of basic sneakers. Chunyang picked up one of the shoes and took a look, forcing a bitter smile. In this era, unless you were a superstar rookie like Penny Hardaway, it was difficult to sign a shoe contract before or after the draft. Converse had indeed made an offer previously, but the contract not only had a pitiful amount, but also came with stringent clauses, which Chunyang decisively rejected. He would rather not sign temporarily than undervalue his future commercial worth. As for the official game jerseys, they were managed by the equipment department and generally kept at the home arena. If needed, players had to find the staff to collect them. After changing into his gear, Chunyang went to the court to start warming up and stretching. As time passed, teammates began to arrive one after another. The marginal players who had fought alongside him in the summer league arrived the earliest, fully aware that their positions were precarious and they had to sweat to earn their spots on the team. Except for Jay Crowder, who had a relatively stable position on the team, everyone else was desperately showcasing their abilities. Head coach Jim Clemenson had been waiting on the sidelines for nearly 20 minutes when Jason Kidd and Marshawn came in late. At this moment, the Dallas Mavericks appeared to still be basking in the afterglow of the 3J era, which consisted of Kidd, Jackson, and Marshawn. With the mad scientist Don Nelson taking over as general manager, a storm of rebuilding was on the horizon. Although the 3J trio was overflowing with talent, they had never been able to lead the team deep into the playoffs. With Marchand's serious injury last season, the team had reached a critical juncture where something had to break to allow for a new beginning. Selecting Chen Yang was a key part of Old Nelson's rebuilding plan. By acquiring potential rookie talent through the draft and trading the 3J trio for promising young players, the rebuilding process could be completed. Clemenson watched the two latecomers with a stern expression, his lips moving slightly, but in the end, he said, in this era that prioritized star players, the head coach had minimal control over core players, especially when it came to players like Kidd and Marchand. He could only turn a blind eye. The content of the first day's training camp was a fitness test. This was to check whether the players had maintained their condition during the off-season or had let themselves go. When it was Chen Yang's turn, the entire coaching staff's eyes lit up. This rookie had improved since the trial. His vertical leap, sprinting speed, and strength data were all noticeably better than in the summer, and his muscle definition was more pronounced. This rookie is quite diligent. He hasn't slacked off at all during the break. Clemenson nodded in satisfaction and turned to assistant coach Beard, saying, it seems the basketball operations department has a good eye. In contrast, Marchand's test results were shocking. Perhaps due to the knee injury from last season, or maybe because his off-season training lacked structure, his performance metrics had all dropped significantly. The once dynamic all-around forward now appeared sluggish, and even his left leg showed signs of uneven exertion. After the testing concluded, Clemenson announced the dismissal. Chen Yang found assistant coach Allen, who hadn't left yet, and requested a copy of the team's playbook to take home for further study. He then returned to the court to continue practicing his shooting. In the sidelines resting area, Marchand was slumped on the bench wiping sweat while chatting with Kidd. Seeing Chen Yang training tirelessly, a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. What a show-off, Marchand scoffed, putting on a performance in front of the coach. He's just a rookie craving the spotlight. Kidd did not respond. As a point guard known for his discipline in the league, he actually appreciated hard-working individuals, but since Marchand had been his longtime partner, contradicting him now would only create awkwardness. Seeing Kidd's lack of reaction, Marchand's irritation grew. He yelled towards Chen Yang on the court, hey, rookie, bring my sneakers to the locker room. While practicing his ball handling, Chen Yang paused for a moment, but did not turn around, pretending he hadn't heard, and continued with his training. Marshburn froze. Intimidating rookies was an exclusive privilege of veteran players. How dare this yellow-skinned newcomer ignore him? Hey rookie, can't you hear me? Are you deaf? Chen Yang paused mid-dribble and replied coolly, I heard. Wanna order me around? Beat me first. The air turned icy in an instant. Several players packing up nearby froze mid-motion, staring in stunned disbelief. Kidd, who had followed close behind, lunged forward and grabbed Marshburn's arm. Jamal, calm down. This is the training facility. A fight changes everything. Pulled back by Kidd, Marshburn took several deep breaths, the storm of rage receding just enough for reason to return. Yes, if he struck now and word reached management, consequences would be severe. Yet the humiliation burned too fiercely to swallow. Marshburn sneered, shaking off Kidd's grip. Fine. Excellent. Rookie, I'll grant your wish to die. Unknown. Right now. If fists were forbidden, he'd humiliate this arrogant novice another way. You go first. I wouldn't want anyone accusing me of bullying a rookie. He assumed a posture dripping with disdain. Chen Yang said nothing, merely stepped beyond the three-point line and tossed the ball to Marshburn for the tip-off. Catching it, Chen Yang lowered his center of gravity and executed a subtle jab step. Yet Marshburn made no move to defend seriously. His gaze brimmed with contempt, as if sizing up an ant he could crush at will. Seeing this, Chen Yang abandoned pretense and exploded forward. Dropping low, he drove hard with a lightning-quick crossover and explosive first step. To his surprise, Marshburn showed no intention of tracking the drive. Just as Chen Yang prepared to blow past him, Marshburn abruptly pivoted sideways and launched a brutal rugby-style shoulder charge. Thud! Chen Yang hadn't anticipated such dirty tactics. His balance shattered instantly. He crashed onto the hardwood, skidding violently across the floor for meters. Marshburn retrieved the rolling basketball, grinning smugly. Whoa, rookie, already down. Your physicality's pathetic. How do you even survive in the NBA? Chen Yang rose slowly. No shouting, no confrontation. He walked calmly to the three-point line, clapped twice to signal Marshburn's turn, then fixed him with a glacial stare. Tomato-faced jerk. You think you can play dirty? Cheap tricks. Please. I've played street ball for years. Some moves there make pros look tame. Thanks to the system-bestowed injury immunity, the impact merely stung, causing no real harm. If courtesy was discarded, so was restraint. Seeing Chen Yang remain silent, Marshburn mistook it for fear, swaggering at the top of the key, dribbling flamboyantly while hurling trash talk. Weak on contact, probably soft on defense too, huh? Come on, show me how you guard me. Chen Yang stayed mute, arms spread wide, waiting in still silence. Marshburn began his dribble, flashy crossovers and rapid direction shifts, aiming to destabilize Chen Yang's footing. After several sharp changes of direction, Chen obligingly shifted his weight, just slightly off-center. Huh, got you. Triumph flared in Marshburn's mind. He accelerated decisively, planning to blow past Chen in one fluid motion finish with a dunk and deliver crushing mockery. But the instant Marshburn surged past Chunyang's side, Chen feigned a desperate recovery, then deliberately lost balance, collapsing sideways. In that split-second fall, his left foot shot out, concealed precise, snagging Marshburn's chronically injured left leg. Thump! Fully committed to acceleration, Marshburn had zero time to react. Tossed forward like a puppet whose strings had been cut, he slammed face first onto the court with a heavy, hollow thud. Chen lay sprawled on the floor, face contorted in pain, yet eyes clear and unblinking. He watched Marshburn struggle to rise, utterly unmoved. Marshburn's malice needed no disguise. Chen as a rookie sometimes did, but he dabbled in rugby, and above all he refused to be a victim. Kid, sensing the situation spiraling, hauled Marshburn upright and addressed them both. That's enough for today. Escalation helps no one. Truth be told, Kid had tilted the scales, saying nothing when Chen took the fall, only stepping in once Chen proved formidable. Chen, still a rookie, couldn't alienate everyone. He simply locked eyes with Marshburn, cold, unreadable, then picked up the ball and resumed dribbling drills alone at the edge of the court. The commotion in the training facility quickly reached the head coach Clemens, who learned about the conflict between Chen and Marchand. He merely furrowed his brow without taking any disciplinary action or mediation. In the NBA of the 1990s, which celebrated physical confrontation and even tolerated the jungle law, such incidents were quite normal. As long as it didn't escalate into blatant brawls or result in bloodshed, the coaching staff would usually choose to turn a blind eye. That evening, Chen returned to his apartment and casually picked up the thick tactical manual. Chen flipped through the pages of the Dallas Mavericks tactical arrangements, yet his frown deepened. Until the moment he closed the manual, it dawned on him why. No wonder this team, endowed with the luxurious outer line talent of the 3J trio, had such a dismal record, constantly hovering on the edge of the playoffs. The problem lay in the tactical system. Clemens, having studied under Phil Jackson, vigorously promoted the famous triangle offense upon taking office. This is an extremely complex tactical system that demands high basketball intelligence and execution from the players. More importantly, for the triangle offense to run smoothly, it requires a super finisher who is invincible in unknown situations in the low post, or a big man capable of distributing from the high post with shooting threats. Even Jackson could only execute the complete version of the triangle offense with Jordan and Pippen, and later with O'Neal and Kobe, and then with Kobe and Gasol. And what do the Dallas Mavericks have now? Jason Kidd, a traditional point guard who needs the ball in his hands to maximize his impact, is being asked to run without the ball. It's simply a waste of talent. Jamal Marchand, despite his well-rounded skills, lacks the ability to dominate in unknown situations that can tear apart defenses. Now, after suffering a major injury, his athleticism has declined even further, making him incapable of that. Asking Kidd to run the triangle offense is akin to asking a fish to climb a tree. This also explains why Kidd appears to struggle so much during this period. The tactical system has confined him, preventing him from showcasing his organizational strengths. A group of talents exhausting each other in the wrong system, Chen murmured as he closed the manual. The next day, training proceeded as scheduled. Perhaps the conflict from yesterday made everyone more restrained. Today, no one was late. After the regular warm-up, they moved into group tactical drills and internal scrimmages. Chen was placed in the substitute lineup. He was not surprised by this outcome. It was actually quite good. At least it proved he wasn't stuck on the bench, and the coaching staff was still willing to give him playing time. When both sides took their positions, Marchand noticed he was matched up against Chen, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Having suffered a setback in their unknown match today, he was determined to use his strength to publicly crush this rookie, showing him the power of the team's veteran. The starting point guard was Kidd, who leisurely dribbled past half court, scanning the situation on the court. Marchand called for the ball in the low post, and Kidd unhesitatingly lobbed it over. Watching this unfold, Chen shook his head inwardly. Kidd's transformation into a non-scoring point guard was likely closely related to the forced execution of the triangle offense during this period. This tactic greatly limited the capabilities and creative passing of this court master, forcing him to do things he was not good at. Marchand received the ball, backing into Chen. Chen immediately pressed up against him, using his hands to interfere continuously, not stopping his small actions. He would never show mercy to someone who harbored malice toward him. On the basketball court, respect is earned through strength, not through yielding. Although Marchand's explosiveness had diminished due to injury, his rich experience and solid technical foundation remained intact. Sensing that Chunyang's defensive center of gravity leaned slightly to the left, Marchand immediately faked left and turned right to break through. However, to his astonishment, Chunyang's sliding speed was astonishingly quick, He almost blocked the route the instant Marchand started moving, not allowing him to shake him off by even a step. How is this rookie's defensive footwork so fast? Marchand thought, startled. Seeing that breaking through was hopeless, he should distribute the ball to a teammate cutting in from the weak side according to the principles of the triangle offense. But how could Marchand pass the ball? Passing in front of everyone would mean admitting his unknown failure. That would be too humiliating. Gritting his teeth, he forced a turn, trying to use his physical advantage to push past Chen for a shot. Chen had already anticipated his move and firmly held his position. Just as Marchand awkwardly turned, Chen leaped high into the air. Thanks to the Jordan-like hang time rewarded by the system, Chen stayed in the air noticeably longer than the average person. His astonishing wingspan fully extended, resembling a giant eagle blocking all shooting space. Marchand felt a wave of darkness before his eyes as the shot point he had prepared was completely sealed off. In a panic, he could only hurriedly throw the ball out. The basketball traced an awkward arc, hitting nothing but air. "Marchand, run the play," Clemens shouted angrily from the sidelines, his face turning ashen. As an advocate of the triangle offense, he despised such reckless play that ignored tactics. As the transition occurred, it was the substitutes' turn to attack. Following the tactical manual, Chen quickly ran to the right low post, reaching out for the ball while firmly blocking Marchand behind him. The substitute point guard, Allen Iverson, decisively passed the ball in. Once he had the ball, Chen did not rush to move, but first felt Marchand's defensive center of gravity with his back. Then Chen began to back him down, his powerful core strength causing Marchand to involuntarily retreat half a step. Chen suddenly made a realistic shoulder fake to the left, tricking Marchand's center of gravity to shift left. In that instant, Chen powered through at his waist, swiftly turning right, floating backward like a spring. He leaned back for a jump shot. Marchand reacted and tried to block, jumping desperately and extending his arm. From his perspective, Chen body seemed to defy the laws of physics, slowly drifting backward. The ball moved farther away from his hand. No matter how hard he tried, his fingertips couldn't even touch the leather. Ever since merging with some of the floatabilities of the fried egg, Chen lean-back jump shot not only gained stability, but also took on a unique aesthetic. That calm and graceful posture in the air was simply reminiscent of the man wearing jersey number 23. Swish! The basketball swished through the net, making a crisp sound. Coach Clemens on the sidelines instantly brightened. "This style, this posture," Clemens murmured. "It's simply a replica of Michael." The most challenging aspect of the triangle offense is the finishing efficiency of unknown situations in the low post. If Chen truly possesses such mid-range scoring ability, then even without a super big man, this tactic could operate effectively for the Mavericks. I wonder if he can maintain a stable shooting percentage. Clemens felt both excited and anxious. In the following scrimmage, the situation underwent a subtle change. Kid seemed to be inspired by Chen recent shot, or perhaps he was fed up with the rigid triangle movements. He no longer rigidly executed the tactics and began to attempt organizing the offense in his own way. Once the ball was back in Kid's hands, the Mavericks' offense immediately became fluid. His long passes and drive-and-dish plays gradually showcased the strength advantage of the starting lineup. After all, the talent depth of the starting group was undeniable. The score quickly widened. Although the substitutes had Chen as a strong point, their overall strength was still slightly inferior. The 20-minute scrimmage concluded amidst intense collisions. In the following days, the training atmosphere became somewhat subtle. The coaching staff's focus on Chen noticeably increased, and the tactical manual also added some low-post options designed for him. Although Marchand still felt unconvinced, he no longer dared to underestimate Chen defense during training, being extra careful in every matchup. A week later, the training camp came to a temporary halt. The entire Mavericks team gathered, preparing to depart for Mexico. According to the league's arrangements, the Mavericks' first 2 preseason games would be held in Mexico City. This is part of the NBA's globalization strategy, and is also a part of Stern's strongly promoted overseas. As the preseason progressed, head coach Jim Clemens seemed to have a special fondness for Chen granting this rookie significant playing time in several games. Chen did not disappoint this trust, delivering an impressive performance on the court. His all-star level of stable mid-range jump shots and his graceful fadeaway jumper were beautiful like a painting. His toughness on defense and fearlessness in confrontation caused significant headaches for opponents. What surprised everyone even more was that Chen possessed elite-level three-point shooting ability, and once he created space, the Mavericks' offensive firepower instantly elevated to a new level. After several games, reporters and commentators following the preseason unanimously crowned Chen as the successor to Jordan. The successor to Jordan. The Eastern Flying Man has arrived in Dallas. His elegant fadeaway jump shot, powerful hang time, and top-tier static and dynamic talent were simply a replica of that man. In this era where the entire league is searching for Jordan's successor, any resemblance is magnified infinitely. During the preseason, Chen averaged 22 minutes of playing time. Although his position was small forward, he occasionally had to fill in as shooting guard, and Chen performed even better than the starter Jamal Mashburn. However, these shining moments made some people feel uncomfortable. Jamal Mashburn looked at Chen sitting in front of his locker, and his sense of imbalance swelled again. He's just destined to be a bench warmer. Mashburn sarcastically said to his teammates in the preseason the opponents didn't take it seriously. When the regular season comes with a body like his, he won't even be able to handle the contact. It'll be us who carry the flag. Faced with Mashburn's occasional sarcastic remarks, Chen chose to remain silent. Arguing on the court is the most powerless act. Actions speak louder than words. During team practices, whenever matched up against Mashburn, Chen would unconsciously step up his game. Every position battle was fiercer and each help defense was marked with intensity. After several days, Mashburn's body was covered in bruises, causing him to grimace in pain. But out of pride, he didn't dare publicly complain about a rookie who was training diligently. He could only swallow his grievances. As the preseason came to an end, Mavericks general manager Don Nelson convened a closed-door meeting with the coaching staff. After the meeting concluded, Clemens called Chen to his office. With a meaningful smile on his face, the coach patted Chen shoulder and said, "Chen, I have high hopes for you. I have seen your talent and hard work. Train well, be patient, and opportunities will come." Chen heart leaped with joy. Could this be a sign that he would be heavily relied upon in the regular season? "All right, Mr. Clemens, I will," Chen replied earnestly. On November 1st, the NBA regular season officially commenced. The Mavericks' first game was an away challenge against the Denver Nuggets. Upon arriving at the hotel, Chen realized that the treatment of NBA players these days was far less luxurious than in the future. As a rookie, he had to share a room with teammate Tony Dumas. "I hope this guy's snoring isn't too loud," Chen said with a wry smile as he set down his luggage. At the pregame tactical meeting the next day, Clemens announced the starting lineup: point guard Jason Kidd, shooting guard Jim Jackson, small forward Jamal Mashburn, power forward Loren Meyer, and center Montrose. Chen name was not on the list. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt somewhat disappointed. Once the game began, the situation was extremely tense. The Nuggets, benefiting from home advantage, exchanged blows with the Mavericks, with the score alternating upward, unable to establish a significant lead. Chen was given his first chance to play in the latter half of the second quarter. In less than 5 minutes, he was substituted out. In that brief time, he contributed 4 points and 1 steal, showing decent efficiency, but did not receive much ball time. In the end, the Mavericks narrowly defeated the Nuggets 9-2-9-1 thanks to Kidd's crucial assist at the last moment, achieving a season-opening victory. After the game, Chen consoled himself. Perhaps it was because the game was too tense that the coach was reluctant to use rookies, hastily fearing mistakes would affect the outcome. The next game should be better, right? However, reality gave him a loud slap in the face. The following games followed the same pattern. Regardless of the strength of the opponent or the state of the game, Chen playing time was firmly restricted between 7 to 8 minutes. Even if Mashburn and Jackson were ice-cold, committing turnovers and showing low offensive efficiency, Clemens stubbornly kept them on the court, preferring to lose the game than to give Chen more opportunities. In contrast, Chen often delivered efficient performances in the limited minutes he received. Yet once time was up, no matter how hot he was, he would be ruthlessly sent back to the bench. This left Chen perplexed. If the coaching staff did not value him, then why did they assign him numerous core tactics during regular training and even let him play the role of a scoring finisher? That meticulous nurturing clearly indicated they viewed him as a cornerstone for the future. Yet if they valued him, why only give him this tiny bit of garbage time in real games? Without practical experience, no talent, no matter how great, can grow. Gradually, some rumors began circulating in the small circles of Dallas. Anonymous sources disclosed to the media that the Mavericks coaching staff believed Chen physicality was insufficient to stand firm in the high-intensity NBA games, and his preseason performance was merely an illusion, which is why they only dared to let him play in inconsequential garbage time to practice. This suffocating feeling lodged in Chen chest, making him uncomfortable. The calls from friends became his only solace, with Ray Allen Hamilton and Agent Jim all reaching out. "Don't rush, be patient. I believe in your ability," Ray Allen consoled on the phone. "I had a rough start in Milwaukee, but I persisted and fought back through training." In communicating with the team to see if there's any misunderstanding, Agent Jim said a bit angrily, as he had guaranteed development during the draft. What touched Chen the most was that Allen Iverson, who had already become a core player with the Philadelphia 76ers and was basking in glory, also called. "Hey brother, I heard you're sitting on the bench in Dallas." Iverson's voice still carried that rebellious tone, but his tone was exceptionally sincere. "Don't listen to those bullshit rumors. I know your level. In our 3 matchups, when did I come out on top? If Dallas doesn't recognize your worth, I'll suggest to management to trade for you. We need warriors like you." Listening to the words of camaraderie from the other end of the line, some of the gloom in Chun Yang's heart dissipated. In this profit-driven league, encountering a friend who prioritizes loyalty is truly rare. Thank you, AI. Chun Yang took a deep breath. Don't worry, I will impress management with my performance. In the following time, Chun Yang immersed himself in intense training, channeling his energy into practice. Time slowly passed in frustration. For Chun Yang, the start of this season felt like a prolonged nightmare. In each game, he could only receive a meager amount of playing time, often entering the court during garbage time when the outcome was already decided. His role on the court was not to strive for victory, but rather to serve as a backdrop for the star players to pad their stats. It seemed the team only cared about the impressive stats of those star players, while the wins and losses had become a secondary concern. Does such a team really have a future? Chun Yang questioned this countless times in his heart. Watching the careless movements on the court and the forced shots taken for the sake of statistics, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Clearly in great form, and having been the focus of training, he found himself firmly glued to the end of the bench once the game started, helplessly watching the team slide further into despair. Before he knew it, Christmas arrived and the Mavericks had won only 9 games while losing 16, placing them at the bottom of the Western Conference. The streets of Dallas were adorned with colorful lights and decorations filled with the festive spirit. For Chun Yang, this Western tradition held little allure. Unlike his teammates who celebrated in parties, he chose to lock himself in the training facility. In the empty gym, only the sound of the basketball hitting the floor and Chun Yang's heavy breathing echoed. He repeated his training over and over, pouring all his frustrations into his sweat. Since the games offered no opportunities, he resolved to train hard to improve his strength. The day after Christmas, December 26th. As usual, Chun Yang finished his intense training and returned to the locker room, soaked in sweat, ready to take a shower. As he opened his locker, he found his phone vibrating incessantly, the screen flashing nonstop. Picking it up, he saw that he had missed several calls, all from his agent Jim, totaling more than a dozen. Chun Yang's heart jolted, an ominous premonition surged within him. So urgent. Are they trading me? Chun Yang took a deep breath and called back. As soon as the call connected, before he could speak, Jim's excited voice blared through the receiver. Chun, you finally picked up. Something big has happened. The sky has fallen. Your team traded away the entire starting lineup, including 3J. Kidd is gone, Jackson is gone, and Mashburn is gone too. The details of the trades are too complex. He'll text them to you. Check for yourself. Jim hung up hastily, without waiting for Chun Yang's response. Holding his phone, Chun Yang stood frozen in place, his mind blank. Trades. The entire starting lineup. To be honest, Chun Yang's memories of the Mavericks during this period were not. His understanding of the team mostly came from the later arrival of DeGi to the NBA and the rise of Nowitzki. His impressions of this chaotic history from the late 90s were quite murky. Soon his phone vibrated once more. A Jim's text came through. Chun Yang quickly opened it, and the shocking details of the trades filled his screen. The first trade was with the Phoenix Suns. The Mavericks sent away Jason Kidd, all-star point guard Tony Dumas, starting shooting guard, and Loren Meyer, starting power forward. In return, they received Michael Finley, a young shooting guard, A.C. Green power forward, and a second-round draft pick in 1998. Chun Yang stared at the name Kidd, unable to tear his gaze away. Just a few months ago, he was regarded as an untouchable core of the team. Now he was so easily let go. He knew Finley was a highly promising young scorer with a well-rounded skill set, making him a perfect candidate for a second-in-command. C. Green was known as the Iron Man of the league with an incredibly high attendance rate. This trade was clearly a move to exchange immediate impact for young talent and future flexibility. The second trade was with the New Jersey Nets. The Mavericks sent away Jim Jackson, the team's top scorer Sam Cassell, backup point guard Eric Montrose, starting center George McLeod's sixth man, and Chris Gatling. They nearly cleared out all scoring options and rotation players from the team. In return, they received Sean Bradley, Robert Pack, Ed O'Bannon, and Khalid Reeves. Apart from Sean Bradley, a 76-inch tall center with a bit of fame, the other names were completely unknown. This was not a trade, it was a complete clearance sale. The third trade was with the Miami Heat. The Mavericks sent away Jamal Mashburn, the team's core all-star small forward. In return, they received Sasa Danilovic, Martin Mursep, and Kurt Thomas. Once viewed as an untouchable all-star small forward, he had now become a clearance item swapped for a bunch of spare parts. After reading about these three shocking trades, Chun Yang was completely stunned. This was not merely a change, it was as if the entire framework of the team had been dismantled. Once a luxurious battleship of 3J, it had disintegrated overnight. Note, in reality, these three trades were completed within 2 months of that season. I'm consolidating them here. In its place was a young team made up of rookies, fringe players, and washed-up veterans. Besides Michael Finley, A.C. Green, and Sean Bradley, how many capable players did this team have? Does this team still have fighting power? Chun Yang murmured, this is clearly a strategy aimed at securing a top draft pick. Are they aiming for Duncan in 1997? Amid the shock, a sudden realization struck Chen like a lightning bolt. He recalled what Coach Clemens had told him before the regular season began: train hard and be patient. He remembered why they would rather lose games than let the struggling star players pad their stats on the court. He remembered why the coaching staff structured tactics around him during training as if they were already preparing for the future. Everything suddenly made sense. It turned out the management had long been determined to rebuild. The previous games were merely to inflate the value of assets like Kid Jackson and Mashburn, who were about to be traded. As long as their stats looked good, they could fetch more in the trade market. And as for Chen, he was not being sidelined, but rather was given playing time to allow these players to pad their stats. Now, with all the starters gone, the team had fully entered the rebuilding mode, with possibly lower expectations for results. What did this imply? It meant unlimited freedom to shoot. It meant a core position. Originally, Chen had hoped to cling to Kid's coattails and grow under the guidance of a superstar. But suddenly fate played a huge joke on him. He might have received the script of a rookie version of Durant with the opportunity to level up constantly and select help through the draft. In this team, which was in dire need of revival, whoever performed well would become the future leader. Finley was merely a sophomore. As the 9th overall pick, Chen possessed astonishing talent and immediate impact. As long as he was given enough playing time, he had every chance to become the leader of this young team. Rebuilding is all about training the newcomers. Chen lips curled into a slight smile, the gloom disappearing. It seems my opportunity has come. That night, when Chen returned to his apartment, his phone rang incessantly. Ray Allen called, his tone filled with disbelief. Chen, did you see this? It's spreading like wildfire outside. The media says the Mavericks traded the entire team to elevate you, calling you the chosen one. Even Kid has to make way for you. Chen was a bit exasperated. Allen, you're the chosen one, your whole family is. This is a misunderstanding. The team is rebuilding, not elevating me. Does it make a difference? Just say whether you're guaranteed to be a starter in the future, right? Will you have plenty of ball? Then Iverson also called, laughing on the other end, ha, brother, you truly have hit the peak right out of the gate. This plot is too sweet. You know my current position in the team isn't even as high as yours. Chen could only smile wryly, repeatedly explaining, don't listen to their nonsense. The team is rebuilding for the draft, and it has nothing to do with me. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. However, no matter how he explained, they didn't believe him. In this dramatic NBA world, sometimes speculation and rumors spread faster than the truth. People preferred to believe in a rookie forcing out an all-star legend rather than the cold, hard business logic. After hanging up, Chen looked out at the night sky and silently said to himself, no matter what the outside world says, starting tomorrow, I will use my performance on the court to prove to everyone that I deserve this stroke of luck. Chen was unaware that the trade involving the Dallas Mavericks had been personally expedited by the league president. The president, who was dedicated to promoting the globalization of the NBA, looked at the proposal that sent 3 all-star core players away, leaving only a Chinese rookie as the cornerstone for building the team, and instead of feeling absurd, he revealed a slight smile of satisfaction. Finally getting it, Stern nodded to himself. Previously, the Mavericks' approach of letting their talented rookie sit on the bench while allowing veterans to pad their stats had given Stern quite a headache. This not only wasted potential, but also hindered his expansive plans in the Asian market. Now with the Mavericks actively supporting Chen, it was like heaven's aid. As long as Chen could perform, the entire Asian market would go crazy for the NBA. On the first working day after the Christmas holiday, in the locker room of the Mavericks training facility, staff moved Chen locker from the corner, the fourth from the last, directly to the most prominent center position in the locker room. As soon as Sean Bradley's towering height of 229 centimeters appeared at the end of the hallway, it caused a stir among the staff. When they entered the training facility and saw Chen practicing his shooting alone, everyone's expressions became subtle. In an age when information was not widely disseminated, when mainstream media reported something, it became a fact. Everyone learned of the crazy rumor the general manager and head coach had sold the entire team to support this Chinese kid. Such treatment was simply unheard of. Finley walked at the front, took a deep breath, and actively approached Chen. As the only young player with star potential in this trade, Finley was the most qualified to compete with Chen for the future core position. But he was just a sophomore, gentle and reserved, and having just been traded, his confidence was inevitably shaken. Faced with the treatment of a chosen one like Chen, he wisely chose to go with the flow. Hey Chen, Mike. Finley extended his hand, his tone carrying a hint of respect. From now on, we are comrades. Chen shook his hand, feeling a tumult of emotions. Is this what it means to be the boss? Chen clearly knew his own capabilities. Although with the system's support he barely reached all-star level, leading a team composed of veterans and rookies through the Western Conference would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. It was a path filled with thorns and challenges. Welcome aboard, Mike. Chen responded with a smile. Let's work hard together. Before long, the coaching staff, led by head coach Clemens, arrived at the court. There was no time for any welcoming ceremony. They blew the whistle immediately. All right, gentlemen. Put away your surprised expressions. We have less than 2 days to gel, and there's a game tomorrow. Now let's start tactical drills immediately. The roster for the new lineup was quickly announced, starting 5 center Sean Bradley, power forward C. Green small forward Chun Yang, shooting guard Michael Finley, and point guard Robert Pack. Main rotation center Stacey King, power forward Jason Sasser, small forward Kurt Thomas, shooting guard Sasha Danilovic, and point guard Khalid Reeves. This lineup had height with Bradley, experience with Green, and youthful potential with Chun Yang and Finley, but stability. Who knows? The tactical system remained the triangle offense. All tactical pivots were centered around Chun Yang. On the training court, the new teammates seemed very unfamiliar with this complex strategy. Clemens was constantly shouting from the sidelines, correcting their movements. There's no time left. The game is tomorrow. Get your act together. The next day, December 27th, the Mavericks' current home court was the Reunion Arena, and they wouldn't move to the American Airlines Center until 2001. Their opponent was the Golden State Warriors. Fortunately, the team's first 2 games after rebuilding were both home games, which spared the Mavericks from the hardships of travel. The Mavericks had just undergone a major overhaul, so the attendance in the arena was not ideal. Many fans were angry and disappointed with the management's decision to part ways with the 3J. Instead, many media personnel were present, mostly to see the rookie who could clear the Mavericks magazine roster. In the home locker room, Clemens scanned each player. Our time to gel is almost 0. The game itself is the best bonding agent. I don't expect you to immediately perform perfect teamwork, but I do expect you to strictly execute the tactics. If anyone dares to act recklessly and ignore the tactics to play solo, I will immediately bench them until the game ends. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone replied in unison. The game soon began. The Warriors were not a pushover. Their core players were the madman Sprewell and the left-hand god Mullen. The backcourt duo formed by these two had enough offensive power to tear apart any defense. At the jump ball, Bradley easily directed the ball to point guard Pack due to his exaggerated height advantage. Pack dribbled past half-court, glanced at Chun Yang's position, and saw that Chun Yang had blocked Mullen's path, reaching out for the ball. Following the pregame plan, Pack decisively passed the ball. Chun Yang caught the ball, feeling Mullen's defensive pressure from behind. Rather than forcing his way through, he quickly turned to face the basket. Facing this all-star small forward, Chun Yang's gaze was focused. He executed a realistic hesitation step, causing Mullen to adjust his balance for the block. Chun Yang feigned again, instantly creating half a body's worth of space. Now's the time. Chun Yang lowered his center of gravity, dribbled low, and surged forward. Mullen's defensive awareness and ability were decent. He closely followed, using his body to disrupt Chun Yang's rhythm. As Chun Yang reached his comfort zone, he powered through with a shoulder bump, resulting in a fierce physical. Using his momentum and physical advantage, Chun Yang pushed Mullen aside, quickly stopping to gather the ball and leaping into the air. Mullen put in his utmost effort to defend, his arms raised high. In the face of absolute talent, effort seemed somewhat pale. Chun Yang's astonishing vertical leap, combined with his long wingspan, made his release point ridiculously high. Furthermore, with a noticeable pause in midair while Mullen began to descend, Chun Yang remained floating in the air before gently flicking his wrist. The basketball traced a beautiful arc and steadily fell into the net. Swish! A mid-range shot was made. The momentary pause in the air and the graceful posture were breathtakingly beautiful. The previously somewhat silent home crowd couldn't help but erupt into applause and cheers. Wow, this rookie style is really cool. Kinda like Jordan. Who cares who he resembles? That shot was too beautiful. Basketball games are never just a one-man show. It was time for the Warriors to attack. Point guard Armstrong advanced with the ball, and upon facing the Mavericks' new starting point guard Pack, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. I heard you guys are a makeshift team. Armstrong taunted Pack. Suddenly, he made a wide change of direction and accelerated instantly, getting half a body ahead of Pack. Pack was taken aback. Having finally secured a starting position with the Mavericks, if he performed poorly, he could easily find himself benched or even traded. He gritted his teeth and desperately chased after Armstrong, staying close on his heels. Seeing that the strong attacking route was blocked, Armstrong didn't get greedy and passed the ball to Sprewell, who had come out to the perimeter. The madman received the ball, made a pump fake, and Finley, who had lost position, fell for it, thinking Sprewell was going to shoot, and hurriedly lunged to block. Finley had explosive physical attributes and exceptional talent, but after all, he was just a sophomore lacking defensive experience. Just as Finley was airborne, a mocking smile curled on Sprewell's lips. The madman dribbled laterally, adjusted his footwork, and with no one interfering, calmly jumped and shot the basketball, swished through the net. Rookie, you're still too green. After scoring, Sprewell couldn't resist throwing in a taunt.